The story began with the protagonist who had been betrayed by his friends. They sealed him away with countless monsters, intending for him to die. On the brink of death, the protagonist cast a reincarnation spell and awakened 20 years later in a high school. He found himself in the body of an academy boy who possessed the void attribute, considered the strongest. Determined, he vowed to take revenge on his former friends. The story unfolded from that day. Suddenly, dungeon gates appeared and monsters started pouring out. Only those who had awakened magical abilities could stop them. Among them were two fighters battling the monsters, Claudia Burjo and Ingolf von Dietz. Others included Nathaniel Cavell and Iwako Heidke. A girl named Lei Ruoxi was also among the awakened, all fighting valiantly against the monsters. Amidst the chaos, a civilian screamed for help as a monster approached. Ingolf urged Claudia to hurry and help the victims. With an indifferent expression, Claudia commented that they were simply too far away. At that critical moment, a giant monster threatened a trembling civilian, but someone intervened, delivering a powerful kick to the monster and sending it flying. After an explosive impact and falling debris, a man stood in front of the citizens and asked if everyone was all right. He promised to take care of the threat, and it was revealed that this man was the protagonist, Misato Kawakairo. He charged at the monster with a glowing hand, yellow light shining in his eyes. In a flash, he moved through the horde, killing every monster with precision and striking a heroic pose. Observing him, the other awakened individuals were in awe, remarking on how incredible he was to face so many alone. Ryuoxi noted that with his time magic attribute, he could see the future and anticipate every move the monsters made. To her, he no longer seemed human. While the others whispered among themselves, the protagonist continued eliminating monsters. After defeating nearly all the creatures, only one remained. He delivered the final blow, declaring it the last one. With determination, he stated that he would protect the peace and began sealing the gate from which the monsters emerged. But just then, he was attacked from behind. His expression turned to shock as he put distance between himself and the attacker. Suddenly, he was pulled into the portal due to the ambush. From the other side, he saw the party members watching him and noticed a seal forming on the portal. Confused, he questioned what was happening, admitting he had never foreseen such a future. He wondered if everyone was part of the betrayal. From within the portal, he asked them why they would do this. Nathaniel grinned and replied that the very reason he was unaware was why he had been betrayed. The rest of the party members smiled evilly. Ryuoxi told him that he was a level 100 monster who could use time attribute magic. Claudia added that they just wanted to earn money safely. Ingolf sneered, accusing the protagonist of putting them in danger simply because he wanted to help people. Iwako echoed this sentiment, blaming him for leading them into such peril. Nathaniel declared that it would be the last time they ever saw him. As they turned away, the protagonist banged on the portal, shouting in disbelief and demanding to be released. He reflected on their betrayal and recalled his memories as the leader of the Golden Seekers. He had tried to protect the world and everyone in it. Anger and disbelief overtook him as he shouted, wondering why they had betrayed him. At that moment, a swarm of monsters lunged at him. Though he swiftly dealt with one, he was horrified to see an entire army of monsters waiting to kill him. He activated his future vision and attempted to foresee a way out. He thought he could escape, but the only future he saw was his death at the hands of the monsters. Smiling grimly, he realized that the future he once had no longer existed. Surrounded, he charged with a glowing yellow fist, his body enveloped in a powerful aura. After a fierce battle, he knelt in a pool of his own blood. He admitted that he couldn't change the future. Looking up at the monsters, he accepted that he might have no choice but to face death. The monsters began to swarm him, but just then he was hurled into the air. Refusing to die like that, yellow energy swelled within him. He vowed to reincarnate, reach the peak of his strength, and take revenge on those who betrayed him. The same energy glowed in his eyes. Overwhelmed by rage and despair, he swore to avenge his regrets. Yellow energy swirled around him, and a beam of light shot from his hand as pain from the monsters' attacks consumed him. Suddenly, a glimmer of yellow light appeared, and the next moment someone woke up. The attire suggested the person was in a hospital. Dressed in hospital clothes, he walked toward a mirror and upon seeing his reflection, confirmed that the reincarnation had worked. It was the protagonist. He looked around and realized he was in a hospital, unfamiliar machines surrounding him. He wondered how many years had passed. If 100 years had gone by, his chance for revenge might have vanished. He imagined the faces of those who betrayed him. At that moment, he noticed something on the table, a student ID. Upon inspecting it, he realized that 20 years had passed since his betrayal, but one detail on the ID shocked him. The body's attribute was void at level 1. Recognizing the attribute, he laughed maniacally. He remembered being feared for his time attribute in his previous life. But as he grew stronger, he realized he had reached a limit. Even his clairvoyance couldn't reveal the full extent of the void attribute's power. He pitied the original owner of the body. The void attribute was undoubtedly the strongest, yet it was so rare that no one in his previous life knew how to train it. That was why the body's original owner remained at level 1. He wondered if the boy had been mocked for having no attribute, perhaps many times. He assured the boy that he would make his name known throughout the world as one of the strongest adventurers. Thanks to his clairvoyance, the protagonist knew how to train the void attribute. With this power, he vowed to become the absolute strongest and make those traitors pay. The protagonist continued contemplating, expressing that in order to get revenge on the traitors, he needed to level up first. He then lay down on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. He thought about the void attribute, recognizing that, as the name suggested, it was related to magic. To control nihility, he imagined a void where shining blue square structures existed. He continued thinking that the essence of this attribute lay in the ability to freely project one's imagination into reality. He reflected that while everyone could imagine things, turning those thoughts into reality was the true challenge. He visualized someone thinking of a sculpture, yet finding it very difficult to draw. He considered that it was fortunate this body was badly injured, for if he could apply the image in his mind to the body, he might heal. He began visualizing every single cell being restored by magic. At that very moment, all the wounds on his body began to disappear and heal. Clenching his hand, he noted with satisfaction that it had worked. Rubbing the area where the wound had been, he thought that since it was only rudimentary casting, the recovery speed wasn't impressive. His insides weren't fully healed, but by using the magic multiple times, he could increase its level. He understood that the ability to convert imagination into reality would improve with practice, expanding the range of images he could bring to life. This progression, he thought, would allow the creation and usage of many different kinds of magic. Eventually, the image in his mind could be realized exactly as he envisioned it in reality. A glint of a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, a doctor entered his hospital room, saying he was finally awake. The doctor rushed toward him, advising him not to move just yet since he had sustained serious injuries from a monster attack. The protagonist reflected on what had happened and realized the original owner of this body had been attacked. The doctor, smiling, commented that despite such dire circumstances, the protagonist had woken up. He added that it was almost as if the saintess had bestowed a miracle upon him. The protagonist questioned what he meant by saintess. The doctor, surprised, asked if he didn't know. The protagonist shook his head and replied that he didn't. The doctor began explaining about the saintess of the pentagram saints. However, the protagonist remained clueless and admitted he didn't know who the pentagram saints were either. Thinking aloud, the doctor concluded that since the protagonist had only just regained consciousness, it was natural he was confused. He stated that a thorough examination was in order and left to prepare everything needed, telling the protagonist to wait there. Once the doctor had left, the protagonist thought about the saintess and the pentagram saints. He reflected that they must be one of the clans or adventurers who had emerged in the 20 years during his absence. He got out of bed and approached a TV remote, acknowledging that while leveling up was important, he also needed to understand the current state of the world. He turned on the TV, which began broadcasting a special segment about the SSS-class dungeon disaster from 20 years ago. Upon seeing this, he thought it was perfect, a special on the incident where he was betrayed. The news report continued, revealing that the SSS-class dungeon disaster had been caused by the culprit, whose name the protagonist waited to hear. The report named the culprit as the leader of the Golden Seeker, a level 10-time attribute user, Misato Koikiro, who was none other than the protagonist himself. He stood up in shock. Watching the TV, he thought in disbelief that he was the culprit. He wondered what that could possibly mean. The news explained further that Misato Koikiro had predicted the future disaster but had not informed anyone. Instead, he planned to use the chaos to rule the world. The other members of the Golden Seeker prevented this and were now hailed as the great heroes known as the Pentagram Saints. After a fierce battle, Misato was defeated and the dungeon sealed successfully, a feat known by all. Even now, the Pentagram Saints were said to lead the world in various areas. As the broadcast prepared to invite experts, the protagonist turned the TV off. Laughing while covering his face, he expressed that not only had they betrayed him, they had dragged his dignity through the mud. They had sacrificed him and shamelessly reaped the rewards, now celebrated as so-called heroes. Clenching the remote tightly, he declared he would never forgive them. With a menacing expression, he vowed to send all of them to hell. A few moments later, after calming down, he thought about the need to remain undetected by their radar. At that moment, he recalled that the original owner of the body attended an academy. Picking up a phone and looking at the screen, he confirmed his suspicion. The body's original owner was connected to the headmaster of the Takigo Adventure Training Academy. The academy was led by none other than Iwako Hideki, one of those who had betrayed him. Clenching the phone, he thought it was incredibly fortunate to immediately know the location of one of them. Sitting down on the hospital bed, he acknowledged that Iwako was a cautious man who wouldn't show weakness easily. He noticed a student ID card and reflected on the vast difference in level between himself and Iwako. Defeating him now would be impossible. Lying down and gazing at the ceiling while stretching out his hand, he realized he couldn't do anything at level 1. For now, he resolved to level up and search for Iwako. With determination in his eyes, he clenched his fist and declared that Iwako would be his first target. A few weeks later, the scene shifted. The protagonist, now fully healed, looked at himself in the mirror, thinking that he could finally move without issues. The doctor entered the room, expressing disbelief that he had made a full recovery in just a week. As the protagonist changed into the academy uniform, the doctor continued to wonder aloud if this could be a blessing from the saints. Perfecting his tie, the protagonist responded that it was. He believed everything was thanks to his own power. Leaving the hospital room, he thanked the doctor for taking care of him. The doctor advised him to take care from now on. Outside the hospital, the protagonist stated that he had completed the barebone preparations. He considered his current level sufficient and proposed to himself that it was time to warm up by heading to a dungeon. The protagonist explained that he had heard from the doctor that the entire family of the original owner of the body had died in an accident. While walking on the street, he expressed feeling sorry for the original owner of the body. However, as he closed his eyes, he thought that it was a good thing for him, as it meant he could do what he wanted. He then approached the dungeon portal, looking at his phone where a map was open. He wondered if this was the place, and putting on a mask, thought about leveling up and growing stronger. He wanted to try things out there. Fully equipped with a mask and hoodie, he approached the reception where a guard looked at him. He showed his ID to the guard. At that moment, the guard held the protagonist's hand and called out to him. The protagonist asked what it was, and the guard informed him that he was only level 27. The guard explained that adventurers needed to be at least level 30 to form parties and enter the dungeon. Shouting, the guard questioned if he planned to enter alone, calling it practically suicide. The protagonist calmly responded that the guard's concerns might be valid in normal cases. He then swapped his hand from the guard's grasp and, with a menacing expression, declared that he was a student of the Takigo Adventure Training Academy. He stated that as long as he signed the consent form, it should be fine, asking if he was right. He reminisced that he had looked into this rule while he was in the hospital. The guard acknowledged that he was right, but before he could say more, someone called out to the protagonist, telling him that it was enough already. 3 boys were seen standing near a tree. One of them, a golden-haired boy, said that the guard was just saying that because he was worried about him. The golden-haired boy clarified that the guard's warning was out of concern. Another boy in the middle accused the protagonist of being a greenhorn and told him to know his place. Ignoring them, the protagonist asked the guard if he just needed to sign there, pointing toward the digital tablet on the reception. He signed the consent form, but the guard wanted him to wait. However, the protagonist walked away, saying there shouldn't be any other issue now and asking if that was right. The guard simply watched as the protagonist headed toward the dungeon portal. The protagonist thanked him, expressing gratitude for his concern. The guard then turned to the 3 boys under the tree, asking them to follow the protagonist. He stated that letting him go alone was suicide. One of the boys sneered upon hearing this and questioned why they should follow him. The purple-haired boy remarked that it might actually be a good thing. He added that if no one was watching, then even if something happened, it wouldn't be a problem. His expression turned serious and evil as he asked if he was wrong. The 3 boys then started approaching the dungeon portal, acting tough. One of them scoffed that the protagonist needed another 100 years before he could do anything. The guard waved at them, apologized for the bother, and said he was counting on them. Inside the dungeon, the 3 boys walked together. The purple-haired boy suggested they do what they usually do. The golden-haired boy agreed, mentioning killing the kid and blaming it on the monsters. One of the boys commented that it was thanks to such idiots that their pockets got fuller. 10 minutes later, they were still running through the dungeon. The purple-haired boy noted that it had been a straight road so far. The golden-haired boy said they hadn't caught up to the kid yet. Just then, the golden-haired boy pointed out something, saying they had finally caught up. They saw the protagonist standing in front of a horde of monsters, releasing a menacing aura. With a single slash of fire, he killed a monster. He then used another attack, a green wind swirling around his hand, which he shot at the monsters. The green wind pushed the fire attack forward, and as a result, all the monsters were reduced to ashes in an instant. The group of boys watched in shock. The purple-haired boy exclaimed in disbelief. Another boy remarked that the protagonist had completely annihilated D-rank monsters by himself. The golden-haired boy pointed out a rare item drop, a bag of crystals. All the boys' faces turned greedy as they thought about selling it and living comfortably for the next 6 months. Believing the protagonist hadn't noticed them, they observed him picking up the loot dropped by the monsters. They mocked him as an idiot and planned to kill him to take the rare item. All 3 boys dashed toward the protagonist, signaling each other. The purple-haired boy commanded them to kill him. One boy unleashed a blue-colored attack, and the golden-haired boy launched a green attack at the protagonist. The protagonist pulled down his mask and, with a menacing expression, scolded them for thinking they were being slick. He dodged all the attacks and remarked that no matter the era, there were always people trying to take what belonged to someone else. The golden-haired boy and the boy in the red jacket were shocked, questioning if the protagonist had eyes on his back. As the purple-haired boy charged with a fire attack, shouting for the protagonist to die, the protagonist simply turned slightly, clenched his fist, and punched him in the gut. The punch was so powerful that blood spurted from the purple-haired boy's mouth, and he was thrown far away. Turning away, the protagonist declared that he would crush vermin like them without mercy. He said he would use them as stepping stones without hesitation for the sake of his revenge, which had now begun. A blue aura began glowing around him. The scene shifted to outside the dungeon portal. Inside the dungeon, someone stepped forward and began walking. A boy folded his arms, and it was shown that he had arrived after hearing that a student from the academy had entered a dungeon alone. This boy was introduced as Yoichi Tsudai, one of Iwako's subordinates. Yoichi continued looking at the 3 unconscious boys lying on the ground. He questioned why novice hunter-adventurers were lying dead and wondered aloud about what could have happened there. The scene transitioned to night, showing a building where the protagonist was seated. He stated that in the D-rank dungeon, he had managed to level up and test out void magic. Looking at a student ID, the protagonist revealed that his new spell was Info Obscurity. He smiled and noted that the spell not only allowed him to fake his levels but also erased dungeon entry records. He acknowledged the usefulness of this skill, mentioning how he had used it to manipulate the security guard. The protagonist lay on his bed, looking at his phone and remarking that tomorrow would be his first day at the academy. While scrolling, he noticed some hateful messages directed at him. Someone had demanded cash, saying cough up the cash already, while another message told him to get your head out. Upon seeing these messages, the protagonist understood the situation, thinking, so that's how it is. The next day, the scene shifted to the academy. The protagonist was walking when a cute girl greeted him with a cheerful good morning, asking if he was feeling better now. She was introduced as Asahi Karin. The protagonist thanked her and said he was fine now. Asahi responded that she was glad because she had been really worried. Observing her, the protagonist reflected that the original owner of the body must have had people who cared for him. Just then someone else called out to the protagonist, mocking him as the no-attribute who had barely escaped death. 3 boys approached, and the leader claimed that since he was protecting a weak level 1 like the protagonist, he deserved something in return. He grinned evilly and demanded money, saying he was short on cash and assumed the protagonist had brought it. The protagonist remembered the messages from the previous night and realized these were the culprits. At that moment, Asahi intervened, telling them to stop because the protagonist had just been discharged from the hospital. However, the protagonist noticed her trembling hand as she stood up to the bullies. Stepping forward and shielding Asahi, he thanked her but said he would be fine. The boys laughed, one commenting that the words were bold for someone with no attribute. Another warned him not to act tough just because he was in front of a girl. The leader of the group reminded the protagonist that he was a useless nobody who couldn't even use magic. He cracked his hands ready to fight, but the protagonist responded that it was the bullies who needed a reminder of their place. Unlike them, he claimed, he was someone who kept his word. He recalled the promise he had made to the original owner's body to make his name known throughout the world. The protagonist signaled the bullies to come at him, which angered the leader. The leader asked what nonsense the protagonist was spouting and began charging a fire spell. Swirling flames gathered around his hand. Asahi warned that using magic outside the dungeon was against school rules, but the leader shouted at her to shut up, blaming the talentless piece of shit for trying to defy him. He then launched the fire attack at the protagonist. The protagonist stood still and watched the incoming attack. At that moment, he used his void attribute magic to replicate the leader's fire magic and unleashed an even bigger fire attack. The 2 fire spells collided, with the protagonist's attack clearly overpowering the other. An explosion followed as the spells clashed. The 2 remaining bullies were shocked. One exclaimed that the protagonist had used the same magic, while the other questioned how long he had been capable of it. The protagonist then taunted the leader, asking if that was all he had. The leader twitched and ordered the other 2 bullies to attack. They obeyed, launching a water attack and a wind attack while asking how the protagonist liked that. But the protagonist countered by replicating both spells, water in one hand and wind in the other, and hurled them back at the bullies, successfully neutralizing the attacks. The leader was stunned and questioned what was happening. One of the bullies wondered aloud how many attributes the protagonist could use, while another said he had never heard of such a thing. The protagonist's voice echoed as he asked if they were satisfied. He declared it was his turn now and walking toward the bullies assured them he wouldn't kill them at least. Flames surged from his hands, terrifying the bullies, who turned and fled. The protagonist then addressed the leader, asking whether the original owner of the body hadn't asked them for help before. Without waiting for an answer, he said he didn't need to hear it. Staring menacingly at the leader, the protagonist grabbed his mouth and began tightening his grip. He remarked that vermin like the leader always spouted the same things, so no matter what he said, it wouldn't stop his fist. As tears welled up in the bully's eyes, the protagonist, his fist brimming with flames, delivered a powerful punch to the leader's face. The force sent the bully flying, his face wrecked and smoke rising from his body. Asahi called out the protagonist's name. He quietly resolved to himself that no one would ever look down on him again. From now on, he said, they would walk the path to becoming the strongest adventurer together. The scene shifted as the bullies were seen apologizing to the protagonist. 2 underlings of the bully leader were carrying him, apologizing. The leader of the bullies cursed under his breath, admitting that the protagonist had completely changed after being discharged from the hospital. At that moment, the protagonist commented that in the end, the leader wasn't all that strong. Behind him stood Asahi. The protagonist and Asahi were seen walking through the academy's lobby. Many students were watching the protagonist, causing him to wonder if he had stood out too much. As the protagonist was about to enter the classroom amidst the crowd, someone called out to him, asking him to wait a moment. Turning back, it was revealed to be the same boy from the dungeon, who then asked if the protagonist had some time. The protagonist, thinking the boy looked like an upperclassman and feeling it was a hassle, considered brushing him off. He apologized, saying class was about to start and he needed to leave. The boy then mentioned he hadn't yet introduced himself. He revealed his name to be Yoichi Tsudai, leader of Biting the Cat. Asahi echoed the name, surprised. Upon hearing this, the protagonist stopped in his tracks, recognizing the clan name as the one created by Principal Iwako. The boy continued, asking once again if the protagonist could spare some time. The protagonist, looking back, said that if that was the case, it couldn't be helped. After a moment, Yoichi got straight to the point, asking whether the protagonist was the one who had defeated the adventurers found in the D-rank dungeon the previous night. The protagonist questioned what he was talking about, internally wondering how Yoichi had discovered something that was supposed to be kept secret. Yoichi explained that he had been told a student entered the dungeon, so he investigated. Inside, he found infamous criminals known as hunting novices. Additionally, he noted that the protagonist had used multi-attribute magic that morning. With a menacing glare, Yoichi waited for an answer. The protagonist smiled, thinking that Yoichi didn't know the specifics of his magic. Snapping his fingers, Yoichi demanded the truth, asking once again if the protagonist had defeated them. The protagonist rummaged through his school bag and claimed he didn't remember what happened since he had been attacked suddenly that morning. Taking out his student ID, he stated he was really just a level 1 and therefore couldn't have done something like that. He then showed the ID to Yoichi. Upon inspecting it, Yoichi noted that the ID confirmed the protagonist was level 1 and had the void attribute. Feeling deceived, he thought this nobody dared to waste his time. Angry, Yoichi turned away, apologizing for calling the protagonist over. He warned him not to act suspiciously in the future as it caused extra work. Yoichi left the classroom. Watching him go, the protagonist thought about how Yoichi might be useful. With a grin, he considered the possibility of using Yoichi to approach Iwako without raising suspicion. He wondered if there was a way to make Yoichi his pawn. Then the idea struck him. This could be the perfect time to test out a certain magic. An evil smile formed on his face. The scene shifted to Yoichi reporting to Principal Iwako, concluding his report about the events in the D-rank dungeon the previous night. Principal Iwako remarked that it wasn't like Yoichi to screw up. A glimpse of the principal revealed a slightly middle-aged man with many brightly shining rings on his hands. The principal reminded Yoichi to be careful when choosing who to use. Yoichi bowed and apologized sincerely, promising to calm the situation right away. Principal Iwako rose from his seat, asserting that it was only natural. Walking toward Yoichi, he warned that if it became known Yoichi was involved with hunting novices, he too would be criticized. Grabbing Yoichi's face and lifting it with a menacing glare, the principal warned him not to forget that even he could be discarded in a heartbeat if something went wrong. Terrified, Yoichi bowed deeply and expressed his understanding. But as he bowed, anger bubbled within him. Gritting his teeth, he cursed his situation, thinking that if he had known it would come to this, he would have extorted more money from those idiotic hunters. The principal then said there was one thing he still didn't understand. Raising his head, Yoichi asked what it was. Holding a tablet, Principal Iwako explained that according to the report, the student in question was at least a third year. However, no third-year student had entered a dungeon the previous night. Placing the tablet back, he concluded that the adventurers must have been defeated by a monster while hunting novices, and that Yoichi was lying to cover it up. Looking out the window, Iwako said it was more realistic to think that way than to believe one of his own students had defeated novice hunters alone. Yoichi responded with a questioning tone, and Iwako affirmed it, stating that unless something extremely unusual had happened, that was the most plausible conclusion. Just then, Yoichi recalled the protagonist, noting to himself that he was a bit unusual. Addressing the principal, Yoichi suggested whether it was possible that a unique attribute had been involved. The principal, slightly turning his head toward Yoichi, acknowledged that it was certainly a possibility. At that moment, Yoichi grinned, placing a hand on his chest, and requested that Principal Iwako leave the matter to him. He vowed to resolve the issue swiftly, his face displaying a menacing expression. The scene transitioned to the dungeon where the flicker of a fire torch lit up the surroundings. Many students from Iwako Academy were seen using their magic to fire at something. Their target was a monster, and their spells were aimed to bring it down. A monkey-like monster clung to the wall. One of the students exclaimed that it had come this way, prompting many of them to flee in fear as the creature roared. Just then, someone began gathering magic power in his hand. A golden swirl of magical light was directed at the monkey-like monster, killing it instantly. The lifeless body of the monster hit the ground, and the other students stared in awe. The one responsible was none other than Yoichi. Yoichi instructed the students not to break formation. From within the crowd, a student remarked that Yoichi was amazing, noting that he had been chosen by Principal Iwako. Another green-haired student mused about possibly joining the Biting the Cat clan as well. Having defeated multiple monsters, Yoichi declared that he had cleared the area. Senior students saluted him, acknowledging his efforts. He then told them that he would leave the rest to them, to which they all responded in unison with an understood. Internally, Yoichi thought to himself that it was time to do what he came for. He reached beneath his school uniform and retrieved an artifact. He addressed the artifact, commanding it to reveal the protagonist's location. In response, the chains within the artifact came to life, swirling with a blue aura. They shot off rapidly, pulling Yoichi in the direction of the protagonist. Yoichi noted that, as he suspected, the protagonist was far from the other students. He reflected that whatever the protagonist was planning, it was better for him this way. With a menacing laugh, he concluded that it would appear the protagonist's death was just an unfortunate accident, as he would simply claim to have found a Saki dead along the way, something not uncommon in dungeons. He began plotting to kill the protagonist, his expression twisted with malice. He recalled the novice hunter incident and how trouble had seemed to follow ever since the protagonist was discharged from the hospital. Yoichi was also deeply curious about the conversation he had overheard earlier. The narrative shifted to moments earlier. Yoichi was seated at a table while the bullies knelt before him. He questioned them, asking if what they said was true. In a panic, the bullies insisted it was. They pleaded with him to believe them, saying that the no-attribute boy had attacked them using the exact same magic they had used. The golden-haired bully added that the boy had created an enormous flame unlike anything he had seen before. Yoichi expressed disbelief, stating he couldn't accept such claims. Having asked what he needed, he gave an order to his lackeys in a threatening tone, telling them to educate the bullies. He declared he had no use for weaklings who lost to incompetence. As his lackeys seized the bullies, the leader protested, saying that wasn't what Yoichi had promised. Ignoring the protests, Yoichi walked away. One of the bullies tried again, calling out that what was happening wasn't what had been promised. Suddenly, another bully pointed behind Yoichi, prompting the green-haired one to comment with a horrified expression that the protagonist had already ceased to be human. Back in the present, Yoichi continued following the chains, which were guiding him toward the protagonist's location. He thought about the green-haired bully's expression and concluded that the fear he had shown was unnatural. Just to be certain, Yoichi had sent the protagonist to a special class hosted by the Biting the Cat clan, but all he had shown there were powerful illusions. Yoichi suspected the protagonist must have used a magic item or some trick to defeat the novice hunters. He chuckled to himself. As he walked through the dungeon, he noticed the corpse of a monster and wondered if it had been the protagonist's doing. It seemed to have been killed with a single fire attack. He sneered, realizing that the rumors weren't entirely false but scoffing at the power, claiming even Iwako, the pentagram dropout, could do that. He acknowledged that for now he had no choice but to obey, but vowed to one day surpass Iwako and rule the world as a pentagram. He imagined himself as a king and laughed evilly. He knew, however, that to achieve that, no one could find out about his connection to the novice hunter killings and the looting of their corpses. As for the protagonist, who was bound to cause more trouble, Yoichi resolved to ensure that a little unfortunate accident would occur in the dungeon. He figured the protagonist had to be just around the corner. The chains continued to guide him, and eventually he reached a corner and peeked around it. What he saw made his eyes widen. The protagonist was sitting atop a pile of monster corpses, fashioned like a throne, exuding an ominous aura. The protagonist addressed him, saying he was awfully late and that he had grown tired of waiting. Yoichi panicked, thinking that his presence should have been completely concealed. He couldn't understand how the protagonist had sensed him. But the protagonist continued, noting aloud that Yoichi must be wondering how he could sense his presence. Yoichi was stunned, thinking that his thoughts had been read. Stepping out from the corner, Yoichi demanded to know what the protagonist was. The protagonist casually remarked that he had heard Iwako had chosen Yoichi, but found him to be far less impressive than expected. He added that Yoichi's actions, hunting down novices and extorting money, were cowardly just like Iwako. Irritated, Yoichi demanded to know how the protagonist knew that. The protagonist addressed him again, stating that Yoichi seemed to enjoy tormenting others, but had never experienced what it felt like to be haunted. Raising his hand and clenching it into a fist, the protagonist declared that he would now teach Yoichi that very feeling. He concluded that with magic, he would make Yoichi dance his confidence unmistakable. Yoichi called the protagonist a dangerous bastard and claimed he was far too dangerous. His irritated expression lingered as he glared at the protagonist. At that moment, Yoichi drew his sword, which gleamed with a yellow aura. He declared that for the sake of his ambition, he would defeat the protagonist at all costs. He lunged forward, slashing toward him. The protagonist, however, simply leapt backward, dodging the attack while gathering fire magic in his hand. He questioned if that was Yoichi's true strength. Holding the fiery spell toward Yoichi, he prepared to strike. Yoichi effortlessly sliced through the fireball, dissipating it with one swing of his sword. He scoffed at the protagonist's skill level, mocking him for thinking such magic could defeat him. However, he failed to notice another magic attack approaching. At the last second, Yoichi saw the incoming spell and shielded himself with his sword. The magic collided with his blade, forcing him backward with sheer impact. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled as the surrounding stones transformed into spikes. Shocked, Yoichi watched as the spikes surged toward him. Yet with a flurry of sword slashes, he cut them down into bits. He cursed the protagonist's ability to use multi-attribute magic. Demanding answers, Yoichi asked about the protagonist's void. But before he could finish, the protagonist appeared behind him, sword drawn and eyes full of menace. Yoichi barely reacted in time to block the attack. Their blades collided and Yoichi cursed under his breath, accusing the protagonist of interfering with his plans. The clash of swords sent both of them retreating from the force. The protagonist questioned Yoichi's plans, prompting Yoichi to declare his intent to surpass Iwako and take his place as a pentagram saint. In response, the protagonist asked why he targeted Iwako specifically, noting there were other pentagram saints. With a twisted smirk, Yoichi explained that he chose Iwako because he was a dropout. Laughing maniacally, Yoichi said that by becoming a pentagram saint, he would gain the right to rule the book, and targeting the weakest made strategic sense. The protagonist, upon hearing such ambition, sighed in disappointment and called him despicable. Yoichi demanded clarification, and the protagonist revealed he had initially feared Yoichi might reach Iwako first. But now knowing his pathetic goals, the protagonist admitted there was no reason to worry. Infuriated, Yoichi snapped and charged at the protagonist, hurling insults and slashing wildly with his sword. He screamed about his desires for power, money, and women. The protagonist defended calmly, blocking each blow. Yoichi shouted that he craved power that allowed him to trample others without consequence. Their swords clashed again with intense force. Yoichi exclaimed that as a pentagram saint, he could do whatever he pleased. He declared he would uncover the saintess's weakness and make her his, imagining himself wrapped around her. The protagonist, disgusted, stated that Yoichi's words were no longer worth listening to and that it was time to end things. With a powerful slash, the protagonist sent Yoichi flying, shattering his sword in the process. Sword fragments scattered through the air. Yoichi screamed in disbelief over his broken weapon. Walking toward him, the protagonist remarked that Yoichi's endless rambling had bought him enough time to complete his preparations. As the sword in the protagonist's hand vanished, multicolored lights shimmered behind him. Yoichi, terrified, begged him not to come closer. The protagonist stared at him intently and told him to dance. His pupils glowed purple as he activated absolute hypnosis, the magic enthralled Yoichi, fully immersing him. As the spell completed, Yoichi collapsed. The protagonist observed Yoichi lying on the ground and thought that absolute hypnosis required breaking the target's spirit before activation. He commanded Yoichi to stand. Yoichi's hand twitched and he stood up in a lifeless state, replying, "Yes, sir, I have stood up." The protagonist noted to himself that the spell had worked. He instructed Yoichi to focus on completing the mission and promised further commands later. Yoichi nodded and responded with understanding. Noticing Yoichi's unnatural tone, the protagonist told him to return to his usual manner of speaking. Yoichi's tone normalized as he stated he would resume leading the group and then departed. Satisfied with the result, the protagonist smiled. As he walked through the dungeon, a shadow emerged. Karin appeared, calling out to him and expressing her worry. Smiling, the protagonist apologized, explaining he had been speaking with Yoichi. Karin questioned the topic of their conversation. The protagonist replied that they had discussed how to make her dreams come true. Curious, Karin asked if he had received good advice. He confirmed he had and added that one of his dreams would now certainly come true. Karin smiled warmly, wishing for his dream to come true soon. He responded with agreement. At that moment, Yoichi's voice rang out from behind, announcing the special class's impending victory and instructing all students to gather. Karin urged the protagonist to hurry so they wouldn't fall behind. As they walked, the protagonist reflected that he was glad to have joined the class as he had finally secured a pawn of Iwako's, one Iwako would never suspect. The scene transitioned to Iwako, who was seen speaking with Yoichi and questioning him about the progress regarding the novice hunter incident. Yoichi replied affirmatively and stated that, as expected, a student possessing a unique attribute was involved. He handed a digital tablet to Iwako, who looked at the image of the protagonist displayed on it. Yoichi explained that the student had been held captive at the usual location and was being interrogated. He had admitted to using multi-attribute magic to defeat the novice hunters. Startled by this revelation, Iwako repeated the words multi-attribute magic in disbelief and asked what that meant. With a smirk on his face, Yoichi responded that the specifics were currently unknown but requested more time to uncover the details. Changing the topic, he suggested that it had been a while and proposed Iwako take on the role of the principal again, showing a willing expression. Iwako contemplated the idea and with a twisted expression agreed, saying it wouldn't be a bad idea. Making a disgusted face, he added that it had been some time since he last tortured someone and promised to generously repay Yoichi for the trouble caused by the student. As he cracked his knuckles, Yoichi responded in agreement but was interrupted by the sudden ringing of the telephone. Noticing the ringing, Iwako instructed Yoichi that he would head over later. Yoichi bowed and affirmed he would see Iwako there. After Yoichi left, Iwako picked up the phone and answered with his name. On the other end, a beautiful woman responded flirtatiously, thanking him for choosing them during the previous day's bid. Recognizing the voice, Iwako sternly told her to drop the act. It was revealed that the woman was none other than Ryuoxi, who was shown standing in a room atop a tall building, speaking to Iwako over the phone. She continued the conversation playfully, mentioning their partnership and shared government subsidies. It was revealed that Ryuoxi was a member of the Pentagram Saints and the CEO of the Ryuoxi Company. Iwako commented that she was still the same as ever and said he was busy, requesting to discuss the matter another day. Ryuoxi questioned what business the principal of the academy, known for filling his own pockets, could possibly have. This remark angered Iwako, who warned her to watch her mouth but quickly dropped the matter. He mentioned he was investigating a student with the void attribute. Ryuoxi questioned the usefulness of such a failed attribute. Despite appearances, it was still a unique attribute and thus unpredictable. With a serious tone, he said anything could happen. Ryuoxi's expression turned mischievous as she recalled Koakairo's time attribute magic. Mentioning it caused Iwako's expression to twist with annoyance, and he shouted at her not to speak about Koakairo, claiming it sickened him. Ryuoxi, unbothered, pulled her phone away to muffle his scream and calmly noted he was still as short-tempered as ever. Turning serious, she added that she couldn't blame him, as Koakairo's awakening had drastically shifted the balance of power among adventurers. With a giggle, Ryuoxi ended the call by saying she would contact him again later. Iwako responded with a curt goodbye. After ending the call, he slammed the telephone down in frustration and muttered angrily, calling Ryuoxi a selfish fox. Rising from his chair, he began walking in anger, muttering that hearing that cursed name again had infuriated him. His expression grew dark as he contemplated that it was the perfect time to take out all his anger and torture the student. The scene shifted to a forest, where Iwako's shadow appeared near an abandoned warehouse. As he walked toward it, he wondered how he should torture the student with the void attribute. Unlocking the warehouse door, he thought of various methods, perhaps waterboarding or ripping out nails while wearing a grotesque smile. Laughing to himself, he expressed his intention to unleash all the anger he had suppressed during Koakero's time, now directing it toward this new target. Opening the door with an air of authority, Iwako sarcastically apologized for keeping Yoichi waiting. However, the warehouse was empty, filled only with torture tools. Confused, he questioned why no one was there. At that moment, Yoichi appeared behind him and attacked with a sword. Yet without turning around, Iwako raised his hand and blocked the attack effortlessly. With a menacing tone, he remarked that Yoichi had clearly underestimated him, likely due to the arrogance instilled by Iwako's own praise. It was revealed that Yoichi was still under the effect of the protagonist's absolute hypnosis magic. Enraged, Iwako questioned whether Yoichi seriously believed he could win. Gathering magic in his hand, Iwako conjured golden chains and hurled them at Yoichi, binding him upside down. With Yoichi restrained, Iwako kicked him and declared that someone like him could never be his match. As Yoichi crashed to the ground, Iwako approached him, scolding him for making the wrong choice. Though Yoichi attempted to speak, the chains prevented him. With a menacing tone, Iwako accused Yoichi of ruining himself with foolish desires. At that moment, a voice echoed, mocking Iwako for still being an idiot. Shocked, Iwako turned around and demanded to know who was there. The protagonist revealed himself inside the warehouse, criticizing Iwako for his greed and foolishness. Enraged, Iwako shouted, asserting his authority as principal, but the protagonist calmly replied that the line about foolish desires sounded like a fitting self-introduction for Iwako. Iwako twitched with anger and yelled, demanding the protagonist's student number and vowing to expel him. However, the protagonist smiled, revealing his teeth, and advised Iwako to calm down. With a composed expression, he stated that he had finally arrived at this moment and suggested they take their time and have a private conversation. The protagonist mockingly addressed Iwako, asking if they could have a little chat. In response, Iwako grew furious, gathering magic power in his hand and angrily accusing the protagonist of making a fool of him. The magic power surrounding Iwako's hand began to affect the environment, causing the ground to tremble and erupt. As he clenched his glowing fist, he declared he would show the protagonist the immense gap in their strength. Behind him, a massive hand formed from soil emerged, and Iwako proclaimed it to be an advanced earth attribute magic attack. The giant earthen hand mimicked a fist, and with a scowl, Iwako asserted that there was no way a mere student could evade it. Signaling the attack with his hand, he commanded the spell to strike, shouting, "Die." As he directed his hand toward the protagonist, the massive soul-formed hand surged forward, quickly closing the distance between them. A tremendous impact followed as the giant hand struck the ground where the protagonist had stood, causing an explosion. Iwako began to laugh maniacally, triumphantly declaring that this was the consequence for a mere student who dared to defy him. In the aftermath, smoke filled the air and the ground was devastated along with the abandoned warehouse. Iwako, grinning, asked himself if perhaps he had gone a bit too far. He mused about needing a new place to torture people as he had destroyed the warehouse. Though still unaware of the protagonist's identity, he decided to stick around to witness his death. Iwako pulled out a cloth from his jacket, turned away, and lamented how much of a nuisance the protagonist had been. He wiped the sweat off his face. At that moment, a looming shadow emerged from the ruins of the warehouse. Startled, Iwako looked on as the shadow walked toward him. It was the protagonist, completely unscathed, calmly repeating his earlier invitation for a chat. Seeing that the protagonist was unharmed, Iwako was shocked. He questioned how the protagonist could remain unscathed after being struck by his advanced magic, claiming no student had ever survived such a thing. Demanding answers, he furiously asked the protagonist to reveal his name. The protagonist chuckled and asked if that was truly Iwako's question. Then, with a menacing expression, he asked whether Iwako already knew him. Confused, Iwako exclaimed that he didn't recognize him and ordered him to stop playing games and state his name. In response, the protagonist feigned hurt, asking if Iwako had truly forgotten him. He gave Iwako the same expression he once did in a past life. This triggered a reaction in Iwako, who began backing away in horror. Grabbing his head, he denied the possibility, insisting that the person he feared was definitely dead. Fear overtook Iwako's expression. Addressing the protagonist with a curse, he continued bitterly. He claimed the protagonist must have seen the news report on TV that stated Misato Kawakairo was dead. While saying this, Iwako raised his hand and began channeling green wind magic. Stones swirled around within the vortex of wind, and Iwako shouted that Misato Kawakairo was already dead. Unmoved, the protagonist closed his eyes, sighed, and began walking toward Iwako. He calmly accused Iwako of always believing only what was convenient while ignoring the rest. Still unaffected, Iwako warned the protagonist to stop talking and threatened to strike if he came any closer. The protagonist smirked and acknowledged the situation. He then began to gather magic power in his own hand and accused Iwako of being swayed by sweet lies. With a deadly and intense expression, he added that this was why Iwako had betrayed him, Misato Kaiwa. At the mention of the name, Iwako lost control and hurled the green wind magic at the protagonist, screaming for him to shut up. The protagonist remained unshaken and channeled his own magic to counter the attack. In one powerful motion, he sliced Iwako's magical assault in half with his bare hand, causing the energy to vanish. Iwako, in disbelief and despair, recognized the magic. It was the same as the one Kaiwa had used in the past. Images of Kaiwa flooded Iwako's mind. A powerful blast erupted to the side as the protagonist slashed through the magic. Iwako collapsed to his knees, muttering in denial. With a face full of despair, he insisted that Kaiwa had been sealed away. Meanwhile, the protagonist approached him, looming above the kneeling Iwako, and coldly stated that he had been trapped and thrown into the depths of despair. Iwako, still rambling, asked in disbelief if the protagonist was really Misato Kaiwa. The protagonist knelt to Iwako's level and, with a smile, said it had taken him long enough to realize. He then greeted Iwako, saying it had been a while and that he was glad Iwako remembered him. With despair evident on his face, Iwako questioned the protagonist, asking if he was Misato Kaiwa. In the very next moment, Iwako stood up and, shouting at the protagonist, warned him not to take him for a fool. That would imply that Misato Kaiwa had died and returned to the world, his hand now swirling with green magic power. Iwako looked directly at the protagonist and remarked that ghosts should stay quiet. He then hurled a magic attack intended to kill, but the protagonist simply stepped back, effortlessly dodging all the incoming magic. Just then, the protagonist noticed something above him, a massive magic hand composed of soil descending with force to crush him, and it smashed down toward the ground. Yet again, the protagonist evaded the attack. Irritated, Iwako called the protagonist an insolent brat, though inwardly he acknowledged the need to gain the upper hand. He continued to reflect, admitting he might have been a non-combatant during his time as a golden seeker. Even now, the other pentagram saints mocked him for that, but clenching his fist, he reminded himself that it didn't mean he was weak. Green magic began swirling around him, the ground cracked beneath his feet, and stones began to levitate. He announced that this was the secret technique he had spent 20 years creating. As the levitating stones shone with a yellowish light, a green wind magic, a wind attribute attack, helped suspend them in midair. Iwako declared his attack as a dual magic combining wind and earth attributes. He yelled at the protagonist to take the full force of his technique and launched the combined magic with great power. The stones, powered by wind magic, acted like missiles, striking the ground with explosive impacts one after another. The force of the explosions was massive, and after the final blast, Iwako stood exhausted. As the magic around him dissipated, he asked how the protagonist liked that, claiming it to be his strongest magic. Iwako looked at the area of his attack where smoke lingered and assumed the protagonist wasn't retaliating. He chuckled, then spread his arms and started laughing triumphantly, proclaiming that he had finally defeated Misato Kaiwa. Clenching his fist, he praised himself and scoffed at the idea that Kaiwa thought he remained the same even after all those years. He dismissed Kaiwa's time attribute as a relic of the past, questioning how many years had passed. 20, he recalled. Iwako reaffirmed that he had changed, no longer the man Kaiwa once knew. He stated Kaiwa should never have underestimated him. Laughing proudly, he continued to boast that 20 years had made him stronger, his level had risen, and it was only natural. He declared that he had finally taken Kaiwa down and that he would no longer let the others act high and mighty. Referring to the pentagram saints, Iwako, with a devilish expression, proclaimed himself the true strongest among them. Just then, a voice echoed, asking if he was done. The sound of that voice left Iwako utterly terrified. The protagonist stood there, completely unharmed, calmly dusting off his academy uniform. Iwako questioned in disbelief how the protagonist remained unscathed after all those attacks. The protagonist responded, acknowledging Iwako's ability to use powerful magic and even complimenting him as a hero of this era. Yet with a fake smile and aura surrounding him, he announced that now he could release his anger without holding back. Magic began gathering in the protagonist's hand as he formed a fist. Witnessing this, Iwako's expression turned pale, internally admitting that this man was a monster. But he also told himself that retreat wasn't an option, not after everything he had endured to reach this point. He declared that he wouldn't allow the protagonist to mess with him again. Iwako raised his hand and conjured another giant hand of soil using his earth attribute magic, trying to grab the protagonist. The hand successfully enveloped him and Iwako smiled, thinking he had caught him. However, the protagonist calmly coughed and sarcastically commented, my. It became clear that the protagonist had surrounded himself with water magic, preventing the soil hand from restraining him. He mocked Iwako for barking so loudly. Due to the water magic, the soil began to dissolve and soon the mighty hand disintegrated completely. The protagonist asked if Iwako truly believed that was enough to defeat him. Sweat appeared on Iwako's face as he frantically slashed his wind attribute magic toward the protagonist, shouting at him to stay away. But with a single sweep of his hand, the protagonist created a full-fledged wind hurricane that countered Iwako's attack. The storm was so intense that Iwako shielded himself, but he still ended up being hurled into a tree by the force of the wind. The protagonist, now charging fire magic, looked down on Iwako. Humbled, Iwako knelt before him, begging for forgiveness. He pleaded, apologizing for what had happened 20 years ago. He bowed deeply, hoping for mercy. The protagonist, however, simply stared with a blank expression. Iwako thought to himself that Koakiro had always been a foolishly kind man, and if he begged like this, surely he'd be forgiven. Yet the protagonist's voice echoed coldly, commanding him to shut up. Confusion spread across Iwako's face. The protagonist continued, recalling how Iwako had trapped him back then by exploiting his kindness. With a menacing expression, he asked if Iwako really believed he'd let that happen again. On his knees, Iwako pleaded, reminding the protagonist that they used to be friends. The protagonist, unblinking and radiating menace, replied that Iwako had no right to speak those words, not after turning him into a demon of revenge. With his fist fully charged with fire magic, the protagonist slammed it into Iwako's face and continued to unleash a barrage of punches imbued with various magical attributes. Blood spilled from Iwako's mouth as he looked up and realized too late that he never should have messed with him. One particularly powerful punch caused a massive explosion, launching Iwako into a tree where he slammed his head. The protagonist calmly approached the now unconscious Iwako and remarked that he should be thankful for being spared. He stated he still had questions to ask, but observed that Iwako, now covered in ice crystals, couldn't hear him anymore, knocked out cold. After a few moments, Iwako regained consciousness, appearing dizzy. The protagonist questioned him, standing tall in front of him and saying that he was finally awake. Iwako looked at him in terror, scrambling backward in fear. He began pleading not to be killed, his expression frozen in terror. The protagonist sighed and responded that he wouldn't kill him. However, looming over Iwako with a menacing expression and threatening voice, the protagonist asserted that Iwako would answer his questions. Iwako looked up at the protagonist, utterly terrified. The protagonist rummaged through his uniform and pulled out a phone, stating that the first thing he wanted to know was about a woman. He showed Iwako a contact list on the phone where the woman referred to was named Ryuoxi. Iwako twitched and exclaimed that it was his phone, reaching out to take it back. The protagonist easily pulled the phone away from his grasp and remarked that, according to the call history, Ryuoxi had contacted Iwako that day. He asked menacingly what they had discussed. Iwako, hesitant and nervous, looked down before finally answering that Ryuoxi was coming to Japan in 3 days and he thought she might want to talk about that. Before he could finish, the protagonist smirked and remarked that in 3 days Ryuoxi would. But then he stopped, understanding the purpose behind her visit without revealing it. He then informed Iwako that he had decided what to do next. The protagonist threw the phone back at Iwako, telling him to treat Ryuoxi normally for the time being. Then, placing a finger to his lips in a silencing gesture, he warned Iwako not to reveal anything about his identity. Pointing at Iwako, the protagonist added that while he was unconscious, a spell had been placed on his heart. Hearing that, Iwako was petrified. The protagonist continued, stating that if Iwako revealed his identity to Ryuoxi, his heart would explode. As he demonstrated the gathering of magical fire in his hand and then clenched it into a burst with a loud sound, the threat became very real to Iwako. Realizing the deadly implication, Iwako looked horrified. Walking away, the protagonist reminded him to keep his promise. He then smirked in the shadows, thinking to himself that he hadn't actually used such a spell, but knowing Iwako's personality, the bluff would suffice. Iwako was now clenching his head with his hands, terrified of the protagonist. The protagonist continued thinking while Iwako was on his knees, bowing his head to the ground. He thought that he wouldn't use absolute hypnosis on Iwako, as he wanted Iwako to experience despair while retaining full consciousness of his actions. With an ominous air, the protagonist turned away. 3 days later, on an airplane, an air hostess was serving drinks and snacks to the passengers. Ryuoxi was seated by the window, gazing outside. A man with a slick jacket and long hair called out to her, informing her they were almost there. Just then, the air hostess announced that the plane would soon arrive. But she was interrupted by a loud scream that echoed through the airplane, startling Ryuoxi and the man beside her. The air hostess had been taken hostage by a man pointing a gun at her, while another man threatened the passengers with a gun, announcing a hijacking. The terrorists ordered everyone to the floor and the passengers complied. In that moment, Ryuoxi rose from her seat. The man with the slick jacket looked at her as she started approaching the terrorist with guns in both hands. One of the terrorists warned that noncompliance would be punished, but before he could finish, Ryuoxi appeared in front of him in an instant. With incredible speed, she disarmed him before he could react. The terrorist was too stunned to understand what was happening before she punched him in the stomach. Moving swiftly to the second terrorist, she delivered a palm strike to his face. The passengers were left in awe as both terrorists were swiftly defeated and left unconscious on the ground. The crowd exclaimed that she was Ryuoxi of the Pentagram Saints and celebrated being saved. Ryuoxi tossed the terrorist's gun to the ground. The airplane landed safely and the terrorists were arrested. Observing the aftermath were Ryuoxi, the man with the slick jacket, and another middle-aged man wearing glasses. The man with glasses bowed to Ryuoxi, expressing his gratitude. Smiling, Ryuoxi responded that she was glad she boarded the same plane, noting that the airline's reputation was saved as well. Shifting the conversation, Ryuoxi pointed out that the gun used was a special kind that wasn't detected by security. The man with the slick jacket held the weapon as Ryuoxi stated that many groups had recently acquired gear from dungeons, making it necessary to equip staff with defensive tools. The man with glasses nodded in agreement and promised to make the arrangements. Looming over him, Ryuoxi commented that the gear should be like the one he carried. The man bowed again, assuring her that he would take care of it. Ryuoxi and the man with the slick jacket then walked away. At the airport terminal, Ryuoxi made a phone call, stating that it was her and instructing that the hijackers be released. When questioned by the man beside her whether everything went well, Ryuoxi replied with a calm smile that it was quite entertaining. She added that planting those hijackers had helped seal the deal. Looking mockingly at the cheering crowd, Ryuoxi remarked that it had also served as great publicity. The people gathered at the airport cheered for her, calling her a hero. Ryuoxi waved at them with a fake smile. The scene shifted to Iwako Academy, where several cars were seen parked. From one of the vehicles, a man wearing a slick jacket opened the door and Ryuoxi emerged. As she stepped out, she stated that it was time to take care of the business she had come to Japan for. The scene then transitioned to the principal's office, where Iwako stood looking out the window. His face bore several bandages, a result of having been beaten up by the protagonist. As he noticed an intrusion in his office, he turned around and saw the man with the slick jacket and Ryuoxi entering. Entering the office with a fake smile, Ryuoxi apologized for the intrusion. After a few moments, they were seated on the sofas and Ryuoxi addressed Iwako. She reminded him that he had mentioned looking into a student with the void attribute and asked whether there had been any progress on that matter. Smiling, Iwako responded that it had turned out to be a false alarm. He added that just as Ryuoxi had said, the student was nothing but a worthless failure. Despite his composed words, he was seen sweating slightly. While sipping tea from a cup, Ryuoxi commented that even if it was a unique attribute, it was still nothing special. Internally, Iwako appeared terrified. He thought to himself that if he blurted out something he shouldn't, the magic spell would activate. He reminded himself to respond normally or he would end up dead. Ryuoxi then placed the teacup down on the table and said it was time to get to what she had actually wanted to discuss. With a fierce expression and sharp eyes, she brought up the new drug they were developing and proposed choosing their next guinea pig. After delivering this chilling suggestion, she casually looked away, crossed one leg over the other, and remarked that he had made pretty good use of the academy system, instructing him to first get the list of students. Unbeknownst to them, in another corner, the protagonist had been listening to the entire conversation between Ryuoxi and Iwako. With a menacing expression, he quietly muttered how despicable they were. Then, with determination, he declared that the next one to experience despair would be Ryuoxi, having just overheard something truly vile. The scene shifted, and the protagonist was seen watching TV. The broadcast announced the arrival of the day's news, highlighting that Ryuoxi of the Pentagram Saints had arrived in Japan the previous day. She was being widely praised for handling a hijacking incident and protecting the passengers. As footage of Ryuoxi surrounded by bodyguards played on screen, the protagonist stared at it, recognizing her as one of the people who had betrayed him 20 years ago. He recalled that Ryuoxi produced unique weapons using materials from dungeons and had seemingly made a fortune by selling them. From his earlier conversation with Iwako, he had learned that she might be using the academy for nefarious activities. As he stood up and gazed out of his window, he donned his academy jacket with a smirk, thinking to himself that while Ryuoxi appeared to be a hero on the surface, she exploited others behind the scenes. Determined, he walked out of his room. The scene transitioned to a corridor in Iwako Academy, where the protagonist was seen checking his phone, contemplating how to deal with Ryuoxi. He pondered over the tight security that had been in place when he first arrived at the academy to investigate the situation. Before he could think further, Asahi called out his name and he turned to see her. Recognizing her, he greeted Asahi, who smiled warmly and wished him a good morning. As they walked together, Asahi remarked that he had been reading about Ryuoxi. He admitted it with a cheerful tone. Asahi expressed admiration for Ryuoxi, mentioning how she had fought off hijackers and that her clan, the Great Snake of Changshan, was gaining popularity. When the protagonist asked about Changshan, Asahi explained that it was the clan Ryuoxi had founded, consisting of powerful members. The protagonist considered this information with interest, wondering if the men in black suits guarding Ryuoxi were from that clan. Their conversation continued as Asahi noted that many students at the academy aimed to join the military. She then asked about his plans. The protagonist laughed, about to respond, but an idea struck him. He realized that he might be able to use the clan to get closer to Ryuoxi. With newfound determination, he thanked Asahi, who looked back at him. He added that her comments had helped him realize what he needed to do. As he hurried toward his class, Asahi watched him leave with a puzzled expression before responding softly, "You are welcome." The scene changed to the principal's office where a cabinet of trophies stood. Iwako, resembling a rabbit, was startled as the telephone rang. He picked it up and identified himself. The protagonist was on the other end asking for a favor. When Iwako inquired what it was, the protagonist mentioned that if Ryuoxi contacted him, but the details of the conversation were not revealed. Next, the scene shifted to a laboratory filled with people in masks and lab suits. A man was tied up in the center while two others nearby took notes on his behavior. Just then, Ryuoxi entered the lab, her hand on her waist, asking how he was feeling. A bodyguard stood behind her as she questioned the restrained man. The tied-up man begged her to stop injecting him with the medicine, fearing for his life. Ryuoxi, unfazed, raised her heel over his face. Though horrified, the man glimpsed under her undies and he saw some bushes. Bro is horrified, but Bro got to see her undies, lucky fella. She then crushed him to the ground with her foot, dismissing his plea by saying she didn't heed the opinions of lab rats and for peeking too deep. With a trembling smile, the man listened as Ryuoxi tried to reassure him that if he were compatible with the medicine, he would become stronger. Still trembling, he showed clear fear. Ryuoxi then ordered the lab operators to proceed. As she snapped her fingers, the lab workers approached with a syringe filled with a red liquid. Despite the man's last plea, the injection was administered. He writhed in pain, trembling violently, and eventually lost consciousness. Saliva gushed from his mouth like a Niagara fall. Observing this, Ryuoxi sighed, noting that the subject had lost his language abilities. She remarked that success required some magical skill and that they still needed more data. She turned to leave the lab with her bodyguard, who mentioned the need for more test subjects. Ryuoxi agreed and picked up her phone, stating that they would continue to present their recruitment as being for the Great Snake of Changshan, while secretly using it to gather test subjects. As she entered the elevator, she contacted Iwako and discussed needing students skilled in magic. Fellas, I noticed there are too many shots of foots and legs. Does author has a foot fetish or something anyways? She asked him to select some from his academy. Listening grimly, Iwako proposed holding a selection at the academy to identify capable candidates. Ryuoxi, impressed, acknowledged the idea and complimented him. When the elevator reached the ground floor, Ryuoxi exited while continuing the call. She said the specifics such as date and time would follow. After the call ended, Iwako placed the receiver down and stood, reflecting that he had done as requested. He then called out to the protagonist. The scene then moved to a conference hall where Iwako Academy students were assembled. Ryuoxi's bodyguard addressed them, announcing that the Great Snake of Changshan would hold a selection exam for new recruits. Murmurs spread among the students, some in disbelief, others excited for the opportunity. Amid the crowd, the protagonist watched with a smirk, thinking to himself that this was his chance to get close to Ryuoxi. His smile grew wider. The scene shifted to an arena where the students of Iwako Academy were all lined up. In front of them stood the members of the Great Snake of Changshan. A representative of the Great Snake of Changshan addressed the assembled students, thanking them for coming to the selection exam. Ryuoxi's bodyguard, holding a paper in his hand, began explaining the exam's process. As he did so, the protagonist was lost in thought, reminding himself that in order to join the Great Snake of Changshan and get close to Ryuoxi, he had to pass the selection exam. He recalled how previously he tried not to draw attention to himself when approaching Iwako, but this time things were different. He wanted to catch the eye of Yang, Ryuoxi's right-hand man. As the name of Ryuoxi's bodyguard and the examiners were revealed, the protagonist made up his mind to show off his powers this time. The scene then showed the protagonist leaning against a wall, hands in his pockets, resting. He was soon approached by Asahi, who hurried over and asked if he was taking the exam. He nodded and returned the question, to which she responded affirmatively. Inwardly, the protagonist admitted he hadn't wanted her to get involved, but it was inevitable. Asahi, forcing a smile, confessed that while she knew she didn't truly belong there, she had her reasons for wanting to join. The protagonist looked at her with a questioning gaze as she encouraged them both to do their best and make it through together. He replied with a simple yeah, while inwardly vowing that he had to succeed no matter what. The scene returned to the arena, where the examiner announced the beginning of the test to measure magical power. He pointed to a golden orb in front of the students which looked like the FIFA World Cup, explaining that it was a device that visualized the magical power of anyone who touched it. He asked the students to step forward one by one. One student approached and touched the orb, causing it to emit waves. The examiner recorded the student's magical power grade, sighing before calling the next participant. The next student was the protagonist. Smiling, he approached the examiner and politely stated he would be in their care. The examiner checked his academy ID card and upon noting the void attribute and that the student was level 30, looked disappointed. The protagonist sensed the examiner's low expectations. As he reached out and touched the orb, a voice echoed, "Ronaldo or Messi?" But our boy chose Benzema because he is into 15-year-olds. Regardless, a brilliant golden light infused with all sorts of colors erupted throughout the arena. The light was so intense that the students and the examiner had to shield their eyes. Everyone was stunned. Students exclaimed in disbelief. Asahi too was momentarily blinded by the light. A force accompanied the light, pushing back both students and the examiner. After the display, the protagonist removed his hand from the orb and turned to the examiner, asking if that was sufficient. The examiner, startled and sweating slightly, affirmed and wrote down the protagonist's magical power grade as S. The next phase, the magic skills test, began. The protagonist demonstrated his earth attribute by creating a lump of rock while his magical energy radiated around him. The examiner questioned if that was all he could do, mentally noting that having a high magical power alone wasn't enough. Smiling knowingly, the protagonist, aware of the examiner's thoughts, conjured a water ball in his other hand, followed by a fireball, a wind ball, and a thunder lightning attribute ball. He displayed all the basic elemental attributes. Bro started farming aura here. The members of the Great Snake of Changshan were shocked by the aura farming. One of them remarked on his ability to use all the basic attributes. The protagonist thought to himself, asking how people felt seeing a void attribute user, often mocked as powerless, perform such feats. After the awe-inspiring display, Asahi approached and praised the protagonist, saying it was amazing. He thanked her and encouraged her to do her best too. Asahi pouted and nodded in agreement. Soon after, she stood before a set of dead-looking plants while another female examiner observed her. Asahi summoned her magic in both hands, golden light radiating as the plants in front of her began to grow, glowing with the same golden hue. Within moments, the plants had bloomed into fully grown flowers. Despite this, the surrounding students mocked her power, questioning its usefulness. The protagonist, however, watched in awe, recognizing her magic as light attribute, something very rare. He acknowledged that it must be difficult for examiners to properly evaluate her abilities and felt a pang of sympathy, thinking it would be better if she didn't get dragged into his own complex situation. After her demonstration, Asahi, disheartened, walked away with a sad expression. Meanwhile, Yang, Ryuoxi's bodyguard, observed her silently. He then noted her name in his phone, labeling her as worth trying as a test subject. The scene shifted, revealing the next round of the examination. All the academy students were lined up, while the members of the Great Snake of Changshan stood in front of them. Yang then announced that they would now conduct one-on-one duels. He proceeded to introduce several individuals, pointing to a group standing behind him, and stated that these people would be their opponents. One of the academy students questioned whether they were really expected to fight members of the Great Snake of Changshan. Yang, replying nonchalantly, assured them that the evaluation wouldn't be solely based on winning or losing. What mattered, he said with a mischievous expression, was how they fought. Confidently, he added that there was no way a student could actually win against one of them in the first place. The scene transitioned to a muscular man stretching his arms in preparation for battle. His opponent was revealed to be the protagonist. As he stretched, the muscular man mocked him, asking if he was the student who had caused a stir during the exam. He commented that although the protagonist had shown off and achieved good results in earlier tests, it would mean nothing in real combat. His smug expression lingered as he boasted. The protagonist simply smiled and responded politely that he hoped to learn a lot from him today. Grinning, the muscular man declared that he would finish the fight with one hand. Gathering a lump of rocks in his hand using magical powers, he thrust them towards the protagonist. The rocks hurtled forward at high speed, but the protagonist, calm and still, used his wind attribute magic to swirl and repel them. The rocks were deflected back, striking the muscular man all over his body. He shielded himself using his large arms but looked shocked, exclaiming in disbelief that his magic had been destroyed in a single hit. In the very next moment, the protagonist vanished from sight. The muscular man realized with alarm that he was gone. Suddenly, the protagonist reappeared behind him, holding an ice blade in his hand. As the muscular man trembled, the protagonist mockingly questioned whether creating an opening by casting magic was what he considered real combat. Annoyed, the muscular man admitted that he had learned a lot today. The examiner then declared the winner. It was the protagonist. Yang, who was Ryuoxi's bodyguard and among the crowd of students, thought to himself about the protagonist's unexpected victory against a member of the Great Snake of Changshan. He wondered who this student could possibly be, his expression now one of annoyance and irritation. His confidence in the Great Snake of Changshan had been shaken. The scene then shifted to Ryuoxi, who was relaxing inside a building, looking out through a large window while speaking on the phone. From the other end, she was informed that the exam had concluded. Looking at some papers in her hand, Ryuoxi asked if any interesting subjects had been found. Yang, on the other side of the call, mentioned that there was indeed a student of interest. Ryuoxi repeated, slightly intrigued, "A student of interest," Yang confirmed, explaining that the student had passed the exam with overwhelmingly strong performance and added that the student seemed to possess the void attribute. Hearing this, Ryuoxi recalled a conversation she had with Awako and wondered if this could be the same student he had been investigating. Rising from her previously relaxed posture, she stood up with a menacing expression and told the caller that it seemed she had just found a very interesting guinea pig. The scene shifted once again to the conference hall, where Yang, Ryuoxi's bodyguard, stood before the students who were lined up. He announced that he would now reveal the names of those who had passed the selection exam. The first name he called was that of the protagonist. At that moment, a murmur ran through the group of students. They commented among themselves, remarking that of course the protagonist had made it and that the exam was ridiculous. Meanwhile, the protagonist smiled subtly and thought to himself that everything had gone exactly as planned. He believed that now he would be able to get close to Ryuoxi. Yang then announced the second name, revealing that Asahi had also passed. Asahi, upon hearing her name, looked shocked and slightly worried. However, she quickly realized that she had indeed been selected and felt happy about it. The protagonist, watching Asahi, questioned internally how she had been chosen. He thought that simply having a unique attribute like light shouldn't have been enough. He suspected that Ryuoxi might be using academy students as part of a conspiracy and wondered if there was a deeper reason behind Asahi's selection. As he continued observing her, Asahi noticed his gaze and responded with a cute smile. The protagonist returned the smile and silently resolved that he wouldn't let anyone harm her. However, his expression soon turned menacing as he vowed to achieve his goal while protecting her. A few days passed after the selection examination, and the scene moved to a towering building, the Japanese branch of Ryuoxi's company. The selected students had gathered inside and Yang welcomed them all. He informed them that a suitability check would be conducted before onboarding them to the Great Snake of Changshan, and that Ryuoxi would also be coming. Hearing this, the protagonist's expression grew serious. Yang turned his head and directed the students into the large building, saying that Ryuoxi would meet them after the suitability check. He then offered to show them around. The students, including the protagonist and Asahi, began walking through the massive structure. The protagonist considered going to Ryuoxi immediately but realized he couldn't leave Asahi alone at the moment. Asahi, gazing at the impressive building, commented that being in such a grand place made her nervous. The protagonist agreed. With a cheerful expression, Asahi said that joining the Great Snake of Changshan made her very happy. The protagonist remained silent for a moment and then asked her why she wanted to join. Asahi awkwardly explained that her mother was in the hospital and the medical expenses were high. The protagonist then understood that Asahi's motivation stemmed from her concern for her mother, not for him. He resolved even more firmly to protect her. At that moment, Yang guided the group to an underground basement, announcing their arrival. The students entered the basement and found themselves in a facility filled with digital screens and people in black suits. The protagonist speculated that this was a testing facility and considered the identity of the people present. Suddenly, Yang, wearing a fierce expression, ordered his men to close the doors. The heavy doors shut, startling the students. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the protagonist thought to himself that there was no intention of letting anyone escape. He acknowledged how serious things had become. Two students approached Yang, demanding an explanation. With a menacing tone, Yang told them to be quiet, sending shivers down their spines. He then explained that they would now conduct the suitability check, specifically for a new drug being secretly developed. He retrieved a vial of red liquid from one of his men, the same substance previously injected into a tied-up man. Yang elaborated that the drug, created from ingredients gathered in dungeons, had the potential to greatly enhance physical and magical abilities. Hearing this, the two students seemed briefly encouraged. However, the protagonist asked whether the drug had any side effects. In response, Yang pointed to a digital screen, stating it would be quicker to show the results. On the screen, the same tied-up man from earlier was shown, pleading tearfully to live. The students watched in horror, especially Asahi, as the man continued to suffer visibly. The two students exclaimed in shock, asking what they had just witnessed. Yang calmly replied that the man was incompatible with the drug and that what they saw was the consequence. The students became furious, shouting that they would never take something so dangerous. One used fire magic while the other used water magic, both preparing to attack Yang and demanding to be let out. Yang remained unfazed. The protagonist warned Asahi to stay by his side, prompting her to look at him questioningly. Meanwhile, Yang clenched his glowing fist and swiftly struck both attacking students in the stomach, causing them to collapse in pain. He coldly remarked that the number of test samples had decreased, reducing them to mere objects. Yang's gaze then shifted to Asahi and he pointed at her, suggesting that they begin with her. Asahi was visibly terrified. Yang began drawing the red liquid into a syringe, eager to see the result of injecting it into someone with the light attribute. As he approached Asahi step by step, she became increasingly scared. But just in time, the protagonist stepped between her and Yang, shielding her. Yang questioned what he was doing. The protagonist, with defiance, told him to stay away from her, calling him a sucker. Yang twitched in anger and ordered his men to restrain the protagonist. Several black-suited individuals appeared, including a large, muscular man who cracked his knuckles menacingly. He moved to attack, but the protagonist evaded with lightning speed, leaving the man stunned. As the man turned to locate him, the protagonist delivered a swift chop to his neck, taking him down instantly. The remaining goons, terrified, watched as the protagonist eliminated them one by one with incredible speed and a fierce expression. Soon all of Yang's men were defeated. Yang stood in disbelief, muttering that it was impossible for all his men to be taken down with just one hit each. The protagonist looked back at Yang with a menacing glare and declared that he was next. Panicked, Yang began retreating and turned his focus back to Asahi, thinking that capturing her would secure his win. He lunged at her as she screamed in fear, but the protagonist appeared instantly, grabbing Yang's hand before it could reach her. He reminded Yang that he had warned him not to come near her. Seeing this, Yang was terrified by the protagonist's speed and yanked his hand away, gritting his teeth and wondering how a regular student could possess such power. The protagonist, now truly enraged at Yang's attempt to harm Asahi, activated a power that caused his pupils to glow purple. With cold fury, he issued a final warning, "Brace yourself." Yang backed away after receiving a fierce glare from the protagonist. Yang cursed under his breath and the protagonist instructed Asahi to stay behind him. He shielded Asahi from Yang, prompting her to thank him. Inwardly, Asahi admired the protagonist, thinking he was amazing. She couldn't even comprehend the moves he had used earlier and acknowledged his growth in strength, though she hadn't expected it to be this extensive. At that moment, Yang yelled at the protagonist not to get too cocky. The protagonist responded by loudly asking one question first. The students of the academy were being used as guinea pigs in their experiments, weren't they? He demanded to know why. Yang laughed and scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. He claimed the reason was simple. Those who followed Miss Ryuoxi could receive her blessings. Once their drug was completed, she would gain even greater strength. The protagonist asked if Yang truly believed such inhuman experiments were acceptable just for that purpose. Yang replied that they were simply using what was available and added with a smirk that it was an honor for the students to serve as their guinea pigs. Hearing those words, both the protagonist and Asahi were visibly shocked. The protagonist recalled Asahi's earlier words about her mother being in the hospital and how joining the Great Snake of Changshan made her happy. The protagonist clenched his fist and his face darkened. Yang then pointed at Asahi, saying she should be thrilled to be a guinea pig. In response, the protagonist shouted at Yang to shut up, and a blue aura formed around him. The power emanating from the protagonist repelled Yang, who shielded himself in surprise. The protagonist, furious, questioned who Yang thought he was and called him trash who trampled on others without understanding how Asahi felt. Asahi called out to the protagonist, realizing he was standing up for her. She had wanted to join the organization, but now understood they were just using the students as test subjects. Yang, feeling the incredible pressure, wondered to himself if the protagonist was truly just a student. He began to sweat and then offered the protagonist a deal. He said he normally would tell him to know his place but admired his courage. Yang suggested that if the protagonist handed over Asahi, Miss Ryuoxi might even make him an executive. The protagonist, already furious, grew even angrier. He warned Yang again to shut up, declaring he couldn't forgive people like him. Yang loosened his tie and threatened that the protagonist would regret this. Suddenly, a yellow energy engulfed Yang as his eyes glowed yellow and his body grew heavy, stomping the ground beneath him. The protagonist recognized the magic and questioned whether it was body-strengthening magic. Yang confirmed it was, saying it was his unbeaten skill, a combination of martial arts and magic. With fury in his eyes, he invited the protagonist to come at him. Without waiting, Yang lunged forward, shattering the ground, and attempted to punch the protagonist midair, yelling at him to take the hit. The protagonist dodged the attack just as it shattered the ground, leaving Asahi shocked by Yang's power. Yang, full of arrogance, commented that the protagonist managed to dodge it. The protagonist confirmed it was body-strengthening magic and acknowledged its power. Yang dashed toward him again, telling him not to run. The protagonist tapped into his consciousness, concentrating and visualizing the magic he had seen. While the protagonist was deep in concentration, Yang closed the distance and taunted him, asking if he had given up. As Yang's punch neared, he shouted for the protagonist to die. But just then, the protagonist activated his void magic and blocked the punch before it could land. Yang was shocked, exclaiming it was impossible. The protagonist possessed the same power, only stronger. Body-strengthening magic now surrounded the protagonist. Smirking, he thanked Yang for helping him learn to imagine the spell. Going full Super Saiyan, the protagonist stomped the ground, twisted his body, and delivered a powerful punch, sending Yang flying. Yang spat saliva and crashed into the laboratory wall. As he slipped into unconsciousness, his face was just like when I hold my piss for a long time. Anyways, he questioned who the protagonist really was. The protagonist stood tall before Yang, now collapsed on the ground, looking down at his pathetic state. Moments later, Asahi thanked the protagonist. He asked if she was all right and checked her condition. He then instructed the other two students to escape while he cleared a path for them. When the students asked where he would go, the protagonist didn't respond. Instead, he shattered the wall, creating a large hole and walked through it. He finally told the students he had something he needed to do. The scene shifted to Ryuoxi, who received a phone call. On the other end, the caller urgently informed her that Mr. Yang had been defeated and the students had escaped. Confused, Ryuoxi asked for clarification. The caller said an incredibly strong person was approaching, but his voice cracked, implying he had also been defeated. Ryuoxi, shocked, wondered what had just happened. At that moment, someone entered Ryuoxi's office with a casual greeting. Ryuoxi, cautious, asked who he was and why he had come. The protagonist answered calmly. He had come back to settle the score for what had happened 20 years ago. Ryuoxi questioned the protagonist, demanding to know what he meant by a debt from 20 years ago and asking for clarification. As he approached her, he remarked that she seemed confused and asked if he should spell it out. Her confusion was evident, and the protagonist continued, referencing the SSS rank dungeon incident from 2 decades ago. He reminded her how the Pentagram Saints were hailed as heroes. Despite her annoyed reaction, he pressed on, stating that a certain man's conspiracy had been thwarted that day. Ryuoxi dismissed him, mocking the idea that a student like him was trying to give her a history lecture. She too moved closer to him. The protagonist pointed out that the Pentagram Saints were now influential leaders across the world. Ryuoxi picked up where he left off, acknowledging that they were celebrated as heroes who defeated evil, and asked what exactly he was implying. At that moment, the protagonist's expression darkened. He declared that the truth was far from what people believed. Slightly worried, Ryuoxi asked him to repeat himself, all while internally noting that his aura had suddenly shifted. He accused her of sacrificing her comrades to build her legacy and trampling on their will. Even now, was he wrong? Ryuoxi responded with a nonchalant smile, claiming she was wondering what he was talking about and scoffing at the idea that he believed in conspiracy theories. He insisted it wasn't a mere conspiracy, he knew what she did. He looked at her intently and accused her of pushing her comrades into the gate. Her expression shifted into shock, caught off guard by the accusation. She questioned how some random student could know such a thing. She stared at him as he stood in front of her. The protagonist challenged her, asking if she still didn't realize who he truly was. With a piercing gaze, he revealed his identity. He was Masato. The mention of that name left Ryuoxi terrified. She denied it, claiming it was impossible. He countered, asserting that it did happen and that he had used the very power that once made her call him a monster. As Ryuoxi began to lose her composure, she exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to accept that Masato was truly before her. The protagonist declared he also knew what the Ryuoxi company had been secretly doing. Furious, Ryuoxi slammed the wall behind her and warned him not to mess with her. The protagonist responded that if he exposed that secret, her reputation would be ruined. Walking toward her, he continued with conviction. He challenged her previous outburst, saying that she shouldn't be the one saying, "Don't mess with me." Coming close to her, he swore never to forgive her, for what happened 20 years ago and for crushing the hopes of Asahi, who had given everything. Ryuoxi scoffed at his words, stating he shouldn't underestimate her since he was no longer in Misato's body. She grabbed her spear from behind and, seething with anger, declared that he would regret ever showing himself. As magical energy enveloped her spear, she launched an attack, slamming it toward the protagonist. The force of her strike was so powerful that the office began to crack and crumble. The protagonist quickly backed away and dodged the attack. Now poised with her weapon, Ryuoxi asked if he understood what he was facing, the power of a weapon developed by the Ryuoxi company. She announced it was forged from dungeon materials, tougher than any metal. Leaping into the air, she vowed to show him its sharpness and attacked upon landing. Though she attempted to stab him, the protagonist kept dodging every strike. He effortlessly tracked the spear's movement, dodging each attack. Ryuoxi increased her speed, commenting that dodging seemed to be his only skill. Internally, she sensed something was wrong. Why weren't her attacks connecting? While evading, the protagonist mockingly remarked that she'd become too accustomed to playing corporate queen and had gotten sloppy, likening her to a wako. Furious, Ryuoxi's face twisted with rage, and she shouted in frustration, throwing the spear at him with all her might. It seemed to pierce him, and she reacted with glee, thinking she had struck him down, but it was just an afterimage. The real protagonist stood nearby, taunting her with a simple "too bad." Seeing this, Ryuoxi grew angrier. She suspected void magic and admitted she'd never seen it work like that. Gritting her teeth, she readied another move. Retrieving her spear from the ground, flames began to swirl around it and her. She declared that she'd finish him with the next blow and would silence him for good. Charging at him with fiery determination, she aimed to kill. However, something felt off. Just before reaching him, she froze. The protagonist had stopped her effortlessly, holding out two fingers to display his power. Horrified, Ryuoxi trembled and whispered in disbelief. The protagonist coldly remarked that this was the extent of her strength. Internally, Ryuoxi realized he was even stronger than he was 20 years ago. Sweat dripped from her face as she contemplated her next move. With grim resolve, she decided she had no choice but to use that. Letting go of her spear, she sprinted not to him but past him. Confused, the protagonist watched her. He noticed her reaching for a red drug on her desk. Without hesitation, she injected it into her neck. A dark purple aura engulfed her. The protagonist, alarmed, questioned her sanity, asking if she was really going that far. Her transformation was monstrous. Her hair turned white, her skin grew dark and scaled, her hands bore claws, and her eyes became pitch black with glowing purple pupils. The protagonist could only look at her in horror, calling her a monster. Ryuoxi, now in her full monstrous form, mocked the protagonist, taunting that he couldn't possibly beat her now. The protagonist, unfazed, shot back, asking if she was really trying to win by pumping herself up with some enhancement drug she had to inject. Did she seriously think it was going to be that easy? Ryuoxi told him not to underestimate her. She bragged that she had poured insane amounts of time and money into that drug. She'd scoured the deepest parts of dungeons for rare materials, spending years perfecting the serum ever since she'd witnessed his inhuman power 2 decades ago. She had been chasing that same level of dominance ever since. Her expression twisted as she declared that she had finally found a power surpassing everything, and she should actually thank him for it. The protagonist's response was just one word: pathetic. That single word made Ryuoxi's veins bulge in rage. He pressed further, calling her out for bragging about surpassing everything while relying on a drug. That truth hit her like a slap, and she demanded to know what he had just said. But before she could wind herself up again, he tightened his stance, cutting off her monologue, and told her it was time to end this. His fists began to glow, radiating pure battle energy. Ryuoxi agreed with a furious smirk, saying they should settle who was stronger once and for all. She readied herself, her entire body flaring with a purple aura, and dashed at him with a shout of "Brace yourself." He tilted his body just slightly, letting her attack glide past, and her punch, meant for him, obliterated the wall instead, leaving only shattered rubble behind. Turning back to him, she demanded to know what he thought of that, proudly calling it the fruit of her research. She was still gloating when, in an instant, she closed the gap between them, snarling that she'd send him back to the afterlife. Her claws sharpened and gleamed as she drew back for the strike. Her sudden burst of speed caught him off guard for a split second, and before he could fully register it, her palm smashed into his stomach. The force, boosted by her drug, sent him flying into another room. She smirked, convinced she'd won, until she felt a sharp pain in her foot. Looking down, she saw an ice crystal impaling it, blood seeping out. The protagonist stood there completely unharmed, explaining that he'd planted the crystal at the moment she attacked. Confused, she demanded to know how he was fine. He told her that thanks to her goon using the technique earlier, he had figured out Yang's body enhancement magic. Her drug was impressive, sure, but he dismissed it as nothing more than a stirred-up gust. She raged at the mockery of her life's work, but he cut her down with a glare, saying she trampled over people and dared to call that progress. It made him sick. The weight of his words froze her in place, refusing to accept it. Ryuoxi powered up again, lunging with a roar of silence. Her clawed hand shot toward him, but he caught it effortlessly mid-strike. With his other fist, he slammed a brutal punch into her stomach, hard enough to make her spit saliva and stagger into unconsciousness. Gasping, she muttered that her power wasn't working before collapsing to the ground. As she drifted into unconsciousness, she thought, so this is Koichiro's strength. He walked away, telling her that what she had was never real power in the first place. She lay there, gagging on saliva, completely defeated. The scene shifted. The protagonist descended from Ryuoxi's company building, smoke billowing from it. Someone called out to our boy. Our protagonist turned to see Asahi standing there. He asked if she was okay, and she replied that she was, then asked about him. Before he could answer, reporters nearby were pointing at the smoking building, whispering that the tip had been right. Ryuoxi's company had been attacked. Asahi looked at him and asked if it was his doing. He shrugged it off with a casual "who knows." In his own thoughts, he acknowledged that the truth about Ryuoxi's crimes was now out. The test subjects were safe, and she had lost everything. Asahi told him that even though she didn't fully understand what had happened, she knew that if he hadn't been there, she wouldn't still be standing. Asahi thanked our boy with her heart, expressing her gratitude towards him. He could feel the genuineness in her voice, and his eyes softened. Smiling to himself, he remembered that helping others used to mean everything to him. He looked at Asahi's smiling face, and for the first time in a long while, it felt like it meant something again. The scene cut to the protagonist's apartment, where the TV blared with a breaking news segment. The reporter's voice was sharp, announcing that illegal human experiments had been uncovered in a secret underground lab owned by the Ryuoxi of the Pentagram Saints. This revelation came right after Ryuoxi was reportedly attacked by an unidentified assailant. The scene transitioned to the protagonist, casually shrugging off his academy jacket as the news played on. The reporter continued, stating that Ryuoxi was showing signs of memory disturbance and that the attacker's identity was still unknown. Loosening his tie, the protagonist's mind wandered. He wondered how the rest of the Pentagram Saints would react. The broadcast suddenly shifted, the reporter interrupting with breaking news. Nathaniel of the Pentagram Saints had issued a public statement. The moment the protagonist heard that name, his expression hardened, his eyes locking onto the screen with a glare. Nathaniel appeared on screen, addressing the public with a solemn tone. "I stand before you to deliver an urgent message. We are devastated by Ryuoxi's incident," he said. The protagonist's lip curled in disgust, already bracing himself for the hypocrisy to follow. Nathaniel continued, "As her comrades, we feel deep shame that we didn't notice Ryuoxi's descent into darkness." His expression was painted with sorrow and regret. The protagonist, however, knew the truth. He scoffed internally. So the Pentagram Saints were going to pretend ignorance again. The anger simmered hotter, just like 20 years ago. He gripped the remote so hard his knuckles whitened, trembling with rage. These people hadn't changed one bit, still lying without hesitation to protect their golden hero status. To them, people like Asahi and himself weren't even sacrifices, just stepping stones. From his memory of Nathaniel's behavior 2 decades back, the protagonist was certain the man had orchestrated his exile and dungeon imprisonment. Nathaniel was always calculating, always cautious, and even now no one knew where he was. The protagonist's jaw tightened as he pulled out his phone. Fine then. He dialed a number and the scene transitioned to a candlelit church. A lone woman knelt before the altar, her flowing white robe with silver trim and a delicate veil catching the flicker of the flames. This was Saint Claudia. The heavy wooden doors creaked as someone entered, approaching to quietly brief her on Nathaniel's media conference. Claudia simply responded, "Is that so?" understood, before resuming her prayer. "Lord, please guide us to a future filled with light." The scene shifted again, this time to a gym where Ingolf was deep into his bicep curls. His servant called out, "Lord Ingolf, the council meeting is about to begin." Ingolf let the heavy dumbbell crash to the floor. "Got it. I'll be there right away." The servant bowed slightly, apologizing for the interruption. Ingolf's eyes darkened as he muttered under his breath, "Ryuoxi, you bastard, what were you thinking?" Finally, the scene cut to a virtual meeting, every member of the Pentagram Saints on a Zoom call. Nathaniel's voice led the session. All right, everyone, let's begin the Pentagram Saints Council. After the Pentagram Council kicked off, Nathaniel summed up the situation about Ryuoxi, basically saying that this wrapped the matter up. Claudia jumped in with a sharp tone, pointing out that the assailant had exposed Ryuoxi's illegal experiments. She wanted to know just how messed up it all was. Ingolf, looking like he'd just bitten into a lemon, growled, wanting to know what the hell Ryuoxi had been doing to pull shame on the honor of the proud Pentagram Saints. Nathaniel sat down, cool as ever, and clarified that the experiments were entirely Ryuoxi's doing, carried out on her own, and that none of the other saints had any knowledge of it. Iwako listened from the Zoom call, silently thinking, classic Nathaniel, always calm and calculated. In his mind, it was obvious they were pinning everything on Ryuoxi and tossing her under the bus. He doubted Claudia or Ingolf's knowledge, but Nathaniel, he was sure the man had known. To drop her this easily felt cold. Sweat started to bead on Iwako's forehead, but he shook it off, reminding himself that right now, following the protagonist's instructions was more important. His eyes flicked to a sealed letter lying on his desk. Back on the call, Claudia said she was curious about the assailant. Iwako cut in with an "about that" and admitted that a sealed letter had arrived at the academy from the person who attacked Ryuoxi. He held it up for everyone to see. Claudia's eyes widened, a letter from the attacker. Nathaniel told him to read it out loud. Iwako agreed, opened it, and read the short but heavy message. I return to the present world from inside the gate. I will deal with all of you, so just you wait. The name at the bottom made the room go dead silent. It was from Misato Koichiro. Every other member besides Iwako looked stunned. Claudia wondered if someone was just using the name. Nathaniel shut that down, pointing out there was no way anyone else could have known about the inside of that gate unless they'd actually been there. The sender was undeniably Koichiro. Claudia floated the theory of time magic, but Ingolf scoffed, saying there was nothing to worry about. If Koichiro was back, they'd just take him down again. Nathaniel backed him up, but with a mischievous glint, added that maybe they should just sit back and see what he'd do first. After the meeting, Ingolf paced in his room, teeth grinding as he glared out the window. Under his breath, he spat that Koichiro was the one person he would never forgive. Meanwhile, the protagonist was on a speaker call with Iwako. Iwako confirmed he'd followed orders. The protagonist, leaning back against the bed, thought about how Nathaniel clearly wasn't planning to make a move yet, cautious as always. That was fine. Once they realized he was back, they wouldn't be able to keep still for long. He had a piece of paper in hand, and his mind was already on the first targets whose locations he knew. He told Iwako, all right, let's make a move. Iwako asked what was next. The protagonist said it wasn't hard. He wanted arrangements to transfer to an academy connected to Ingolf. Iwako guessed that meant Ingolf was the next target, and the protagonist confirmed it, saying it should be easy with a short-term overseas study program. In his hands was a paper detailing such a program. Iwako warned him Ingolf wasn't like him or Ryuoxi. No shady rumors, no dirt. The protagonist brushed it off. He at least had to see the man's face. He left the formalities to Iwako, ended the call, and stepped onto his balcony into the night. Gazing into the darkness, he thought, even without rumors, it didn't erase the fact that Ingolf had betrayed him 20 years ago. The scene shifted into a bright, sunny day, where high above in the sky an airplane glided through the clouds. From her classroom window, Asahi spotted it and couldn't help but smile. The same airplane later touched down at the airport, and from it stepped out the protagonist. He moved through the terminal until after some time he emerged outside, gazing at the city skyline. With a smirk, he muttered, so this is Germany, huh? He'd come here under the guise of an overseas study program, but in truth, his real goal was to meet Ingolf. Looking at his phone, he thought, I've already confirmed a connection between this country's academy and Ingolf. I'll use the German academy to get closer to him. Determination sharpened his expression as he walked through the city, mulling over his plan. For now, I'll head to the academy. But his focus was suddenly broken when he heard someone say, so annoyingly persistent, and a commotion nearby caught his attention. He turned toward the noise and saw two men harassing a girl. He wondered, is she Japanese? The two guys were clearly drunk, their words slurred. Come to think of it, he realized they're speaking a different language. Right then he decided, let me use void magic to automatically translate it. With a subtle motion of his fingertip, he activated his void magic, manipulating the sound waves around him. As the spell took effect, their words began to make sense. One thug, gripping a bottle of alcohol, slurred, come on, why don't you hang out with us for a bit? The other chimed in, promise we'll make it worth your while. The girl, glaring at them, shot back, this is exactly why I called you persistent. I refuse to go along with some thugs. The bottle-holding one sneered, the hell you say, while the other reached for her, growling, we're gonna have to push you for this. His hand landed on her shoulder and she looked ready to explode. Before things could go further, a voice cut in. Why don't you piss off and leave her alone? It was the protagonist stepping into the scene. The bottle thug turned, scowling, who the hell are you? Even the girl looked at him in surprise. I told you to leave her alone, you trash, he said flatly. That sent both thugs twitching with anger. You bastard, the bottle thug barked, and in the next moment both of them unleashed their magic, one wreathed in flames, the other summoning the weight of earth. They charged, shouting, don't underestimate us. The fire user cocked his fist. ready to smash it into the protagonist, but in a single instant a fierce gust of wind erupted from him. The force blasted the thugs off their feet like ragdolls, sending them crashing to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. The blast had been so strong that the girl had to shield herself against it. She peeked past her arm and saw the two groaning on the ground. "One hit," she muttered, then glanced at the protagonist thinking, my, what the hell is up with that student? The protagonist stood firm, eyes locked ahead, while onlookers stared at him in awe. After the whole incident with the thugs and the protagonist, the two thugs ran away, begging for forgiveness, leaving the protagonist standing there watching them retreat with their tails between their legs. Right at that moment, the girl he had saved walked up to him and thanked him for saving her. The protagonist just shrugged it off, saying not to mention it. He then looked around and pointed out that they had attracted quite the crowd. Sure enough, people had gathered, snapping pictures, recording videos, and whispering about the fight. The protagonist suggested they get away from there for now, and the girl agreed that it was a good idea. The two of them pushed through the curious onlookers, with the girl following right behind him. As she trailed after him, she internally thought that the last time someone had saved her like this was when she met that person. The scene shifted, showing the protagonist and the girl walking down a sidewalk in the city. The girl looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated, which the protagonist immediately noticed. She eventually spoke up, thanking him again for what he did, adding that thanks to him, things didn't escalate into anything worse. He just repeated like before that it was no big deal. Internally, though, he thought she was just the conscientious type. Then a realization struck him. Something about her rang a bell, and he reflected internally that he felt like he had seen her somewhere before. The girl suddenly broke his train of thought, pointing at his uniform and asking if he was a Japanese student. He confirmed it, explaining that he had just arrived that day for a short exchange program and was actually on his way to the training academy. With a mischievous smile, the girl offered to take him there as thanks for earlier. He accepted with gratitude, and the two continued walking together. As they traveled, crossing a bridge over a river, they exchanged some small talk. The protagonist asked if she was traveling around the world, and she admitted she was, though she hinted she had her own circumstances. He silently studied her, wondering if she was the same age as him, since it was rare for a girl to be traveling alone. He voiced his concern, asking if it wasn't dangerous to travel solo and whether she might end up caught in situations like the one earlier. She waved him off casually, saying she knew a spell or two despite how she looked. But he couldn't help sweating internally, thinking that she had literally just been caught in trouble back there. The conversation shifted when the girl questioned him about studying at the training academy. He asked if there was something wrong with that. Her expression turned slightly serious as she explained that the school was known for being merit-based. She went on about how students there believed in the same thing, with a class ranking system, their own hierarchy, and even a point system that rewarded achievements. The protagonist understood the gist of it and thought deeply. Internally, though, he reflected that it sounded like they took meritocracy way more seriously than Japan did. His thoughts continued. According to Iwako, Ingolf ran regular training sessions for upper-class students, which meant that if he wanted to get close to Ingolf, he had to make waves in that merit-based school to reach him. A determined expression formed on his face as he thought, perfect, just the kind of challenge he liked. Right at that moment, the girl pointed ahead and said, "Oh look, there it is." The Lansing Training Academy came into view, a massive, castle-like structure that left the protagonist staring in awe. As they neared the end of the bridge, he told her this was far enough and thanked her. She replied with a quick, "No, thank you." Just as they were saying their goodbyes, the girl suddenly remembered she hadn't introduced herself. She told him her name was Shirato Sayuki. The protagonist introduced himself too, saying with the wind breezing around them that his name was Asai Koisuk. They shook hands, but the moment Sayuki heard his name, her expression turned stunned. She blurted out his name, leaving him taken aback as he asked what was the matter. Sayuki quickly brushed it off, saying it was nothing, just that his name was similar to someone she knew. He let it go with an IC. With their final goodbyes, Sayuki waved her hand, telling him good luck with the academy as she walked away. He waved back, thanking her. As she disappeared into the distance, he thought internally that something about Sayuki stuck in his mind. But right at that moment, he turned back toward the massive Lansing Training Academy, thinking it was time to go. He then began navigating through the streets, heading toward his destination. Moments later, the protagonist stood in front of the academy as a shadow loomed over. A voice called out to him, and when he turned, he saw a boy with fiery red hair staring his way. The boy questioned if it was really him, the Japanese transfer student, and without giving him space to reply, demanded that he come over. The red-haired boy sat perched on top of a wall, acting like some wannabe thug. The protagonist, unimpressed, wondered aloud who this delinquent was. The word alone enraged the boy, who leapt down from the wall with fury in his expression, insisting he wasn't to be called delinquent. He landed hard on the ground, smirking with arrogance, declaring that it wasn't every day a Japanese transfer arrived and doubting that the protagonist was anything special. In a flash, he closed the distance between them, standing right in the protagonist's face. He then made it clear that this was his version of a welcome ceremony. The protagonist sighed, his thoughts filled with irritation. Already, right after arriving, he had to deal with some weird guy. Sayuki's words about the school being merit-based rang through his head, and he figured this was exactly what she had meant. The boy simply wanted to size him up through a duel. With that realization, he tossed his duffel bag aside and accepted the challenge. The red-haired boy seemed pleased, sliding into a stance as he prepared to fight. He wasted no time conjuring multiple rocks through earth magic, sending them hurling toward the protagonist with reckless aggression. But the protagonist barely reacted. With a flick of his hand, the rocks were dismissed effortlessly, tossed aside like scraps. The red-haired boy's disbelief was written across his face as he saw his attack so casually destroyed. In response, the protagonist summoned a massive stream of magic in his hand, calmly noting that while the quantity of rocks was impressive, the power behind them was too weak. He then materialized a massive boulder of earth magic, glowing with dangerous energy. His eyes burned with intensity as he prepared to demonstrate true power. Without finishing his thought, he hurled the boulder forward with terrifying speed. The projectile shot past the red-haired boy, missing him by a breath, and crashed into a nearby wall. The impact tore a gaping hole, smoke and dust billowing out from the destruction. The protagonist completed his remark, implying that if someone dared to use earth magic, it should at least hold that level of power. The red-haired boy trembled, fear gripping him as the realization sank in he was facing something monstrous. In his head, he could only ask who this terrifying person really was, while the protagonist stood relaxed as if the feat had cost him nothing. The scene then shifted away. Sayuki was walking down the middle of a street with her phone at her ear. Her voice was steady as she confirmed to Lady Claudia that she had made contact with the protagonist. It was revealed that she was operating under Saint Claudia's orders. With calm certainty, she added that she would remain in Germany and continue observing the target. The scene shifted to one of the buildings inside the Lansing Training Academy, where the protagonist received a card with all his information printed on it. Stepping out of the building, he thought to himself that all the paperwork was finally done and admitted he could now step into the local dungeons. When he looked at the card, he noticed it was in German, but since he had cast auto-translate, it appeared slightly different compared to the student IDs back in Japan. He realized this must be the point system Sayuki had mentioned and understood that it tracked dungeon crawls and performance. With his auto-translate magic running, the card displayed his name, Void Attribute Magic, level 41, and a point system that currently sat at 0. He tucked the card into his uniform with a smug look, thinking that he had no classes today and might as well see what dungeons in this country were like. As he walked away toward a dungeon, someone was watching him from behind. It was the same red-haired boy from earlier, looking suspicious. The scene shifted to a dungeon entrance. The protagonist eyed the gate, considering that if he wanted to get close to Ingolf, he would need to rank up to special class. With that, he stepped inside, deciding to start racking up points in this upper-tier dungeon. The ruins inside made him pause, and he wondered why there were ruins in a dungeon. Determined to test it, he thought about what kind of monsters might spawn. Almost instantly, skeleton monsters appeared. Observing the incoming enemies, he noted that they were undead, and strong ones too, completely different from the ones he fought back in Japan. One skeleton warrior appeared with eerie blue flames flickering from inside its skull, clutching a sword. The protagonist activated his void magic, thinking he already knew their weak spots. He conjured fire in his hand, recalling knowledge from when he was still Misato Koichiro. Suddenly, a skeleton warrior charged at him, swinging a massive axe. The attack came crashing down, but he dodged with ease, watching as the axe obliterated the ground. He calmly analyzed that the undead crumbled upon blunt force and fire. In the next second, he blasted the skeleton warrior with fire attribute magic, punching it hard and causing a massive explosion. The upper body of the skeleton was blown away, landing right in front of two more skeleton warriors. He taunted them with a mocking gesture, daring them to come at him. Within seconds, he wiped them out completely and pushed deeper into the dungeon. Reaching what he believed was the final chamber, he assumed the boss would be waiting. Stepping inside, he was right. The final boss floated ominously in the air, a skeletal creature surrounded by swirling skulls and emanating blue aura, clutching a staff made from some horned beast. Its presence was overwhelming, pressing down on him heavily. He conjured fire in his hand, deciding to test it first, then hurled a massive fireball at the creature. The boss didn't flinch. With a single swing of its staff, it nullified the attack. The protagonist realized the fireball had been cancelled and acknowledged that it made sense since it was a boss. The creature then gathered energy into its staff and launched a liquid-like spell straight at him. He dodged, but the attack splashed everywhere, melting everything it touched. Shocked, he noted that it was a high-tier spell, but with a grin, he thought he might be able to use that to his advantage. While the boss prepared another attack, he concentrated wind magic onto his feet, boosting propulsion. In a flash, he vanished, dodging effortlessly as the boss's next spell went wide. Closing the distance instantly, he copied the boss's technique using his void attribute, creating a purple ball of magic and smashing it straight into the boss's face. He wondered if the creature could withstand its own spell. The boss screamed as its skull burned and melted away before vanishing completely from existence. Landing smoothly, the protagonist reflected that the copied spell packed a serious punch, but since it was high level, he couldn't perfectly reproduce it. He thought that he needed to raise the level of his void magic further, his expression burning with the desire to grow even stronger. But right at that moment, the protagonist noticed a presence, someone thinking in the shadows. More importantly, he immediately called out, saying he knew the person was there and demanded they show themselves. From the darkness, the hidden figure revealed himself, laughing as he admitted he didn't think the protagonist would notice him. It turned out to be the same delinquent red-haired boy who had been pestering the protagonist for a duel. The red-haired boy stepped out from the shadows with a smirk, explaining that he had been watching the fight and hoped it wouldn't be a problem. The protagonist, unimpressed, asked if he was here to challenge him to another duel. Internally, the protagonist reflected that the guy clearly hadn't learned his lesson, but that aura he was giving off, something about it felt off. The protagonist noted that the redhead was definitely hiding something. With a grin plastered across his face, the red-haired boy strode toward him and declared that it was time to make things clear once and for all. His tone started sounding like a straight-up threat as his fierce gaze locked onto the protagonist, while his hand pulled something out of his pocket. The protagonist immediately noticed, isolating himself mentally and readying for battle, thinking, damn, he's really up to something. What the hell is he pulling out of his pocket? No way, could it be another enhancer drug like Ryuoxi S or maybe a hidden weapon? But just when the tension peaked, the red-haired boy completely flipped the mood. He jumped forward, bowing down deep in front of the protagonist and shouted, please take me in as your disciple. That sudden statement completely caught the protagonist off guard, leaving him confused as hell. As he tried to process, he noticed the boy holding some kind of cup. It turned out to be a red cup that he had pulled from his pocket. The red-haired boy quickly clarified, saying this was the Japanese doja, right? Then he asked if it was true that passing sake cups around was a way to show respect. While the boy was explaining this nonsense, the protagonist thought, is this guy an idiot or what? The redhead then stood up, eyes shining, and admitted he couldn't help it. He was drawn to the protagonist's strength. He pleaded, teach me magic, please. The protagonist just stared at him and muttered that he had to be kidding. But the red-haired boy doubled down, speaking with sincerity. He said the fight he had just witnessed was insane and he felt stupid for ever picking a fight with the protagonist. Meanwhile, the protagonist only grew more annoyed, thinking, great, things just had to get complicated. Before he could react further, the protagonist suddenly sensed danger. He placed a hand on the red-haired boy's shoulder and said, hey. The redhead, now buzzing with excitement, asked if this meant he was being accepted as a disciple. But before the protagonist could even respond, a huge blast struck out of nowhere, the attack threatening to crush them both. In that instant, the protagonist shielded the red-haired boy from the hit. Out of the smoke, a massive skeleton creature with towering horns loomed over them. The redhead froze in terror, shuddering at the sight, while the protagonist muttered that the previous skeleton boss clearly hadn't been the final one. This looked like the real deal. Before them stood a colossal skeleton, its entire body radiating ominous energy, glowing across its bone structure, horns pulsing with raw power, emerging like a nightmare to wipe out the two insects standing in its path. After looking at the horrifying skeleton creature in front of him, the red-haired boy admitted that he recognized this creature. The protagonist turned back at him, curious, and questioned what he recalled. With hesitation and fear written all over his face, the red-haired boy confessed that he had seen this thing in the manuals before. He explained that it was a skull dragon, the monster that had wiped out an entire village ages ago, and that it was said Ingolf had barely managed to bring it down. The boy, shaken, questioned why such a monstrosity was here in the first place. While the red-haired boy blabbered in panic, the protagonist turned to face the skull dragon head-on. The boy, panicking harder, shouted after him, questioning if the protagonist was seriously going to fight that thing. He warned that it was too reckless, saying that no matter how strong someone was, it was impossible. But the protagonist cut him off with a sharp glance, telling him to relax and dropping the bomb that Ingolf wasn't the one who had killed it. The red-haired boy was left puzzled by that claim, while the protagonist's gaze stayed locked on the skull dragon. Inwardly, he reflected that the pentagram saints had twisted history, hiding the truth that Masato Koichiro had been the real slayer. Admitting that would have been inconvenient, so they rewrote it for posterity, typical coward shit. The protagonist even smirked at their cowardice, then declared that he would just kill this skull dragon again by himself. At that very moment, the skull dragon reared its massive claw and brought it crashing down. The claw smashed into the ground where he had been standing, but he had already dodged out of the way. The red-haired boy was left shocked, but the skull dragon didn't let up. It slammed another massive strike, and the protagonist dodged again. The force from the claw pounding the earth shook the ground, while the red-haired boy trembled in fear. The protagonist thought to himself that this skull dragon was stronger than the one from 20 years ago. In the next instant, the protagonist dashed and appeared right above the beast. He admitted that no matter how strong this dragon was, it wasn't enough. Charging his fist with fire magic, he punched the shit out of the skull dragon. Cracks spiderwebbed across its skull, and within seconds the head was obliterated. Landing gracefully, the protagonist flexed his raw power. The red-haired boy erupted in cheer, hyped out of his mind, yelling if anyone had seen that insane display, praising his master's spell for blowing it away. Full of energy and awe, he gushed at the protagonist. The protagonist responded that the boy was awfully energetic, while inwardly mocking how he had just called fighting the beast reckless. Then he turned, telling him that it wasn't over yet. The red-haired boy was puzzled, still reeling from the fact that the skull dragon had just been destroyed. But in seconds the monster regenerated and let out a bone-chilling battle cry. The boy was horrified at its regeneration, while the protagonist coolly explained that skull dragons had insane stamina among undead monsters. If you half-assed an attack, they would just stitch themselves back together. The boy demanded to know how the protagonist even knew that, but the man ignored him, thinking instead that this one was even tougher than expected. The protagonist began plotting his next move while the red-haired boy stood behind, baffled and stressed out, wondering what the hell he was going to try next against a monster like this. The skull dragon roared at both of them, then whipped its tail like a massive whip. At the last second, the red-haired boy hit the dirt while the protagonist ducked low to dodge the strike. The tail came back again, but the protagonist caught notice and dodged with crazy speed. The boy cried out that at this point his master was just blocking, but the protagonist wasn't stalling, he was buying time. He focused on his void magic, knowing it wasn't ready yet. The essence of void magic was creation through imagination, and the sharper the image, the stronger the power. Magic began glowing in his palm, brighter and brighter. But the skull dragon lunged again, jaws open wide, and unleashed a fierce beam of energy straight at him. The blast engulfed the protagonist, and the red-haired boy screamed out for his master, thinking he was done for. But when the smoke cleared, the protagonist stood completely unharmed, clutching the beast's jaws with bare hands. The skull dragon itself shivered as water magic swirled violently around it. The protagonist coldly declared that it was over. In the next second, water completely engulfed the creature from head to tail, freezing it solid. First its head locked in ice, then its entire body froze in place, trapped in its final form. The red-haired boy was left stunned, gasping in awe at the overwhelming power his master had displayed. He could only blurt out that his master was way too strong. In the background stood the protagonist, fierce and composed, while the skull dragon loomed behind him, frozen completely solid by his magic. After defeating the skull dragon, the protagonist walked out of the dungeon, his footsteps heavy but steady. On the way out, Mateo, the red-haired boy, called out from behind, asking him to wait up and addressing him with a respectful master. The protagonist questioned the sudden polite speech while pulling out his ID, and Mateo explained it was simply out of respect. The protagonist sighed at that. Then Mateo noticed something about the ID and asked if it had caught his eye. The protagonist admitted it had, saying he was just thinking about how many dungeon points someone racks up after a run. For the first time, the protagonist addressed the red-haired boy by name Mateo and asked how much points actually affected class rank. Mateo, after some thought, answered that roughly every 10,000 points bumped someone up a class. The protagonist immediately calculated that to reach special class he'd need about 30,000 points, but Mateo clarified that dungeon points were flat rate. Even crushing a skull dragon didn't add anything extra. The protagonist, staring at his ID, saw he had earned only 500 points from the run just now. That meant he'd have to grind the dungeon 600 times just to qualify. Out loud, he remarked to Mateo that reaching special class would take a while. Mateo, amazed, said, as expected, the protagonist was aiming for special class, and with a smile suggested there was actually one shortcut to stack points faster. Immediately, the protagonist loomed over Mateo, hungry for details, demanding he spill the beans, while Mateo flinched in fear from how close he was. As they walked, Mateo explained that the Sublime Heaven Festival would be held in a month. The protagonist, puzzled, thought about what the festival was, and Mateo explained it was a student competition of head-to-head challenges, with the winner scoring a whopping 20,000 points. Hearing this, the protagonist thought that was huge. If he took the top spot, he could close the gap with Engulf in one move. He clenched his fist and vowed he'd take first place at the Sublime Heaven Festival. 1 month later, on the day of the Academy event, students gathered as the festival commenced. Mateo, hyped, said it was finally happening, but the protagonist himself had zero interest in the festival's hype. He only cared about ranking first. Inwardly, he thought that if he racked up enough points and snagged the top spot, he'd move up to special class and be one step closer to the bastard who betrayed him 20 years ago. Right then, the announcer explained the mission. Claim the gemstone at the top of the tower. Method didn't matter, dirty tricks or climbing straight, it was all allowed. The academy demanded strength, plain and simple. The protagonist thought with a mischievous grin that this was exactly the kind of meritocratic nonsense that suited him. Mateo practiced punches in the air and hyped himself up, saying they'd take the top spot no matter what. The protagonist sighed, remembering that when he heard the festival only allowed two-man teams, he wasn't sure what to do. Luckily, he already had Mateo. As Mateo shadowboxed and the protagonist stood still, someone called out to him. Both turned to see Sayuki, who appeared unexpectedly. The protagonist questioned her arrival, and she said she thought she'd drop by to watch him shine. Mateo immediately interrupted, asking who this cutie was and if she was his girlfriend. The protagonist shut him down by smacking him on the head, while Sayuki stood there awkwardly. Murmurs from other students suddenly rose as everyone pointed at the big screen. On it was Engulf seated calmly. Hearing his name and seeing him, the protagonist's blood boiled with fury. An old man with narrow spectacles welcomed Engulf, addressing him as Lord Engulf. Engulf replied dismissively, saying he was simply curious whether a true golden egg existed among the young mages. The protagonist locked his stare on Engulf with burning rage until the announcer declared the start. Students rushed inside the tower and the protagonist and Mateo followed. Inside, the tower was hollow at the center, stretching tall with long stairs connecting each floor. Students wasted no time, rushing upward to reach the gemstone at the very top. Mateo signaled to move and the protagonist agreed. But just as they were about to climb, a massive figure landed with a thunderous shockwave, a black wolf-like monster with glowing red eyes and a sickly green aura. Mateo froze in horror, realizing a monster appeared right from the start. The protagonist, unfazed, said it was expected since the rules mentioned creatures would be released. Mateo, still panicking, asked what they should do, but in the next instant the protagonist was gone from his side. Mateo's eyes widened as he saw him already dashing at the beast, landing a brutal punch to its face. The impact was so fierce the wolf was knocked from terrifying predator to something like a whimpering puppy. The protagonist looked back at Mateo, telling him not to dawdle while Mateo rushed to follow. That punch was broadcasted on the big screen to all spectators. Ingolf himself saw it and muttered, questioning a Japanese student. The crowd buzzed with amazement, whispering that the student had one-shotted the monster. Sayuki, watching, said she knew he wasn't ordinary. Meanwhile, deeper inside the tower, Mateo fought off multiple monsters using earth magic, but exhaustion showed. When the protagonist asked if he was okay, Mateo forced a grin, gave a thumbs up, and said he still had plenty in the tank. The protagonist acknowledged it and pushed forward, declaring there would be no slowing down, while Mateo, drained but determined, struggled to keep up from behind. The protagonist was sprinting up the stairs with relentless energy, while Mateo trailed far behind, barely walking and panting like he was about to collapse. But right at that exact moment, when the protagonist was still pushing ahead, his instincts kicked in as he noticed something. The very next second, a massive blast went off right in front of him and Mateo, tearing apart the staircase. The stairs crumbled, leaving a gaping void that cut them off from advancing. The blast wasn't random, it was caused by two students. One of them, clearly a fire attribute user, had detonated the staircase using fire magic. The duo stood there, mocking the protagonist and Mateo, flexing their arrogance and declaring that they weren't getting past them. Mateo was instantly pissed, shouting at them that it was cheap as hell. The fire user doubled down, mocking again, pretending not to hear him, while his blue-haired buddy laughed, saying he couldn't hear Mateo's weak voice from way down there. The two saboteurs started climbing the stairs ahead, throwing in one last insult, telling them to sit back and watch like losers. Mateo was fuming, demanding they come back, then turned toward the protagonist in desperation, calling him master and asking what the plan was. The protagonist, calm as ever, said it was simple, just fly over. Mateo looked utterly confused, like, fly? How the hell are we supposed to do that? But in the blink of an eye, the protagonist showed him exactly how, using wind attribute magic to soar across the gap, carrying Mateo along. Mateo, however, was scared shitless the entire time, clinging on like his life depended on it, while the protagonist was completely unfazed, flying smooth as if it was no big deal. The scene shifted to the two cocky students who had blasted the staircase. They had already reached a massive door, the final chamber. The fire attribute user was hyped, yelling that they had finally made it, while the blue-haired one bragged that of course they'd get here first, claiming they'd never lose to some random Japanese kid. But right then a voice echoed behind them, dripping with confidence, making both of them freeze. They turned around and were shook beyond belief. The protagonist was already behind them, standing tall. As we all know, these punks are going to eat dirt now. He coolly pointed out that their little obstacle barely slowed him down. Behind him, Mateo was climbing the stairs slowly, trembling from head to toe, but still managing to back up his master, insisting they weren't losing to these clowns. The enemy students mocked Mateo, pointing out how half-dead he looked. Then they pulled out their magic, the fire attribute boy lighting up while the blue-haired one unleashed wind. They barked warnings not to underestimate them, promising to crush him themselves. But the protagonist, he hit them with just two words, too slow. In the next second, he dashed past them so fast it was like time skipped, striking both their necks with surgical precision. The chops landed before they even realized what had happened. Within moments, the two collapsed unconscious on the ground, totally erased from the fight. Mateo stared at them in absolute disbelief, his jaw dropping at how insane his master's speed was. He hadn't even seen the movement, just blinked and the enemies were already down. Right after, the protagonist walked up to the massive door, swung it open, and entered the final chamber with Mateo trailing behind him, finally ready for what came next. Inside, they saw a glowing, hovering stone which they assumed had to be the gemstone. Mateo was ecstatic, celebrating that they were the first ones to arrive. But the protagonist, staying sharp, reminded him that it wasn't over yet. Mateo was confused, but his master's warning proved true. The gemstone was suddenly surrounded by glowing magic circles, and from them, multiple armored knights began materializing, towering figures clad in steel with swords in hand. Mateo freaked out, questioning where the hell they came from. Outside the tower, where the entire event was being broadcast to the crowd, one man shot up in shock, horrified at what he was seeing. He blurted out that these armored knights weren't part of the program, clearly having no idea what was happening. But off to the side, Ingolf was grinning ear to ear, his wide smirk giving it all away. Internally, he was thrilled, thinking to himself that this was his doing. He had set up this insane twist, and now he wanted to see if they could actually overcome a trial of this caliber. Many more armored knights were summoned to the magic circle surrounding Mateo and the protagonist. Mateo looked around in panic and worry, already biting his nails, while the protagonist stayed calm, scanning the scene with that cold gamer focus. He analyzed the situation and concluded that these armored soldiers clearly weren't human. A thought sparked, controlling that many soldiers at once. He knew someone who could do that, Ingolf. This had his fingerprints all over it. Outside, the man with spectacles questioned Ingolf, asking if this was his magic. Ingolf, ever the smug bastard, shrugged and said more or less. Then he grinned with that sinister energy, remarking that ending things too quickly would be boring anyway. The man with spectacles gave a shallow laugh, hiding his concern, and told Ingolf he was cruel. Ingolf simply claimed that if the students wanted to be great mages, handling that much was the bare minimum. Internally, though, he knew no student could possibly carve through those numbers, and he was eagerly waiting to see how they'd even try to claim the gem. Watching Mateo and the protagonist on the big screen, Ingolf chuckled and muttered that he wanted to see what they had. Inside the final chamber, Mateo was in full panic mode, begging his master for guidance. The protagonist told him bluntly that they couldn't get the gems without defeating the armored men. They had no other choice. Mateo looked at him in disbelief, stammering about how there were way too many soldiers and they all looked tough as hell. But the protagonist, chill as always, thought that even so he had to do it if he wanted to reach his goal. Mateo, drenched in nervous sweat, finally nodded, agreeing to back him up at least a little. But before Mateo could even react, an armored knight was already on his back. The knight swung its sword down and Mateo barely dodged, saving his sorry ass by inches. Another armored knight launched at the protagonist from above, sword swinging for a kill shot. But the protagonist activated his body enhancement magic and stopped the incoming blade with just 2 fingers, then with his other hand ignited fire magic and punched the hell out of the knight, blasting it down like it was nothing. Students watching outside were stunned, jaws dropped at the spectacle. The protagonist didn't stop there. He kept summoning fire into his hand, smashing knights in waves, dropping them like bugs under his blows. Mateo, hiding behind and not fighting, muttered to himself in awe, calling his master insane but feeling proud at the same time. Ingolf, watching outside, scratched his face with a sly smile. That Japanese kid, he thought, really could sling some serious magic. Don't tell him he planned to wipe them all out. Excited, Ingolf slammed the table in front of him, muttering that it wouldn't be easy. Just then, more magic circles appeared, summoning even more armored knights. Mateo, absolutely flabbergasted, thought the knights had multiplied. He cursed the school in his head, wondering what the hell they were thinking throwing all this at them. The cadets outside were just as shocked, and Shirato quietly thought that with those numbers, the protagonist stood no chance. Still, a part of her wanted to see if he'd break through. She stared at the screen, wondering what his next move would be. That next move was tested immediately as a massive axe came crashing down toward the protagonist. He dodged easily, but then noticed the sheer scale, 30 armored knights minimum. He acknowledged it would take a lot out of him, but compared to when he had been sealed away, betrayed by comrades, and facing actual monsters, these tin cans were nothing. While monologuing, 2 knights threw their spears in unison, spears tearing through the air toward him. The protagonist conjured a wall of earth magic to block them, but 3 more knights came charging from different directions. Without missing a beat, he slashed them down with 1 strike of wind magic. Still, he knew taking them out one by one was pointless. What he needed was one massive spell, something devastating, no time to waste building up an image of himself. He thought back to a spell he'd seen before. Iwako, the same comrade who had betrayed him. He sighed, thinking screw it, and activated his void magic. Recreating Iwako's spell, he conjured multiple rocks using earth magic. Ingolf outside stood up in shock at the sight. The protagonist then used wind magic, fusing it with the earth. A crazy hybrid of wind and rock came together in his hands. He launched the fusion spell in a colossal slash that tore through the armored knights, pushing them back and shredding them in an instant. The blast was so insane that even outside the tower its effects were visible, sending waves that blew through the air. Students below were mind-blown, watching in disbelief. The battlefield was wrecked. Cracks split the walls, armored knight body parts littered the floor, and smoke choked the aftermath of the chaos. Through it all, the protagonist walked forward, calm as a demon, and grabbed the gemstone, declaring that it was game over. Mateo nearly cried with joy, running toward him and shouting in celebration. The crowd outside erupted, cheering the protagonist's victory. Shirato, however, stood frozen, shocked that he had used fusion magic. She hadn't known he could even do that, and the sheer depth of his power was terrifying. Meanwhile, Ingolf stood up and started walking, laughing under his breath. So this kid could cast a spell that Iwako had spent 20 years developing while still a mere student. Asai, that was his name. Fascinating. Ingolf looked at the big screen and said that if Asai made it into the special class, he'd personally make sure to train him thoroughly. The scene transitioned to a grand auditorium, its seats filled with students, and at the front of it all a wide stage waited beneath heavy red curtains. Above it, the university emblem loomed. An announcer declared that it was time to reveal the student who would be promoted to the express class this term, and then welcomed the protagonist to the stage. The protagonist rose from his seat and began walking toward the stage. the huge university emblem on the back of the stage cutting a familiar silhouette. As murmurs rippled through the crowd, students remarked that the guy was amazing, that he'd only been here a month since his transfer, and someone mentioned the festival and how what he did there had been insane. There was no way he was merely human. Mateo watched with obvious pride, thinking that because the protagonist was his master, that reaction was only natural, and he chuckled to himself. The announcer continued by explaining that an armband ceremony was next and that a special guest had been invited. The protagonist wondered who the guest could be, and half feared that the person he was thinking of had come, a remark which proved true when Lord Ingolf appeared through the curtains. The announcer asked the audience to please welcome him, handing the stage over to Lord Ingolf. Ingolf cut an austere figure, like a strict father who had long since resorted to corporal measures, and the protagonist registered his arrival with a stunned, serious thought that Ingolf had actually come all the way to the academy. While Ingolf interacted with students on stage, assigning armbands, the protagonist watched suspiciously, wondering what Ingolf was after. Ingolf approached him and said he had been entertained quite a bit back at the Sublime Heaven Festival by our boy's performance. Our boy said, "It's an honor." Then Ingolf presented him with an armband, stepped closer, and whispered softly, "Come to my estate tonight." Students watched the exchange closely while Mateo furrowed his brow, wondering what could Ingolf be saying to his master. Once Ingolf waved at the remaining students and walked off, the protagonist crushed the armband in his hand, thinking skeptically and angrily, "What the hell are you plotting?" Night fell, and the scene shifted to Lord Ingolf's mansion. The protagonist entered the estate where the butler bowed and welcomed him, stating that they had been expecting him. As he walked toward the room where Ingolf waited, he fretted over Ingolf's intentions and whether the man had realized his true identity. Did he figure out that I'm actually Masato? And he cursed mentally that he wanted more time to prepare, admitting to himself that if Ingolf knew, he had no other choice. At the entrance, the butler opened the door, and the protagonist braced, thinking that right now, right here, this could turn into a fight, then stepped inside the room where Ingolf sat at a long table carving a steak with knife and fork, asking him to come sit down and saying they would talk after a meal. The protagonist took a seat, still suspicious and wondering what Ingolf might throw at him. After dinner, a servant brought tea, as Ingolf once again praised his feats during the Sublime Heaven Festival, especially the battle on the top floor that had caught his attention. And then, in a pause that the protagonist felt as a tight, dangerous silence, Ingolf asked in a serious and threatening tone what exactly he was hiding. The question made the protagonist sweat and wonder, does he know who I am? He clenched his fist beneath the table and reasoned that if Ingolf truly knew he was Masato, he would have been more direct, so it had to be that Ingolf was probing for something else. Ingolf pressed that the fusion spell used on the top floor was Iwako's life's work, something that had taken Iwako 20 years to create, and asked why the protagonist could use it. The protagonist chuckled inwardly, thinking just as I thought, Ingolf was only curious about his magic and did not know he was Masato, and he answered that back in Japan Iwako had given him special training and that was how he had learned fusion magic. Ingolf, sipping tea, found that intriguing. The protagonist offered a faint, fake smile and said he owed Iwako everything. Ingolf showed his teeth in a smile and commented that it sounded like something Iwako would do. Acknowledging that the protagonist had mastered the technique well, he placed his cup of tea on the table and warned the protagonist not to misuse that power, standing and delivering the stern admonition that otherwise he would end up like Masato, the man who had almost torn this world apart. Bro is like, what the F is he saying, as Ingolf continued, telling the story of the SSS-ranked dungeon disaster 20 years ago, in which Masato drowned in his own strength and, according to Ingolf's version, cooked up a twisted plan to drag monsters out of the dungeon and wipe out his own allies, because after that, he will be the only hero left standing. That was Masato's evil plan that he put into action that day. Luckily for them, they had stopped him before it went down. The protagonist refused to accept these lies, his eyes widening in disbelief, thinking what? And trying to contain the anger rising within him, his hand trembled with fury as he thought, bullshit, what the hell is up with that? And resolved that there was no way he could just let this slide, these bastards, there was no way he could allow it. He came close to bursting and was on the verge of crushing Ingolf where he sat. But at that moment, Ingolf turned toward him and reiterated his warning, do not let your power swallow you. The protagonist steadied himself, containing his rage, and replied internally and in demeanor that power was necessary to fight evil, and that he would do whatever it took to become stronger than anyone else. Seeing that determination, Ingolf's eyes widened and he chuckled, remarking that the protagonist was still as he'd been back at the festival, as interesting as ever, and then declared that he would reward that spirit. For the next training cycle, Ingolf would step in as the protagonist's sparring partner if the protagonist was up for it. The protagonist, puzzled but determined, accepted, saying it would be an honor to take him on. The scene shifted outside into the night after the dinner and the conversation with his enemy Ingolf. And among the crowd, the protagonist walked while thinking of the evening and the invitation. declaring to himself that it was the best reward he could have asked for and vowing, "Just wait, I'll crush you with everything I've got and settle the grudge." The betrayal 20 years ago. The scene transitioned into the next day, marking the arrival of the special class periodic training day. Two students were spotted discussing excitedly about how today was the big day for the special class. One of them, with black hair, admitted feeling jealous that the special class students would get to see Ingolf in action. He low-key wished he could be trained by him too. But that thought barely left his mouth before the air shifted. In the very next second, the guy froze like he had seen a ghost, because right there on the bench sat the protagonist, glaring at him like he was ready to end his whole bloodline. The moment the name Ingolf echoed, the students collectively flinched, realizing they had probably just signed their own death warrants. Fear kicked in fast, and the next second they yeeted out of there, sprinting away from the protagonist's dark, simmering rage. The protagonist clenched his fists, his jaw tightening as he thought about how today was the day to settle the score with Ingolf. Ingolf had promised a mock battle during today's training. To Ingolf, it was probably just some random lesson for a curious kid, but to the protagonist, oh no, it was war. He planned to crush him completely, to make him regret ever betraying him. On the massive training ground of Lansing Academy, the periodic training officially began. The instructor stood tall, welcoming Lord Ingolf with a respectful tone, while Ingolf strode forward, radiating that hero core aura that made everyone stand up straighter. The students stood in perfectly organized lines, disciplined and sharp. The protagonist's eyes locked onto Ingolf's figure the moment he appeared. Ingolf surveyed the crowd with a calm confidence and declared that he trusted the academy's finest students. He praised their daily training but added that sometimes, just watching was also a form of learning. That was why, to spice things up, he decided to hold a sparring match. His words immediately caused a ripple through the crowd, the students exchanging looks and murmurs, buzzing with excitement and low-key anxiety. Ingolf noticed their reactions, chuckling lightly as if their panic was cute. He told them there was no need to panic and revealed that he had already chosen his opponent. And then he called out the protagonist's name, telling him to step forward. In the stands, Mateo almost fell off his seat. He couldn't believe Ingolf had chosen his master as the sparring partner. But once the shock passed, joy kicked in like an energy drink rush. Skipping class was 100% worth it for this. While Mateo got comfy in the stands, ready to witness the clash between his master and Ingolf, his eyes landed on Sayuki. He recognized her instantly as the same girl from the Sublime Heaven Festival. A sly grin stretched across his face as his brain immediately spiraled into romantic fanfiction mode, thinking things were going smoothly between his master and her. While Mateo was busy cooking up imaginary scenarios, Sayuki, on the other hand, felt someone's weird stare burning into the back of her head. She decided to just ignore it, focusing instead on the sparring ground. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she observed Ingolf, one of the Pentagram Saints, a celebrated hero of the world, and wondered how the protagonist would stand against someone of that caliber. Moments later, Ingolf stepped forward, announcing the beginning of the match with that classic hero smirk. The protagonist's thoughts sharpened. Ingolf wasn't just strong, he was one of the toughest fighters among the Pentagram Saints, leagues above Iwako and Ryuoxi. But today, the one kneeling here would be him. Ingolf raised his fist, saying he'd make the first move, and then he launched forward. In a heartbeat, he gathered raw power into his hand and punched toward the protagonist. A small explosion erupted the moment his fist tore through the air. A sharp sonic boom shockwave ripped toward the protagonist. The sheer force behind it was insane, like nature itself had decided to throw hands. All around the training ground, students instinctively shielded themselves as the blast washed over them. Many of them questioned out loud if that was wind magic. But in the stands, Sayuki narrowed her eyes. She knew better. That wasn't wind magic at all. The shockwave came from the raw force of the punch alone. She assumed he must have used body enhancement magic. While she was analyzing, the protagonist moved fast. He slammed his hand against the ground, channeling earth attribute magic. A massive wall of earth shot upward between him and the incoming blast, bracing for impact. Ingolf's punch slammed into the wall with a thunderous crash. The earth wall held for a moment, then shattered into flying shards of debris, but it did its job. The attack was stopped. Ingolf internally noted how the protagonist had actually managed to block that. The protagonist got up, just clinging to his uniform, and thought about how hard that punch had hit. If that was body enhancement magic, no wonder it felt like getting run over by a truck. He barely stopped it using reinforcement stones. The force behind it was wild. But before that thought could settle, Ingolf's grin widened. He broke the silence with a smug reveal. It wasn't body enhancement magic. He hadn't even used it yet. Standing there with sharp eyes gleaming like a predator, he swung his coat over his shoulder, looking every bit like the nightmare boss fight of this story. The protagonist's brows furrowed. That meant the previous punch was just Ingolf's raw brute strength. While Ingolf was amping himself up with body enhancement magic, he casually mentioned that this was what it looked like when he did it. Right after casting it, his fist started glowing, energy gathering like a charged nuke in his knuckles, and then he launched a punch. A massive energy blast tore through the air at insane speed, ripping everything in its path and heading straight for the protagonist. Startled by the sheer power, the protagonist barely managed to dodge, the attack grazing past him by a hair's breadth. Ingolf didn't stop there. He unleashed multiple strikes into the air, sending a barrage of energy blasts toward him. The protagonist, tapping into wind magic, zipped around to dodge every single one of them. Mateo, watching from the stands, noticed how badly his master was being pushed back and wondered what kind of cracked move Ingolf had just pulled off. Ingolf, on the other hand, was clearly vibing, completely enjoying this sparring match. He internally taunted the protagonist, acknowledging the sharp instincts it took to dodge using wind magic, but also made it clear that the fight wasn't even close to over. Power surged into his next punch as he hurled another explosive blast at the protagonist, who once again narrowly avoided getting hit. But the strain was starting to show. He could see the wreckage behind him where Ingolf's attack had obliterated the ground, and the sight hammered in one thing: this wasn't the time to be holding back. He braced himself, suddenly coming to a halt, which made Ingolf suspicious. Ingolf got a hunch that the protagonist might be planning a counterattack, and he was dead right. The protagonist fused earth and wind attributes, swirling raw elemental power into his palm. Sayuki immediately recognized the move as the same one he'd used during the festival. With a razor-sharp gaze, the protagonist hurled the fusion magic straight at Ingolf. The blast shot forward like a bullet train, but Ingolf planted his feet and faced it head-on, channeling raw strength to block it. After a tense moment, a violent explosion erupted. As the smoke cleared, Ingolf stood there completely unharmed, having tanked the fusion magic without even flinching. The protagonist's thoughts raced. Ingolf had used the shockwave itself to dull the impact. That was a level up. Ingolf wasn't just stronger than before, he'd evolved. He hadn't only blocked the fusion magic, he'd literally punched through it. He even praised the protagonist with a smirk, admitting that maybe he shouldn't have been holding back either. Then his aura spiked. An immense golden surge of magic flared up around him, radiating overwhelming pressure that the protagonist could feel in his bones. The menacing gleam in Ingolf's eyes said it all. He challenged the protagonist to keep going. Ingolf then activated some kind of unknown spell, golden aura crackling around him. The protagonist internally admitted he didn't even know what kind of spell that was, so Ingolf must have learned it over the last 20 years. Ingolf signaled for him to come at him, and the protagonist readied his stance with a sharp grin, mentally deciding to see exactly what it was worth. The protagonist activated void magic while channeling earth magic to rupture the ground. The floor cracked and blasted upward, creating a wide area shockwave with nowhere to dodge. Ingolf was intrigued by the sudden shift. The protagonist knew this move left no escape routes. Once Ingolf's footing broke, he'd slam him with another fused spell. As the ground exploded beneath Ingolf, the protagonist prepped a fusion of earth and wind once again, ready to throw it. Ingolf was caught midair, and Mateo, watching like an excited fanboy, hyped up seeing his master breaking out the fusion spell. Sayuki analyzed the situation and noted that Ingolf was losing balance midair. This was the perfect chance. The deadly fusion magic shot toward Ingolf like a meteor, and a split second later it landed. But instead of panic, Ingolf just smirked. He activated his new golden spell midair. The protagonist froze for a second, confused as hell about what Ingolf was trying to pull. Then with both hands, Ingolf caught the incoming fusion spell like it was nothing and with sheer brute force started ripping it apart. In the next heartbeat, he tore the spell in half, letting the shredded magic explode harmlessly behind him. Not a single scratch marred his body. Ingolf just stood there, laughing like a madman who owned the battlefield. The protagonist was in full-on crisis mode, stunned that Ingolf had literally torn his fusion spell apart. Sayuki couldn't believe it either. Ingolf had completely nullified that level of magic like it was child's play. While Ingolf was using the same unknown spell, a blazing golden aura flared around him like Goku. He arrogantly claimed that the strike had been excellent, but it couldn't pierce through his mana armor. In that moment, it became clear what that mysterious spell was. A sleek golden mana armor wrapped around his hand, glowing like a divine flex. Ingolf showed it off with smug pride, while the protagonist, already breaking into a nervous sweat, realized that the golden haze itself was functioning as armor. The fusion spell had been shrugged off without even a scratch, and that level of durability was just straight up insane. As the tension thickened, Ingolf began closing the gap between them, his movements sharp and deliberate. He dashed forward like a predator, bragging that his mana armor wasn't just a shield. It turned his whole body into a damn weapon, combining offense and defense into one deadly package. That, he claimed, was the true essence of his mana armor. In a blur, he charged his fist again, ready to deliver another crushing blow. As he lunged forward, the protagonist stayed locked on him, waiting until Ingolf was midair before dodging cleanly. The punch landed hard on the ground, detonating in a blast that sent rippling shockwaves tearing through the arena floor. Mateo's eyes went wide at the sheer level of destructive power on display. The protagonist shielded himself from flying debris as the smoke finally cleared, a shallow scratch now visible on his face. He gritted his teeth, thinking how Ingolf had become way stronger than he'd been 20 years ago. That mana armor he was boasting about was a massive pain in the peaches. Even so, the protagonist had a countermeasure. The catch? That spell was still incomplete and he wasn't sure he could pull it off. Meanwhile, Ingolf hadn't even broken a sweat. With a mocking tone, he asked if there were any questions, then taunted whether the protagonist wasn't going to attack. Finally, with a cocky smirk, he decided he'd end it himself and charged again. Cornered, the protagonist realized he had no choice but to activate the unfinished spell. Blue-purple sparkles began swirling around him, condensing in his hand as he fought to control the unstable power. Ingolf, rushing in fast, noticed it and wondered if the protagonist was trying to forge something mid-fight. But he wasn't slowing down. Just as he was about to strike, a strange darkness seemed to creep up on him. For a moment, Ingolf froze, an indescribable sensation gripping him. The protagonist kept struggling to activate the spell while Ingolf frowned in confusion. But the next second, Ingolf blitzed through the remaining distance and slashed at him. The protagonist, still focusing on the spell, took the hit and went flying, but he refused to give up. He tried again, but just as he feared, he hadn't mastered it yet. The sparkles fizzled out into nothing. At this rate, defeat was inevitable, but just as that thought settled, a voice echoed, declaring the sparring match over. Shock rippled through the protagonist as Ingolf, suddenly calm, stated that they had done more than enough for one session and suggested calling it a day. The protagonist's hands trembled with frustration and anger as the special class training wrapped up and the students were dismissed. The instructor immediately began buttering up Ingolf, calling his display magnificent and inspiring, while the protagonist stood silently among the students. Whispers spread fast. Everyone acknowledged he had put up a good fight, but Ingolf had him cornered from start to finish. One student even gushed about how the pentagram saints were simply on another level. Mateo appeared behind the protagonist, praising him for fighting well and admitting that no one could really blame him for losing against Ingolf. But deep down, the protagonist knew he had underestimated Ingolf. In his current state, he couldn't beat him. If he wanted to stand a chance, he'd have to push his void magic further and get way stronger. The crowd was buzzing, their reactions practically screaming that they had expected this outcome from the start. But Sayuki, watching quietly, thought that none of them truly grasped the kind of potential the protagonist was hiding. Meanwhile, Ingolf walked away, lost in thought. That strange moment from earlier lingered in his mind. He questioned what that feeling had been. Was it bloodlust? No. It was something else entirely. A grin crept across his face as he thought that it had been ages since he'd felt a clash like that. It didn't matter. He knew the protagonist wasn't the type of man who'd end it here. Ingolf sat in his luxurious mansion, eyes fixed on the night sky through the massive window, where the silver moonlight poured in like liquid silk. A delicate glass of wine rested in his hand, the red liquid catching the glow of the moon as he leaned back into his chair, visibly at ease. Yet behind those calm eyes, thoughts churned. It had been way too long since he'd had a fight that made his blood genuinely boil. He couldn't shake the memory of that man, Asai Koisuk. He hadn't expected Koisuk to be that strong. Swirling the wine with the elegance of a noble, he found himself replaying that particular moment in his mind, the moment in the fight where, for the first time in ages, he had actually felt fear. That sensation had been buried deep, but it still lingered. It wasn't the first time either. There had been another moment in the past, and as that thought surfaced, his mind dragged him back to those memories like an old scar being pressed. In the memory, Ingolf was kneeling, beaten, while a man stood tall before him. The victor's words rang clear in his head, reminding him who held the upper hand. Ingolf had questioned what the hell that last move was, accusing him of hiding that spell all along. That man, revealed to be none other than their protagonist, had replied with his usual chaotic grin, reminding him that he'd nearly been taken out back there and that keeping an ace up his sleeve until the end was just how he played the game. Ingolf had let a small smile slip then, thinking how this guy never changed, always exceeding expectations. That was what made him his rival. Back then, Ingolf had pushed himself up and told him to go another round, calling out his name with that unmistakable spark in his voice. Now in the present, sitting alone with his drink, Ingolf chuckled to himself. The booze was making him nostalgic, but a past stained black couldn't just magically bleach itself white. Still, that rush of clashing with someone equal to him, it had been too damn long. He let the thought slip out in a murmur, calling for Asai Koisuk to show him what he had. The next morning, Asai Koisuk found himself in a shadowy, ominous forest, the kind that practically dripped with bad vibes. He looked around, noting that the place hadn't changed a bit in the last 20 years. He decided this was exactly what he needed. Ingolf was on a whole other level right now, and as he was, he wouldn't stand a chance. So he'd rebuild himself from the ground up. The dungeon nearby radiated that same ominous energy he'd felt before it was perfect. He stepped into the dungeon, instantly feeling the heavy pull of its gravity field pressing down on him, way more intense than anything on the surface. Crystals jutted from the ground and walls, their eerie glow lighting the space in unsettling hues. He pieced things together quickly. No wonder Ingolf's punches had felt like getting hit by a truck. If he took one clean hit like that again, it'd be game over. So he decided his first priority was to reinforce both body and mind. Once he could meet Ingolf head-on, that one spell he'd been cooking up would be the clincher. Whispering a silent promise to himself, he called Ingolf's name in his head. Monsters swarmed from the darkness like they'd been waiting for him. Dozens, then hundreds, perfect training partners. He braced himself, ready to shred through all of them. 3 brutal days passed in a blur of blood, sweat, and grind, and while Koisuk was deep in training, the world outside kept spinning. The scene shifted to the academy. Sayuki walked through the corridors, weaving between clusters of students, her brow furrowed. It was weird. Asai Koisuk hadn't shown up at the dorm since that day. She couldn't shake the question of where the hell he had gone. As she scanned the area, her gaze landed on Mateo, who was slumped against a wall looking like a zombie fresh out of a horror movie. His voice was tired and dramatic, lamenting how boring everything was without Master around. She called out to him and he snapped out of his undead mode long enough to look up and lazily call her one of the Master's fangirls. She twitched inwardly, thinking that if that was what he wanted to believe, fine. It actually made things easier for her. Out loud, she asked if he had any idea where Koisuk went. Mateo didn't know the exact location but mentioned he'd heard something about the Eastern Forest and training. Sayuki's suspicion flared. Eastern Forest. It could only mean one thing. Without wasting a second, she spun on her heel, waved a quick goodbye to Mateo, and dashed off. Mateo blinked after her, mumbling to himself that she was one dedicated fangirl worrying about Master like that. Moments later, Sayuki arrived at the same forest where Koisuk had disappeared. She eyed the tree line, muttering that a hidden dungeon here would be the perfect training ground, but something nagged at her. How had he even found out about it? He shouldn't have any clue about this place unless. Her heart skipped, sweat trickled down her face. Could he really be who she feared? Could the protagonist really be the infamous evil Misato Koichiro? A month earlier, Sayuki had been given a secret order to investigate anyone who could be Misato in disguise, and Asai Koisuk had been on that list. If he really was Misato, a flicker of fear crossed her face. In her mind, Misato wasn't just some random villain. He was the man who'd tried to destroy the world by unleashing dungeon monsters, and it had taken the entire Pentagram Saints to stop him. She entered the dungeon cautiously, muttering that she'd been here once before on another mission. The air was just as heavy and brutal as she remembered. If Koisuk had been training here all this time, then he was really not playing around. She ventured deeper until she finally found what she was looking for. The dungeon floor was a graveyard of monster corpses, and in the middle of it stood Koisuk. His body radiated a pressure that hadn't been there before. Muscles taut, aura flaring, the man looked like he'd been reborn through pure grind. 3 days of relentless training had carved that power into him. Sayuki hid behind a crystal wide-eyed, thinking his entire presence had changed. All those monsters, he had taken them down alone. This was way beyond what she'd expected. She slipped out of the dungeon sometime later and called someone, reporting everything she had seen. She admitted that at this rate, Koisuk might actually catch up to Lord Ingolf. On the other end of the line, Saint Claudia let out a soft, delighted "oh" before asking about the possibility that Koisuk was Misato. Sayuki hesitated but finally answered it was very high. Claudia grinned like someone who had just heard the best plot twist of her life, laughing as she declared that things were about to get very interesting. Meanwhile, deep inside her cult-like church, her devoted followers moved like zealots, chanting with mad reverence. She stretched out both hands before them, announcing that everything was going according to the Lord's design. She looked every bit the maniacal cult leader, basking in the chaos to come. Inside the dungeon, glittering crystal shards glimmered faintly, reflecting over the countless corpses of fallen monsters. Among them stood the protagonist, hands folded with that silent, smug finality, declaring internally that it was complete. In that moment, he told himself that this time he'd hit Ingolf, because now he was strong enough to face him and settle everything. As the perspective shifted, the setting snapped to Iwako's office. He was in his principal's office about to leave it when a sudden ring sliced through the quiet. He turned back, eyebrows furrowing, questioning who the hell could be calling at that hour. Picking up the receiver, he answered with the plain, universal hello. On the other end, Ingolf's voice echoed back, flat and unmistakable. Iwako's face immediately tensed, shrinking like someone who just heard something they really didn't want to. The weight of Ingolf's tone carried something heavy, and instinctively Iwako asked if something had happened. Ingolf, with that quiet, loaded intent, said there was something he wanted to ask for the last time. It was about a student named Asai Koisuk. Moments later, after an exchange that felt far too brief, Ingolf's calm voice on the other end concluded, saying he got it and that was all he needed to know. Iwako responded with a simple yes and set the receiver down. But the second he did, the dread crept up like a chill crawling down his spine. His face darkened, horrified by the realization that Ingolf had asked about Asai Koisuk's past, a past he couldn't spill. Because if he did, and if Ingolf learned that Asai Koisuk was actually Misato, then he'd be a dead man walking. He dropped to his knees, screaming internally that he'd die if the truth got out. Meanwhile, across the line, Ingolf also set his telephone back down, mulling over the unease that Iwako was hiding something. But despite that gut feeling, there was nothing conclusive to work with. He turned, about to leave the room, when something slid against the floor. A letter had been slipped under his door. Picking it up, he silently wondered who the hell had sent it. As he unfolded it, the contents made his blood boil. His jaw clenched, and he muttered through his teeth that he knew it. The rage twisted across his face as the paper crumpled in his fist, his anger spilling out like a storm that had been held in too long. His mind flicked back to a memory. Back then, the sunset painted the world gold as he apologized for something that had happened earlier that day. The protagonist had brushed it off, and both of them had climbed to the top of a cliff overlooking a small town bathed in warm light. That was when the protagonist said that Ingolf's hometown was being destroyed, so of course he'd lend a hand. Ingolf had questioned him, pointing out that conquering the dungeon requested by the nation would have been way more lucrative. But the protagonist had just shrugged mentally, thinking about how those so-called big shots just wanted to show off their power. He'd rather be there for the people who actually needed help. Ingolf had laughed back then, shaking his head and calling him good-natured to the bone. The protagonist, in his usual blunt way, had commented on how nice the place was. They'd shared a chill, buddy moment as Ingolf proudly said it was called Keld's Hill, the best damn spot around to watch the sunset. The protagonist had nodded, saying he could tell Ingolf cherished this place. That was when Ingolf had turned, gaze firm, and said he wanted to become stronger, not just for his hometown, but because so many other places out there were being threatened by dungeons. The protagonist had just laughed it off, deciding right there to team up with him, saying he'd toughen up in that country. Ingolf had matched that energy, answering with a fire in his chest. That was the moment they'd solidified their friendship. But in the present, Ingolf's gaze was different. It was heavy, shadowed. His mind replayed that day, the day everything burned. Flames had swallowed his hometown whole. He'd run through the inferno, terrified, desperate, only to stumble upon the most gut-wrenching sight imaginable. There among the blazing wreckage stood the protagonist. He had turned slightly, his grin twisting like something born from hell itself. It was the grin of someone saying he'd done it all. In the present, Ingolf's hands trembled, his eyes steeled. He decided he wouldn't drag Nathaniel, Claudia, or the other pentagram saints into this mess. He'd be the one to finish Masato Koichiro himself. That vengeance burned into his resolve like a brand. And while all of this was boiling on Ingolf's end, the protagonist was casually striding through the academy like it was just another day. He thought about how the next periodic training was scheduled for a week later. He'd rematch Ingolf then. This time he'd definitely, but before that his thoughts cut off when a voice called out, "Master, you're back." Mateo appeared, waving a letter in his hand. The protagonist glanced at him, wondering what the rush was. Mateo, slightly out of breath, explained that the headmaster had wanted him to deliver the letter. The protagonist eyed the envelope suspiciously, questioning why it was addressed to him. Mateo handed it over with a simple yes. As soon as he opened it and scanned the contents, his expression cracked into shock. Mateo, clueless but curious, asked what it said. The protagonist crushed the paper in his hand, muttering that it said nothing, and walked off, leaving Mateo puzzled in the hallway. Unbeknownst to them, Sayuki lurked in the shadows, quietly observing everything. Later, as the sun dipped low, the wind swept across Keld's Hill, the same cliff where they'd once sparred. Ingolf stood there, the breeze weaving through the grass as he whispered darkly to himself, acknowledging the arrival behind him. The protagonist approached, his steps steady. He recognized the place instantly and thought about how this was the reason Ingolf had called him here. Ingolf turned sharply, cutting off whatever came next, and declared that he knew exactly who he was. The protagonist asked why Ingolf had summoned him to that place, voice clipped with cool suspicion. Ingolf turned back to face him, and as if it needed no explanation, flared his aura and declared that his purpose was to erase the protagonist's existence from the world, his words spilling out like a fanatic's vow for revenge. The sound of his intent felt almost manic, raw, and hungry. The protagonist did not back down. He met that fury with equal calm and a shard of steel beneath his words, replying that if that was the case, then the feeling was mutual. He flared his own blue aura in answer, warning Ingolf that he would personally send him off himself. Both stood there, charged and ready. Before the fierce battle between the protagonist and Ingolf began, our boy here questioned Ingolf on how he had been so certain that he was Masato Koichiro. Ingolf dismissed the inquiry coldly, stating that it was not something the protagonist needed to know, though he clarified that it had nothing to do with the Pentagram Saints and was instead a matter of personal vendetta. The protagonist pressed further, questioning if that was why Ingolf had chosen this particular place to fight, to which Ingolf confirmed it with grim resolve. Slamming his foot against the ground, Ingolf declared that he would never forgive the protagonist, his expression contorted with rage. The protagonist, unshaken, remarked that it was quite a coincidence they seemed to share the same sentiment. Both warriors readied themselves, each determined to give everything they had in the coming clash. Ingolf activated his mana armor, golden light enveloping his entire body. Drawing back his arm, he boasted that this armor, as shown during the mock battle, could block any kind of attack, whether physical or magical. He emphasized that with such protection, the protagonist stood no chance of winning. He demonstrated his might by punching the air, generating an immense shockwave, then unleashed a barrage of blows, each creating another violent wave surging toward his opponent. As the shockwaves hurtled forward, Ingolf wondered how the protagonist would respond, recalling that during their mock battle, all the protagonist could do was dodge. If that were still the case, Ingolf thought he would simply overwhelm him with another strike. Gathering a massive surge of energy in his hand, he prepared to end it, yet before the attack could land, the protagonist suddenly leapt aside. Surrounded by a glowing blue aura, the protagonist sprinted forward at high velocity. Ingolf was taken aback, puzzled by what he was witnessing. The protagonist was charging directly at him. Dust swirled and condensed around the protagonist as a blue mana armor formed on his hand, shielding it. At the same time, he invoked wind attribute magic, accelerating his movement with explosive force. In the next instant, he gathered fire attribute magic in his hand, his gaze sharp and menacing as he lunged toward Ingolf. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, the clash generating a massive burst of energy that hurled both fighters backward. Tossed through the air, the protagonist noted to himself that it figured Ingolf's mana armor truly was as hard as stone. Ingolf too was thrown back, astonished that the protagonist had managed to charge straight through his shockwaves. He observed that the protagonist's attacks had grown significantly stronger and that his physique showed clear evidence of relentless training. Still, he suspected there was more to it than that. His mind raced with realization. Could it be that the protagonist had copied his mana armor? Indeed, that was precisely what had happened. Ingolf sneered, calling it pathetic, and declared that he had uncovered the secret behind the protagonist's magic. He accused him of relying on void magic merely to copy others' spells, dismissing it as imitation, nothing more. Against him, Ingolf claimed such cheap tricks would never be enough. He reminisced about the protagonist's time magic from before, a skill he had once admired, but lamented that the protagonist had fallen far from that former brilliance. Now, he said, there was no way the protagonist could ever break through his mana armor. A surge of mana pulsed through Ingolf's body, golden energy flaring brighter as his armor fully encased him. With blazing eyes, he declared that no one could ever pierce his defense. But the protagonist, his tone edged with cold superiority, countered that Ingolf was close but not quite right. Void magic, he explained, went far deeper than simple copying. It had taken him time to grasp its true nature, but now he was ready to demonstrate it. Blue mana condensed tightly around his right hand, radiating a sharp intensity. Ingolf recognized the move instantly. It was the same one the protagonist had attempted at the end of their previous mock battle, his so-called ultimate attack. Still, Ingolf dismissed it internally, convinced that no known spell could pierce his armor. He dashed forward, launching himself into the air above his opponent. But just as his punch descended, the protagonist invoked his power, activating void magic. In that next instant, Ingolf's body was sliced, blood scattering into the air. He stared in disbelief as pain tore through him. The wound had been inflicted by none other than the protagonist. Reeling back, he looked down at his hand to find a deep gash running through his supposedly unbreakable mana barrier. His mind screamed in denial. It was impossible. No one had ever broken through his armor. Yet before he could process it further, the protagonist's voice cut through the tension, reminding him that void magic was not merely about imitation. Ingolf's eyes widened as he caught sight of the protagonist once more and froze. In the protagonist's hand now materialized a colossal sword, its blade swirling with roaring flames that radiated lethal heat and destruction. Ingolf, desperate and disoriented, demanded to know what the hell it was. The protagonist, exuding calm dominance, explained that it was creation through imagination, the true essence of void magic itself. He then fixed Ingolf with an unyielding, deathly glare, commanding him to feel its power firsthand. Ingolf appeared visibly astonished after hearing the protagonist's bold claim. He tried to make sense of what had just been said, questioning the idea that magic could be born purely from imagination. A nervous sweat trickled down his face as he asked if the flaming sword before him had been crafted by the protagonist himself. The scene showed the protagonist gripping a blazing sword, answering confidently while fire coiled and danced around him. He declared that the blade was a custom spell, designed specifically to pierce Ingolf's mana armor, a creation that existed nowhere else, his own original magic. Hearing that, Ingolf stammered in disbelief, muttering questions about how such a thing could even be real and how the sword had managed to cut through his mana barrier. Disbelief overtook him completely. Before he could compose his thoughts, the protagonist taunted that Ingolf seemed confused, brandishing the sword with an air of dominance. He reminded Ingolf of his earlier boast that his mana armor could block any attack, calling that statement false. The words enraged Ingolf, who shouted that his mana armor was impenetrable. But the protagonist corrected him, explaining that there was indeed a blind spot to his magic, because the attribute of Ingolf's mana transformed energy into a metallic element. Ingolf was stunned, but still managed to demand how the protagonist knew that. The protagonist dismissed the question with irritation, reminding him that he had already tested it moments earlier. Realization dawned on Ingolf as he recalled the previous exchange, the blue barrier he had been wrapped in. The protagonist elaborated that if he could reproduce the magic, it meant he had fully understood it. He reasoned that no matter how resilient metal was, it was never indestructible, so he had created an ultra-high-temperature flame blade powerful enough to melt it. With that, he flexed his fiery sword, exuding confidence. Ingolf, watching this, fell into silent reflection. His mana armor had deflected countless spells before fire included, so the idea that this blade had cut through it left him questioning how much heat the protagonist had actually packed into it. Before he could think further, the protagonist's voice cut through the tension, telling him to accept that he could no longer stop the attacks. Frustrated, Ingolf grit his teeth and shouted not to underestimate him. His aura flared wildly as he roared that having a new trick didn't mean victory was guaranteed. In the next instant, he closed the distance between them in a blink, reared back his fist, and declared that he would smash the protagonist's arrogance out of him. His punch came crashing down, but the protagonist stopped it effortlessly with the flame sword. Then with blinding speed, the sword slashed multiple times, sending Ingolf flying backward. Blood sprayed from his body as he crashed to the ground, leaving red stains scattered across the dirt. Now on his knees, bleeding heavily, Ingolf could hardly believe what was happening. The protagonist observed coldly that Ingolf's movements became predictable whenever he got emotional, remarking that he had never rid himself of those old habits. Hearing that, Ingolf's mind flashed back to their shared past, the nostalgia cutting deep. Unwilling to face it, he shouted for the protagonist to shut up, repeating the words over and over in frustration. Punching the air, he unleashed a series of shockwaves toward his opponent. The protagonist, now weary of the tantrum, noted that Ingolf was still trying to fight and effortlessly dodged every blast. The shockwaves continued, but they were merely a distraction. In the next heartbeat, Ingolf appeared right before him, throwing punches that the protagonist blocked and deflected with his flame sword. Through his rage, Ingolf yelled that the protagonist had no right to lecture him about the past. His voice cracked as he screamed that the protagonist had burned his homeland to ashes. The battlefield fell into a heavy silence at that revelation. The protagonist froze, clearly startled, and tried to reason with him, asking what he was talking about. But Ingolf had already lost himself completely to rage. Left with no choice, the protagonist muttered that it was finally time, gathering blue energy into his hand. He held the condensed sphere between them, and as it struck the ground, the battle paused momentarily amid smoke and flickering light. Ingolf, confused, wondered if it was a smokescreen, but before he could speak, a sword tip came to rest against his neck. The protagonist stood victorious, his eyes fierce and unyielding. Ingolf's shock shifted to despair as he muttered questions, demanding to know why. He admitted he had always thought of the protagonist as a worthy rival, someone he could challenge himself against, so why had it come to this? Why couldn't he be allowed to keep believing that? The protagonist began to respond, starting to say Ingolf's name, but before he could finish, a projectile whistled through the air and struck Ingolf in the neck from behind. In an instant, Ingolf collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The protagonist's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked upward, searching for the source. From above, a figure in heels stepped into view, a woman who smiled as she declared that she wouldn't let things end so easily. It was Saint Claudia. She stood on the cliffside, crossbow in hand, having just fired the fatal shot. Seeing her, fury welled inside the protagonist as he called out her name. Claudia only smiled, speaking casually as she greeted him after so long. The protagonist's expression darkened, realizing that she had likely discovered his true identity. Claudia stated that she would love to catch up, but that would have to wait. A pink aura flared around her hand, the same color of magic soon wrapping around Ingolf's unconscious body. She said the real fun was just about to begin. The protagonist tensed, taken aback by the sight. Moments later, Ingolf's body began to move, rising shakily to his feet. Realization hit, the protagonist cursed under his breath, recognizing Claudia's magic. From the cliff, Claudia's voice rang out, commanding them to kill each other as much as they pleased. With that, it became clear that she had seized control of Ingolf, forcing the revived warrior into a battle stance once more. Claudia was seen standing, looking at the protagonist and Ingolf after she had impelled Ingolf with her hypnosis projectile. Just then, someone called out to her, addressing her as Lady Claudia and announcing that it was time, and the protagonist observed all of this from below, because the one calling out to Lady Claudia was none other than Sayuki. The protagonist questioned Sayuki, wondering why she was reporting to Claudia, but Claudia interrupted her and, turning away, stated to the protagonist that he should fight to his heart's content while calling him out. The protagonist shouted for Claudia to wait, but a bigger threat stood before him, as Ingolf, fully under Claudia's control, now faced him. Mana armor began covering Ingolf's whole body automatically as he shifted into a battle stance, and the protagonist thought that Ingolf was clearly not in the right state of mind, assuming Claudia had used her hypnosis magic on him. He recalled that even the perfect hypnosis he once used on Yoichi, when he controlled him, had actually been copied from Claudia's original hypnosis magic. If she had used that on Ingolf, he considered that it would be a pain in his peaches, but he also acknowledged that he had no choice but to push through. Ingolf, under hypnosis, let out a battle cry and in the next moment dashed toward the protagonist. The protagonist thought that he needed to stick to the same plan as before, staying calm and reading Ingolf's movements. Ingolf closed the distance and suddenly doubled his speed, using that momentum to leap toward the protagonist, preparing to strike with his hand, which shocked the protagonist. Ingolf delivered a powerful raw punch, but the protagonist instinctively defended with his sword, though the impact sent him flying as he thought about the overwhelming force. Using the tip of his sword, he stuck it into the ground to stop himself and regain balance, twitching from the force that had thrown him off. The aftermath revealed Ingolf's hand turning bloody, signaling that he was not holding back, with blood pouring down and veins bulging. The protagonist noted that Ingolf's muscles were swelling like crazy and wondered if Claudia had used her hypnosis to remove the natural limiter humans subconsciously impose on their strength. He internally cursed Claudia, calling her the queen of mind control, and noted that Ingolf's speed was also on a whole different level, deciding that he needed to shut that down first. Removing his sword from the ground and aiming toward Ingolf, he locked onto his target while Ingolf continued speeding toward him to attack. As Ingolf approached, the protagonist targeted his leg and reduced his speed by attacking it, breaking the mana armor on his legs as blood gushed out. The protagonist thought that this was good, but Ingolf, completely unchecked under Claudia's hypnosis, still used his bloody and injured hand to punch him, forcing the protagonist to back away while defending himself. The protagonist thought that Ingolf remained unstoppable even after taking that hit. In that moment, something happened to Ingolf, as though he were resisting the hypnosis, which the protagonist noticed, though Ingolf continued to follow Claudia's control and attempted to punch again, prompting the protagonist to slide below and dodge the attack while backing away once more. The protagonist wondered what was happening to Ingolf as he saw him covering his face as though resisting and noticed the miasma around him fading. He questioned whether the hypnosis had failed somehow, but dismissed that idea because Claudia was not the type to make such mistakes. If she intended to use Ingolf, she would have ensured every detail was flawless. Something felt off, but he decided to think about it later. Ingolf's magic armor was cracking, and with that realization, a swirl of blue magic gathered around the protagonist's hand. He locked in, thinking that it was time to end this, gripping his sword in one hand and magic in the other before dashing forward with a boom. Ingolf noticed him and advanced as well, preparing to punch while the protagonist raised his sword and the two clashed. The battered state of Ingolf's hand was visible after taking the protagonist's attack. The protagonist tossed his sword aside and gathered blue magic in his hand, thinking take this, imagining blasting the shockwave straight into Ingolf. He attacked with both hands, sending the shockwave through Ingolf's body and dispersing the miasma. In the next moment, Ingolf's body gave out, his knees collapsing, and the protagonist caught him before he hit the ground. Ingolf attempted to speak, saying that he lost, and the protagonist responded by saying that he won again. Ingolf chuckled faintly and said he was still running his mouth, adding that fighting the protagonist really got his blood pumping, but trading blows had made him certain of one thing. The protagonist was not the one who burned down his homeland. Ingolf then slipped into unconsciousness, leaving the protagonist standing and thinking about his final words, wondering what Ingolf meant about his homeland being burned down. As time slipped by and night finally settled, it was seen that Ingolf slowly drifted back into consciousness. The protagonist, sitting beside the crackling fire, questioned Ingolf with a simple check, observing as Ingolf called out his name and then stared at his own bandaged hand. Ingolf questioned the protagonist about whether he had done this, and the protagonist stated that it was just basic first aid, warning that thrashing around would only worsen his wounds. Ingolf, still processing everything, questioned why, asking if they were not supposed to be rivals, and why the protagonist would do something so contradictory as helping him. The protagonist explained that something had been on his mind since earlier, right before Ingolf passed out, when Ingolf had said the protagonist was not the one who burned down his hometown, prompting him to ask what Ingolf had meant by that. He recalled hearing that someone reduced the village to ashes 20 years ago and wondered whether they had still not found the person behind it. Ingolf reflected, and after closing his eyes, he said he would tell him. Ingolf explained that 20 years ago, a week before the SSS dungeon calamity occurred, he had been absolutely certain about what he saw, or at least the silhouette that looked like the protagonist, setting his hometown ablaze. The protagonist was shocked at this revelation, and Ingolf continued, saying he had not believed his own eyes at first and never thought of the protagonist as the type to do such a thing. But amidst the town burning down and people trying to flee, the laughing male silhouette he saw had been none other than the protagonist. The protagonist, listening and inwardly spiraling, questioned what was going on, insisting that he had never done such a thing and wondering who Ingolf had really seen that day. Ingolf continued regardless, stating that afterward they had found something in the protagonist's room, a laid-out plan to assassinate them all. Hearing this made the protagonist's eyes widen in complete shock since it had nothing to do with him. Ingolf explained that to them he had been a wolf in sheep's clothing, and that conclusion was what the pentagram saints arrived at, resulting in what the protagonist already knew. They sealed him away. The protagonist internally reasoned that Ingolf did not seem to be lying, meaning someone had orchestrated everything, and whoever Ingolf saw that day pretending to be him had probably been a false image prepared by the same mastermind. Manipulating someone's senses and planting fabricated memories was entirely possible, and the protagonist reached the conclusion that if anyone could pull that off, it would be Claudia. He had copied her hypnosis magic before and knew how it worked, targeting the brain directly and forcing specific behavior. The protagonist then addressed Ingolf, who completed his thought by saying he had arrived at the same idea. Ingolf acknowledged that the spell Claudia cast on him earlier had not been to aid him at all, and if she could implant a command to fight until one of them died, then obstructing his ability to verify things would have been easy. This meant she might have made him mistake the protagonist for the person who burned down his village. The protagonist agreed, noting that such an explanation tied everything together. Ingolf then stood up and said he owed him an apology, calling the protagonist's name with sincerity and admitting he had wronged him. As the protagonist looked at him, Ingolf took something out saying he had not trusted him and must accept the consequences, and he handed over a weapon, demanding that the protagonist kill him and bury his body there, claiming that was all he deserved. The protagonist remained silent for a moment before calling Ingolf's attention to the view from the hill, asking whether it reminded him of the days they trained together. Ingolf called out his name again, and the protagonist reminded him that they had been brothers in arms, a bond that did not break on its own. He questioned who had shattered it and whether they were really going to let that person walk away after doing so. With a shared enemy now in the mix, the protagonist proposed teaming up with Ingolf. Ingolf was stunned, shocked that after everything he had done to the protagonist was still offering to team up, even stating that eating shit and accepting it was not his style. A smile appeared on Ingolf's face as he admitted the protagonist was right and that he still had something left to do. As the night continued and the campfire burned low, Ingolf later told the protagonist that they were heading to the Mediterranean, and the protagonist confirmed it, noting that Claudia had supposedly built a city for her followers there and was likely using it as her base. Ingolf said he would go with him, but the protagonist refused, explaining that Claudia had hit them with a spell forcing them to fight until one of them died, so she must think one of them was already dead. Ingolf suggested using that to their advantage, and the protagonist agreed, saying she had assumed eliminating one of them would be enough and it was time to prove she had miscalculated. It would be easier for him to move around if she believed he was dead, and Ingolf was told to continue operating as a pentagram saint as usual. Nathaniel's movements were suspicious as well, but the protagonist said he was counting on Ingolf. Ingolf agreed without hesitation, and under the moonlight the two stood as brothers united again. The protagonist thought about how much had happened, but the next step was clear. He intended to make Claudia regret tricking Ingolf and framing him, and with that resolve he prepared to finally deal with Claudia. The scene transitioned, and it was revealed that the protagonist was now aboard a cruise ship. As the ship cut through the sea, he found himself reminiscing about everything that had happened back in Germany. So much had changed there. Matteo in particular had remained the same until the very end, and the memory of Matteo crying as the protagonist left Germany lingered heavily in his mind, while he stood on the cruise, already moving forward. The entire situation involving Ingolf had been one hell of a twist. He had never imagined that he would end up on good terms with someone he had once assumed had betrayed him. Still, he understood that he could not afford to sit around being sentimental forever. Now, he was headed toward the islands in the middle of the Mediterranean, the place where Claudia had gathered her followers and built her own city. It sounded ridiculous when he thought about it, but apparently that was exactly where she was now. If it truly was a city of believers, then he would simply sneak in as one of them. That approach should help him find the key to getting closer to Claudia. To accomplish that, he decided he should use his void magic spell first. In that moment, he snapped his fingers and activated the spell. It was a recognition-blocking magic. It was still not perfect, but it allowed him to keep his presence hidden whenever he wanted. Just then, a fatty walked by and questioned him, asking whether he was heading to worship Bergoism as well. The word Bergoism caught the protagonist's attention, and he realized that it must be the name of Claudia's new religion. He responded to the fatty, who was smoking a cigar, and the man smiled as he puffed away, remarking that he saw him as pretty devoted for someone so young. Still, the fatty added that devotion alone would not get him very far. As for himself, he explained that he was hoping to get an audience with Lady Claudia herself. That was why he had brought a hefty offering, blatantly flaunting the bag he was carrying. The protagonist acknowledged this, but the fatty pointed out that only higher-ranking believers were allowed to see her. The protagonist recalled that Bergoism ranked its followers. Just then, an announcement echoed through the cruise ship, informing everyone that they would be docking shortly and instructing them to prepare to disembark. The fatty began to speak again, saying that he hoped only for his words to trail off. Before he could finish, the protagonist had already disappeared. The fatty sensed that something strange had happened. He could have sworn that he had been talking to someone moments ago, yet he could no longer remember who it was. He stood there puzzled while the protagonist watched from the shadows, smiling to himself as he confirmed that the recognition-blocking magic was working. It was time to settle the debt from 20 years ago as well as the one from Germany. With that resolve, the protagonist disembarked and stepped forward on his new journey. The view of the island soon came into sight, and at its center, the protagonist was shocked by what he saw. Many people were gathered, staring at something massive and taking pictures. What stood before them was an enormous tower, a structure so imposing that it had captured everyone's attention. People continuously clicked photos of it, and the sheer scale of the tower left the protagonist baffled. Among the crowd, one person remarked that this was the Burgo Tower, while another tourist explained that supposedly an entire city for believers existed inside. The protagonist quietly listened as the onlookers continued, calling it honestly incredible and mentioning that Lady Claudia had apparently bought the whole island. As he listened, the protagonist thought back to 20 years ago when Claudia had possessed nothing more than a tiny monastery. Now she had built this. The massive tower came fully into view, soaring high into the sky. If the tower was this big, he reasoned, then the number of followers inside must be insane. It made it perfect for slipping in unnoticed. Although the security looked tight, it did not matter as long as he had void magic. With a faint smile, he activated his void magic once more, blocking his recognition. The security proceeded to check him, and the inspection was completed without detecting any abnormalities. He was accepted as a first-rank burgoist, and credentials were issued to him. Within the tower, each rank determined which floors one could enter. As a first rank, only the first layer was accessible. A guard handed him a locket that resembled the symbol of the first rank. As the protagonist examined it, the guard continued, explaining that to rise in rank, one had to pass the trials set by the Burgo faith. Reaching the highest, 7th rank would grant an audience with Lady Claudia. With that, he was instructed to proceed. The protagonist entered the tower, thinking to himself that the fake identity had worked. Recognition blocking meant the guard would not remember a thing. He finally stepped into the first layer of the tower, where a massive city of believers unfolded before him. The city seemed as ordinary as any normal city, filled with people going about their daily lives, each wearing a locket around their neck to show that they were first-layer citizens. Layer 1, he thought. It was hard to believe that this vast city existed inside the tower. As he walked through the city of believers, he noticed something. The same fatty from the cruise ship was arguing with the guards, insisting that he was willing to pay anything and telling them to name their price. The guards refused, stating that first ranks were not permitted to enter the upper layers. The fatty grew irritated, shoved one of the guards aside, and declared that he did not care and would meet Lady Claudia. He began running wildly toward the entrance to the upper layer. The moment he stepped forward, yellow energy crackled violently. The fatty was instantly electrified, and in the next second he collapsed onto the ground, fried and unconscious. The guards were not surprised in the slightest, as they had clearly seen many believers attempt the same thing before. Observing this, the protagonist thought that brute force would not get anyone through anywhere. Naturally, Claudia would be at the top, which meant he would have to climb the ranks first. As a first-rank believer, that meant clearing whatever trials this religion threw at him. Fine, he would climb their hierarchy from the bottom. While he was thinking this, the guards in the background lifted the unconscious body of the fatty and carried him away. The scene shifted to one of the buildings within the city. Inside, a man bowed his head respectfully and addressed Priest Samoa, presenting the list of newly enrolled believers and requesting that he choose the day's trial. The priest stood by the window, looking out, as he remarked that more pitiful lambs had wandered in today. He agreed to test them himself. With that declaration, the figure of a priest appeared, dressed entirely in white. The scene transitioned to the protagonist, who was seen sitting alone on a bench in the middle of the city, positioned beside a gently flowing water fountain, quietly lost in thought. He reflected that sneaking into the tower had gone smoothly, and that the next objective was to clear whatever trials were thrown at the new believers so he could steadily climb the ranks. At that exact moment, a pigeon suddenly appeared near him, flapping its wings insistently. It soon became clear that there was a message tied to the pigeon's feet, a small letter meant for delivery. The protagonist held the pigeon carefully, removed the letter, opened it, and read the instructions addressed to the newly initiated believer, which directed him to proceed to the northern manor of the first floor. Upon seeing this, a smile formed on his face. He rose from the bench and began walking, thinking that it was finally time for the grand unveiling of this trial, and that whatever awaited him, he would crush it without hesitation. The scene then transitioned to the northern manor of the first floor, where a group of people had gathered. Among them stood the protagonist. A voice rang out, addressing them as the new believers and welcoming them. The speaker introduced himself as Samoa, a priest tasked with overseeing first-rank disciples. He prompted the group to explain what had brought them to the tower. He then pointed to a small girl, signaling for her to speak first. Startled but resolute, the girl explained that she had come because she wanted to meet Lady Claudia and reach the top floor. She shared her story, revealing that her village had recently been struck by an unknown illness, leaving even her grandmother bedridden, and that she hoped Lady Claudia might lend her power to save them. The protagonist observed the shabby-looking girl and thought that coming all this way alone for the sake of her family and village was genuinely admirable. In the background, two people whispered among themselves. One of them, a bald man, mocked the girl's shabby outfit and questioned whether someone like her could even become a believer, let alone aim for the top. The other man, with yellow hair, remarked that while it was free to dream big and talk big, her ambition was laughable. At that moment, the priest questioned whether they found something funny and reprimanded them sharply, asking if they did not wish to seek an audience with Lady Claudia themselves. The bald man apologized, while the yellow-haired man affirmed that he did. Under his breath, the bald man muttered that they had been dragged into this mess because of that clueless brat. The priest then turned around with practiced elegance and stated that climbing the tower was no simple feat. He presented two numbers, 1 year and 90%, and asked if anyone knew what they meant. He explained that 1 year was the average time it took a first-rank disciple to reach the second rank, while 90% represented the proportion of people who were sifted away before even leaving the first floor. Many came to the tower chasing hope, but most ended up crushed. Despite this, the priest smiled and expressed support for those who still aimed high, calling ambition a fine attitude. He then announced their first trial, stating that there would be 3 challenges in total. The first challenge required them to go to the dungeon northeast of the island and slay 500 monsters. The group was visibly shocked by the sheer number. The priest clarified that the monsters dropped stones like the ones he displayed when defeated, and that these stones were to be collected as proof of their kills. There was no time limit, and they were advised to take it slow and steady. With that, he dismissed them, expressing his expectation of good results. After the lecture, the group dispersed, having learned the conditions required to advance to the second rank. However, the protagonist noticed that the shabby-looking girl had remained behind. Intrigued by her behavior, he paid closer attention. Moments later, the girl began walking down the hallway, where the protagonist was already standing, seemingly waiting for her. He admitted that he honestly had not expected that. The girl recognized him as the man from earlier and questioned what he had not expected. He noted that everyone else had freaked out upon hearing about the requirement to slay 500 monsters, yet she had not even blinked. She chuckled slightly and admitted that she was of course scared, but for her village's sake she had no other choice. She then pointed out that he was aiming for the top as well and suggested that they both do their best. He agreed outwardly, though internally he felt that there was something about this girl that stood out, even if there was no point in digging into it at the moment. The scene shifted to night, revealing the interior of Priest Samoa's room. Inside stood the same fat man the protagonist had previously met on the cruise. The man expressed deep gratitude to the priest. The priest responded calmly and handed him a second-rank locket. The fat man was overjoyed upon receiving it and celebrated the fact that he could now move up. The priest dismissed it as nothing more than divine providence. The fat man then left the room humming a song, clearly delighted at having advanced to the second rank. Afterward, a servant poured wine into a glass and remarked to the priest that another success had been achieved. The servant openly commented that by setting outrageous trials and raising the bar to impossible heights, no one could realistically advance, and that for those desperate enough, the priest privately approached them to squeeze money out of them. The servant even went so far as to call it impressive. The priest shamelessly explained that the northeast dungeon was filled with powerful monsters far beyond the capabilities of the weak. It did not matter if they took a year, because they would never make it. Those who could not even scrape together the money might as well cling to their hopeless dreams until they inevitably broke. As he spoke, the priest began laughing maniacally. Somewhere above, the protagonist was listening to every word of the priest's wrongdoing. He thought that it was the most typical cartoon villain behavior imaginable, bleeding people dry while ignoring everyone around him. He reflected that some disciples genuinely wanted an audience with Claudia out of pure faith, only for the priest to trample all over that sincerity. In the end, only one word came to the protagonist's mind to describe it all, and that word was disgusting. The scene shifted to the next day, showing the priest alone in his room when a knock sounded at the door. As he questioned who it was revealed to be none other than the protagonist. The protagonist bowed respectfully and apologized for the intrusion. The priest recognized him as the new believer from the previous day. The protagonist immediately cut to the chase, stating that he was done and that he had bought them. He then threw a pouch onto the table, which spilled out with a large number of monster stones as proof that he had slain many monsters. Upon seeing so many stones, the priest was shocked, internally thinking it was impossible since only one day had passed. He forced a laugh and praised the feat as incredible. Before the priest could continue, the protagonist calmly warned him that if he did not want people hearing his dirty secrets, it would be best to close his windows. The priest was stunned by this remark. After the protagonist left, the priest trembled with anger, realizing that the man must have overheard everything from the previous night. Seething, he cursed the protagonist as a bastard, thinking that this was his domain and that he would not let some upstart run wild. Filled with rage, he vowed to turn the tower into the protagonist's grave. Priest Samoa is shown thinking about the protagonist and how the boy had simply appeared out of nowhere just to inform him about his secret dealings, the thought itself feeling deeply insulting to him. He is certain the protagonist believed he was issuing a warning, but in Samoa's mind there is nothing more pathetic than cheap righteousness. The priest is then seen grinning to himself, already deciding that he will give that little follower a very special second trial. The scene transitions to the Burgoism disciples' dormitory, where the protagonist stands by the window calmly preparing himself. As he gets ready, he notes that Samoa has not made any move yet, reasoning that the man is likely not dumb enough to try anything inside the tower. Right at that moment, however, he notices something unusual. A pigeon appears carrying a message. The protagonist opens the slip and reads it, learning that the details of his second trial require him to proceed to a specific dungeon listed below. While reading the slip, the protagonist immediately understands the intent behind it. This is clearly the plan. Samoa wants to get rid of him under the guise of a trial, conveniently passing another tower requirement at the same time, 2 birds with 1 stone. According to the letter, the objective of the trial is to defeat the dungeon boss. Soon after, the protagonist is seen standing in front of the dungeon entrance. As he walks forward, he continues thinking that it is obviously a trap, but it does not matter. He intends to take it head-on as he enters the dungeon. The dungeon is located on the southern part of Burjua Island and is known as the Lava Cavern Dungeon. True to its name, the entire place is filled with lava. The protagonist notes that it is a blazing lava cave and that the heat is no joke. He understands that Samoa wants him dead for uncovering his corruption, which means this dungeon has to be a high-difficulty one. Samoa likely expected the dungeon boss to finish him off, and if there is a backup plan in place, the protagonist resolves that he should have one too. With that in mind, he begins gathering magic in his hand. At that exact moment, he notices something else. A sudden burst of lava erupts, and from it emerges a creature. Soon, multiple creatures appear, revealed to be flame rexes. The protagonist recognizes them as upper-tier fire monsters that roam in packs. The dungeon's level is undeniably high, but without hesitation, he continues gathering magic in his hand and activates his void magic. In an instant, multiple ice shards made of crystal appear out of nowhere. The crystals are launched toward the flame rexes, and in the blink of an eye, every single one of them is taken down as the ice crystals pierce through them effortlessly. The protagonist reflects that his training for his fight with Ingolf is finally paying off and decides to keep up this pace. As he moves deeper into the dungeon, the corpses of flame rexes, all pierced with crystals, are left scattered behind him. Just then, someone steps forward in the shadows. A hooded figure is shown tracking the protagonist from a distance. The scene transitions once again, this time to a servant speaking to priest Samoa. The servant questions whether Samoa is truly certain about that disciple, pointing out that the protagonist cleared the first trial in a single day and might even be capable of defeating the dungeon boss. Samoa confidently dismisses the concern, asking whether any first-year disciple has ever beaten that boss. He then grins and reveals that just in case, he has already sent an assassin. The servant looks at Samoa in confusion, questioning the use of an assassin. Samoa clarifies that it is a professional killer and asserts that the protagonist will not survive. Back in the dungeon, the hooded figure, the assassin, continues following the protagonist. The assassin is visibly shocked by the protagonist's overwhelming strength, realizing that the dungeon boss has already been taken down in an instant. Although Lord Samoa had warned him that the target was strong, this level of power is insane. It is shown that the protagonist has already dealt with the dungeon boss, freezing the massive monster to death with his void magic. Believing he has not been noticed, the assassin draws his blade, confident that no matter how strong someone is, they cannot react to a perfect ambush. Quietly, he runs forward, thinking that the protagonist's head is his. He leaps toward him with his blade, but in the very next second, the assassin is lying flat on his ass. Shocked and confused, the assassin wonders what just happened. He then notices that his legs are frozen solid and questions whether the protagonist did this and how he even knew where he was. The protagonist is now standing directly in front of him, remarking that those who hunt are always careless about being hunted. At that moment, multiple butterflies formed entirely of magic are seen flying around the assassin. It is revealed to be void-class tracking magic that the protagonist had activated earlier as insurance. Because of this magic, he had been fully aware of the assassin's presence the entire time. Grabbing the assassin by the collar, the protagonist coldly remarks that it is too bad the plan did not work out. After some time, the scene transitions to Priest Samoa's office. Suddenly, the severed hand of the dungeon boss is thrown onto Samoa's table. The priest is utterly shocked, thinking that this is impossible and that the protagonist has returned alive. The protagonist casually comments that it was rough and that he did not expect the boss to be that strong. He then adds that some guy in a black robe suddenly attacked him and that it looked like someone had ordered the attack, wondering aloud who would do something like that. Inside, Priest Samoa fumes, thinking of the protagonist as a bastard. As the protagonist walks out of the office, he remarks that he is looking forward to the third trial. Left alone, Samoa questions why the protagonist did not report the assassin. He reasons that either the protagonist lacks concrete proof or believes that reporting it would simply get buried. In that case, Samoa decides that he will execute him himself. He opens a drawer, revealing something shining brightly inside. Even if the protagonist is stronger than expected, it does not matter. With the ring bestowed upon him by Lady Claudia, he is confident that he will erase him for sure. The scene ends with Samoa putting on the red-colored ring and grinning like a complete corrupt bastard. The scene transitions into the quiet of the night, where two men stroll casually down the street. One of them, a guy with golden hair, reflects grimly on how he missed the quota again today, while the other remarks that ever since Priest Samoa became the priest, things have been absolutely brutal. The golden-haired man admits that he finally ran away from his hometown and left everything behind. But at this rate, he wonders if he will ever make it to the second layer. As they talk, the protagonist passes by, silently listening to their conversation. The protagonist's expression hardens with seriousness. Because of the corrupt priest Samoa, believers are clearly suffering, and the weight of that injustice sits heavy on his mind. Elsewhere, guards are stationed on duty. One of them notes how dead quiet it is again today, while the other comments that hardly anyone ever passes through this area anymore. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly appears before them. The guards notice him as he smiles politely and signals that he wants to ask something. After briefly questioning them, the protagonist bids the guards farewell, thanking them before walking away. The guards exchange confused reactions, with one wondering what that was all about and the other dismissing him as a weird guy. They remark on how strange it was that he was asking about the day an upper-layer priest would come down for an inspection, all while the protagonist continues on his way. A few days later, the scene shifts to the dormitory. The protagonist receives a message delivered by a pigeon and initially assumes it is an announcement regarding the contents of the first layer's final trial. Realization hits, it really is the final trial. He thinks bitterly that Samoa has awful luck for it to fall on today, guessing that this alone proves the priest's faith is lacking. The protagonist activates his void magic. In the very next second, multiple pigeons materialize from thin air and are dispatched all across the city. Crowds stop and stare in shock at the overwhelming number of pigeons, stunned that messages are being delivered to all believers at once. The shabby girl from earlier also receives one of these messages. Elsewhere in the city, a man dressed in an elegant white robe with white hair strolls calmly through the streets as a pigeon flies above him and delivers the message. The man smiles faintly. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that now everything is finally in place, and that it is time for Samoa to pay for treating other believers like trash. The scene transitions to a coliseum, where priest Samoa and the protagonist stand facing each other. Samoa acknowledges that the protagonist has come and announces that the final trial will now be conducted, questioning whether he is prepared. The protagonist responds with composed confidence, expressing how honored he feels that priest Samoa himself is personally overseeing his final trial. Internally, Samoa fumes. He knows this bastard is playing innocent and is fully aware that an assassin was sent to silence him after he overheard the priest's corrupt dealings. To Samoa, the first layer is his paradise, and he resolves to erase the protagonist right here without hesitation. The protagonist, still smiling, casually points out that it looks like there is a huge audience today. Samoa turns back in shock as in the next moment crowds begin pouring into the Coliseum. People murmur excitedly, sensing that something big is about to start. One girl recognizes the protagonist as the believer who reached the final trial at record speed, while another spectator remarks that Samoa is handling him personally, just like the letter said. In no time at all, the Coliseum is completely filled. Samoa is baffled. Gritting his teeth, he realizes the protagonist must have gathered them himself and wonders what he is planning, his thoughts spiraling into alarm. Suddenly, the protagonist shouts out, drawing everyone's attention. He declares that he has uncovered priest Samoa's corruption, exposing how impossible trials are forced upon believers, while some are allowed to pass in exchange for bribes. He reveals that when he learned the truth, Samoa sent an assassin after him to shut him up. Samoa breaks into a cold sweat, seething internally and cursing the protagonist as a little bastard. At the edge of the crowd, the white-robed, white-haired figure seen earlier listens with visible curiosity. Desperately trying to salvage the situation, Samoa dismisses the accusations as ridiculous and insists that everything the protagonist is saying is a complete lie. Yet inside, panic gnaws at him as he worries that this could turn disastrous if actual evidence comes to light. Before the protagonist can act further, Samoa cuts him off and demands that the trial begin immediately. Outwardly forcing the proceedings to move forward, he inwardly vows to kill the protagonist, reasoning that a dead man cannot talk. He activates his magic, summoning multiple ferocious beasts that charge straight toward the protagonist. The crowd erupts in shock, recognizing this as beast summoning magic, a high-level spell that uses mana as a medium to summon monsters. Samoa smiles coldly, stating that if the protagonist survives this magic, he will officially become a second-layer believer, though privately he is convinced this is where the protagonist will meet his end. He orders the summoned beasts to attack. The monsters rush forward, closing the distance until they are mere inches away. At that instant, the protagonist activates his void magic. Blue mana envelops him, and in the blink of an eye, all the monsters freeze in place. Witnessing this, Bro is nearly shitting his pants. The protagonist smugly apologizes, pointing out that no one ever said he was not allowed to defeat them. The crowd goes absolutely insane, stunned that he wiped out the beasts instantly and left everyone questioning just who this guy really is. Among the spectators, the shabby girl thinks in awe about how incredible this is and marvels at the insane magic power on display. Priest Samoa grits his teeth, warning himself not to let the protagonist get cocky. He refuses to allow trash like him to disrupt his peace. As a last resort, he puts on a red ring, reassuring himself that everything will be fine as long as he has the ring bestowed upon him by Lady Claudia. The protagonist watches in confusion, unsure of what the ring signifies. Bro then flexes confidently, announcing that he will show his true power. He raises his hand as red energy crackles around the ring, but in the very next second, nothing happens. An awkward silence spreads across the Coliseum. The crowd falls silent too, soon questioning why nothing is happening and whether that display was supposed to be his true power. Samoa begins sweating profusely, his body trembling as panic sets in. He desperately questions why the ring is not working, since it was meant to grant immense power. At that moment, a voice echoes through the arena, stating that the ring does not work for those with impure hearts. Samoa turns toward the source of the voice and sees the same white-haired, white-robed figure. The man remarks that it seems what the protagonist said was not a total lie after all. The protagonist immediately realizes that he has arrived. Samoa begins to stammer in disbelief, recognizing the newcomer as Agito Norman. The narrative formally introduces him as Agito Norman, the priest of the fifth layer. Agito calmly addresses Samoa, pointing out that a priest who cannot use that ring clearly has a story behind it, and invites him to explain everything. At that moment, priest Samoa is quite literally shitting in his priest outfit. Our protagonist watches from the sidelines as the situation unfolds between the corrupt priest Samoa and the fifth layer priest Agito Norman. Just taking it all in, he quietly notes that a fifth layer priest showing up is unexpected. Someone that high-ranked wasn't supposed to get involved, but honestly this works out even better for him. A faint grin spreads across his face. Soon, the upper layer priest Agito steps forward and explains that when he first arrived at the first layer, he received a rather strange message. At that moment, Samoa is practically shitting his pants, his face draining of color as he nervously asks what kind of message it was. Agito calmly reveals the contents, a declaration exposing the corruption of the first layer priest Samoa along with an invitation to come to the arena to confirm the truth. Hearing this, Samoa is completely shaken. Agito declares that arrogant scum will be punished according to doctrine and asks Samoa if he understands that. Samoa's thoughts spiral "don't tell me" as his eyes drift toward the protagonist. He realizes that this boy kept everything quiet all this time only to bring it all out now. Still, Samoa reassures himself that there's no hard proof yet. If he keeps his mouth shut, maybe he can still spin his way out. Then in the very next moment, the act begins. Samoa loudly proclaims that Lord Agito's accusations must be a vile misunderstanding. He insists he has devoted both body and soul to Lady Claudia and swears on his life that he has done nothing shameful. Agito immediately fires back, asking if that's true, why the ring didn't react. Agito explains that the ring draws out its wearer's latent power in proportion to their faith, but it has another function as well. If someone with impure intentions uses it, a signal is transmitted directly to a high-ranking priest. Samoa freezes in shock and the entire Colosseum erupts in stunned murmurs. Meanwhile, the protagonist smiles to himself, realizing the ring is also designed to smoke out traitors. The system here is ruthless but thorough. Agito, now smiling, asks Samoa if he'd like to tell the truth. Sweat pours down Samoa's face as he desperately begs Agito to believe him. Agito's expression darkens instantly and he tells Samoa not to make him repeat himself. He orders him to preach, tell the truth. Faced with that terrifying glare, Samoa collapses onto the ground. Agito reminds him that earlier Samoa cut this boy off and forced the trial to begin. Doesn't that alone prove he had something to hide? Samoa is baffled, stuttering and panicking, but Agito presses on, asking if he still plans to play dumb at a time like this. He declares that Samoa will not further disgrace the name of the Burgo faith. As he speaks, Agito looms over the trembling priest before lowering himself to Samoa's level. In a menacing tone, he says that he could draw out a confession by force and asks if Samoa really wants to try resisting with that body of his. Golden light gathers in Agito's hand as he activates some kind of magic. In the next second, Samoa's body goes completely still and then he starts talking. He confesses that he imposed unreasonable trials on first-layer believers and extorted money from them. The moment those words echo through the arena, the crowd is utterly shocked. From the back, the protagonist listens calmly. His mission to expose Samoa's corrupted nature is complete. Agito immediately orders the guards to take Samoa away and they comply without hesitation, dragging him out of the arena. Agito then announces that it's time to deal with the aftermath. Addressing the Colosseum, he speaks directly to the first-layer believers. He acknowledges that priest Samoa's corruption is deeply regrettable and offers his sincerest apologies. However, he stresses that they must not allow this incident to damage the credibility of the Burgo faith. To that end, he makes a proposal: everyone present will be granted promotion to the second layer. The crowd explodes into cheers. They're becoming second-layer believers just like that. Smiling, Agito tells them that if they want to give thanks, they should thank him, the protagonist. After all, he's the one who cornered priest Samoa. The crowd erupts again, even louder this time. Agito then turns to the protagonist and expresses his personal gratitude for uncovering the rot within the Burgo church. As for the protagonist's reward, Agito says he will inform him at a later time. With that, Agito walks away from the Colosseum. Watching him go, the protagonist thinks that priest Agito is on a whole different level, several steps sharper than Samoa ever was. Elsewhere in the crowd, the shabby girl from earlier watches quietly and thinks that she should properly thank the protagonist later. Some time later, priest Agito is seen reporting to a group of higher-ups. He states that the incident has concluded and reiterates that it was largely resolved thanks to the actions of a single believer. Had the discovery been delayed, the Burgo church's reputation might have taken a serious hit. Truly, it was a blessing in disguise. One person comments that the matter involving priest Samoa is unfortunate. Another adds that the believer's conduct was exemplary. A woman in the group says he should serve as a model for others. Ajito listens, then says he has a proposal in mind. The scene shifts to the entrance of the second layer of the tower where guards stand watch. Inside, the protagonist climbs the stairs, a locket shaped like the number 5 hanging around his neck. The scenery transitions into a lush green environment, the fifth layer of the tower. The protagonist reflects that he never expected to be promoted straight to the fifth layer. It's probably meant to serve as an example to others. Still, moving up this fast is more than he could have hoped for, and he smiles. He enters a building and politely announces himself before stepping into a room to meet Priest Ajito. Ajito greets him, and the protagonist thanks him for arranging the promotion to the fifth layer. Ajito brushes it off, saying there's no need for thanks. If a believer proves themselves, promotion is only natural. Internally, the protagonist admits he still can't fully read Ajito. He gives off a completely different vibe compared to Samoa. Ajito then mentions that there's one more piece of news he wanted to share, something he believes the protagonist will find quite pleasing. Curious, the protagonist listens as Ajito reveals that in light of the recent incident, it has been decided that he will be granted an audience with Lady Claudia. The words hit hard, an audience with Claudia. The protagonist is stunned. He never thought it would happen this soon. He clenches his fist tightly before answering with resolve. It's an honor, he says, and he confidently accepts. The scene cuts to Iwako, frozen in shock, struggling to process the news in front of him. He can barely believe what he's hearing. Engulf confirms it bluntly. The revived Koichiro has been successfully defeated, or so everyone thinks. The perspective widens to reveal all members of the Pentagram Saints gathered in a video conference. Claudia calmly states that Engulf's presence alone is proof enough that the threat has been dealt with. Engulf fires back, remarking that he never expected Claudia to use such a spell on him. She offers a smooth, unapologetic apology, asking if the results weren't satisfactory. Engulf admits she's right, they managed to eliminate a troublesome enemy thanks to her. But internally, Engulf is absolutely seething. His thoughts are venomous, telling Claudia not to fuck with him, calling her a little bitch, and realizing with burning clarity that she's the one responsible for burning down his hometown. Rage boils under his calm exterior. Watching all of this from the sidelines is Nathaniel, silently observing every reaction. Meanwhile, Iwako's shock deepens. So much has happened, but the death of Koichiro hits him hardest. Overcome with joy, Iwako collapses to his knees and cries out, declaring that Koichiro's death solved all his problems. He curses him outright, screaming, "Fuck you, Koichiro." But this rabbit-faced idiot has no clue that the man he's mourning is very much alive and kicking. Claudia speaks, declaring that the obstacles have now been taken care of. She calls out to Nathaniel, saying they'll soon need to discuss the divine gift ceremony. Engulf's attention sharpens immediately. The divine gift ceremony. Nathaniel cuts the meeting short, stating that since the matter is extremely important, they'll go over the details again later. The Pentagram Saints begin discussing their next meeting, and the call wraps up. Later, Engulf relays everything that happened during the meeting to our protagonist over the phone, carefully explaining the current situation. He asks if it's really okay for the protagonist to sneak around, warning him that if Claudia finds out about the recognition impairment magic, things could get ugly. The protagonist cuts him off mid-sentence, teasingly asking if Engulf is worried about him. Engulf is caught off guard, but the protagonist reassures him, saying he's been honing that spell ever since he went to Germany. Engulf reluctantly agrees, telling him to be careful. He mentions that Claudia and Nathaniel sounded like they were planning something big when they brought up the divine gift ceremony. The protagonist listens closely, takes it all in, and responds with a simple acknowledgement. He ends the call muttering to himself about the divine gift ceremony as he steps out of his room, already suspecting that Claudia is plotting something again. The scene transitions to Believer's Tower, Layer 7. The protagonist reflects that he's finally reached the shrine on the tower's final layer. According to Ajito, he has 3 days left before his audience with Claudia. Until then, he plans to remain on Layer 7 to confirm something important. Suddenly, he speaks aloud, saying that someone has saved him the trouble of coming to get them. Sayuki. She's hiding behind a pillar, but he knows she's there. There's no point pretending otherwise. The next moment, both of them are standing alone atop a building with a massive bell looming overhead. Our protagonist wastes no time and cuts straight to the chase. He asks Sayuki if she had anything to do with the hypnosis spell Claudia cast on Engulf. Sayuki stays silent as he continues. The spell wasn't complete, and Claudia isn't the type to make sloppy mistakes. The only person who could have tampered with it back then was Sayuki. Still, she says nothing. The protagonist presses further, questioning why she'd interfere if she's supposedly on Claudia's side. Why do it at all? Finally, Sayuki breaks her silence. She says she didn't want to let him die again. Her expression is filled with sadness, and the protagonist is visibly shaken, asking what she means by that. Sayuki lifts her sleeve, revealing a mark on her arm. The sight shocks him. He vaguely remembers that mark, and the scene shifts back 20 years into the past. A young girl is being attacked by monsters. In desperation, she awakens her power, but she can't control it and goes berserk. The protagonist reflects that their meeting may have been fate. She possessed the same power as him, the time attribute. Using it while inexperienced took a devastating toll on her body. To prevent the power from running rampant and killing her, he sealed it away. Thankfully, the seal was successful. He saved the girl, barely keeping her alive, and left behind a red mark on her arm. Back in the present, the realization hits him. He acknowledges that Sayuki is the girl from that time. She confirms it. When she finally regained consciousness back then, she learned that he'd been accused of being a criminal who betrayed his comrades. But she never believed it. She knew her savior wouldn't do something like that. To uncover the truth about the incident from 20 years ago, she approached Claudia and devoted herself to her, playing the loyal subordinate. Over time, she earned Claudia's trust enough to hear the truth directly from her. It took 10 years, then came the Ryuoxi incident. Sayuki was ordered to locate the current Misato Koichiro. At first, she doubted it. She didn't believe he had truly come back to life. While he was away training in Germany, she contacted Asahi Karin. After learning what kind of person he was, she became certain. He was exactly like the Koichiro she once knew. Sayuki admits that she's only alive because of him and thanks him sincerely from the bottom of her heart. The protagonist responds quietly, internally realizing that this child had believed in Misato Koichiro for 20 years. Sayuki calls him her ideal version of a hero. Because of that, she says she's going to tell him the truth. She reveals that she has seen the worst possible future, and the only one capable of changing that future is him. The revelation hits hard. The protagonist is stunned as Sayuki makes her final plea. She asks him to lend her his strength so they can save the world from Claudia's divine gift ceremony. Our protagonist suddenly questions Sayuki, asking if she truly saw the future. When he calls her by name Shirato Sayuki, she outright confirms it. She used time magic and returned from the future. As she recalls those words, a golden aura envelops her, her eyes blazing with intense golden energy, making it clear she's not bluffing. She explains that in that future timeline, the entire world was ruled by Claudia. Hearing this, our protagonist is completely shaken. Sayuki doesn't sugarcoat it. If things continue as they are, what awaits them is a world of pure despair. To change that ending, she says she needs his power, calling him by name Koichiro. Our boy immediately questions it. A world ruled by Claudia, Sayuki confirms the worst. In that future, even he lost his life and she was left utterly broken. But at the very moment of his death, he used a void spell to release the power of regression. He entrusted it to Sayuki, telling her to use it to change that despair-filled future. Hearing this, our protagonist steals his resolve. He feels exactly the same. He absolutely refuses to let that future happen. Putting the pieces together, he realizes the root cause of it all is the divine bestowal ritual Claudia is planning to carry out. But he needs details. What exactly happens in that future? Sayuki answers bluntly. By the hands of the monster Claudia summons, the Calamity Beast, hundreds of millions of people die. Just hearing that makes our protagonist freeze in shock. The Calamity Beast, the name alone hits hard. We learn that 20 years ago there was a monster our protagonist couldn't find any way to defeat, even with future sight. In the end, the only thing they could do was seal the entire dungeon. That unstoppable monster was the Calamity Beast. Sayuki continues. With the Calamity Beast under her control, Claudia rewrote the very structure of the world itself. Anyone who opposed her was executed, leaving behind only obedient believers. She molded the world into something convenient for her in every possible way. Now it clicks. Our protagonist finally gets it. This is Claudia's true ambition, but there's something that doesn't sit right. He points out that Claudia is supposed to be recognized as a hero in this world. Would she really throw away that mask just to do all this? A voice answers immediately, she would. Both our protagonist and Sayuki turn toward the sound. A hooded figure drops down between them. The figure slowly removes the hood, revealing none other than the shabby girl from before. Sayuki explains that her name is Isha and that they go way back. Sayuki had her handling intel both inside and outside the tower. Isha casually greets our protagonist, telling him they meet again, calling him Mr. Our protagonist questions her. He thought she said she wanted to save her hometown and family. Isha admits it outright, it was a lie. With quiet despair hidden behind a calm smile, she reveals the truth. Claudia already killed her family and everyone in her village. The tower Claudia built now stands on what used to be her home. Hearing that, our protagonist is completely stunned. Isha continues, explaining that Claudia turned the place into a city just to gather her believers. Because of that, she lost everyone she cared about. Breaking down in tears, Isha says she can never forgive Claudia. Never. As she cries, Sayuki adds that if they leave Claudia alone, another tragedy will happen. There's no way that's acceptable. Isha agrees completely. She says Claudia doesn't care at all when people die, and she begs him to lend them his strength to stop Claudia. Our protagonist listens carefully. He takes a moment to think it over, then answers. He agrees Claudia's scheme definitely has to be stopped. But more than that, he resonates deeply with what Isha just said. With his eyes filled with anger, he declares that he'll never forgive Claudia. Seeing this, Isha smiles, clearly approving of his attitude. But our protagonist raises one more critical question. If they kill Claudia, will the divine bestowal ritual stop? Sayuki answers honestly. Unfortunately, no. She explains that Claudia plans to summon the monster using power drained from her elite believers as fuel. Once that power is released, it will happen whether it's through the ritual itself or through Claudia's death. Our protagonist thinks it through. Yeah, figures. If it were that simple, the version of himself from the future Sayuki saw would have already succeeded. So then, how do they stop it? Sayuki says there is one way. Claudia's power is being amplified by a device. If they destroy it, they should be able to stop the ritual. Out of 4 failed timelines, this is the only solid lead she finally obtained. The key device is located at the very top of the Grand Cathedral, but it's protected by an extremely strong barrier, one even Sayuki can't break through. Still, they have an advantage. Right now, our protagonist is already on the 7th layer. On top of that, an audience with Claudia has already been arranged for him. If they can neutralize her during the audience, then Sayuki and Isha might be able to destroy the device while Claudia is vulnerable. That's what Sayuki is hinting at, but there's a problem. Our protagonist realizes there will be other priests and guards present in the audience chamber. They'll need to slip past all of them and suppress Claudia's power. That's when Sayuki drops one final, critical bombshell. Her regression ability is reaching its limit. The range she can return to keeps getting shorter, and this time she barely managed to go back to just before meeting him, which means this is probably their last chance. Our protagonist is completely stunned by this revelation. After a moment, he responds calmly. He understands. If they fail, the world will fall into Claudia's hands, but that doesn't matter. He vows to stop Claudia no matter what. 20 years ago and now again, he's not letting her have things her way twice. Our protagonist knows this is the last shot. One screw-up, one wrong move, and what waits for them is the absolute worst possible future. There's no reset after this. No safety net. He's already decided Claudia will be stopped no matter what it takes. The scene shifts to late night, the city drowned in silence. Beneath it all lies an underground hideout hidden from the world. This is where our protagonist arrives alongside Isha and Sayuki. Sayuki explains that this place has been their base all along. As our protagonist looks around, it hits him. This hideout is the result of everything Shirato Sayuki built across countless resets, failures stacked on failures. Sayuki decides it's time to explain everything. Across 4 different timelines, she watched them lose again and again, and each time she learned something new. In the first timeline, she discovered Claudia's true goal, using the divine bestowal ritual to summon a calamity beast and erase everyone who isn't one of her believers. That same timeline was when our protagonist granted Sayuki the power to rewind time. From the second timeline onward, Sayuki tried to stop Claudia's ambition, but reality wasn't that kind. In the second run, she actually managed to catch Claudia off guard and assassinate her, but it didn't save the world. Claudia's mana spiraled out of control, went berserk, and the calamity beast still manifested anyway. Killing her wasn't enough. The ritual activated through some other twisted mechanism. In the third run, Sayuki failed to locate the device that amplifies Claudia's magic. In the fourth run, she finally found where the device was hidden, but still couldn't figure out how to destroy it. No matter how hard she tried, the outcome never changed. The same hopeless future kept replaying on loop, crushing her every time. But in the present, Sayuki smiles. Even through all those LS, there were massive gains. Meeting Isha was one of them. In fact, the reason an audience with Claudia is even happening right now is thanks to Isha. The exposure of Priest Samoa's corruption on the first layer, that was Isha's doing. She made sure the information reached our protagonist and pulled strings so high-ranking priests arrived at the exact right moment, letting him expose Samoa in front of them. Without that incident, he never would have made it to the 7th layer. All that behind-the-scenes manipulation finally clicks. And it's not just documents or timing. Sayuki used every possible method, endured more despair than she even admitted. In the first timeline, our protagonist entrusted her with the words, "Change the future of despair," and she carried that burden all the way here. Realizing this, he feels genuine pride in her. Isha cuts in, grounding them. No matter what, Claudia's ritual must be stopped. Destroying the device that amplifies her power is non-negotiable. To make that happen, they need Koichiro to neutralize Claudia during the meeting. If Claudia goes down, the barrier protecting the device should collapse. Sayuki already gathered intel on the cathedral's interior, so she and Isha will handle destroying the device. The problem? Neutralizing Claudia while surrounded by priests won't be easy. That's why Sayuki asks our protagonist to create a spell, one capable of changing the future itself, no matter how rotten it's supposed to be. Hearing that, he's stunned. Before she can explain what the spell actually is, the scene cuts away. Somewhere else, a massive device hums with power. Claudia stands beside it, calmly stating that the mana required to summon the calamity beast is almost fully charged. Once it's ready, the ritual will begin immediately, and before that, there will be some entertainment. She's genuinely looking forward to it. The scene shifts back. Tomorrow is the day. Sayuki asks Koichiro if his preparations are complete. He assures her he took his time refining the image in his head. The spell is already mastered, though its nature remains unknown to us. Sayuki says it's exactly what she expected from him. For the first time, she can see hope. She thanks him, but he stops her. He's the one who should be thankful. Sayuki kept resetting the timeline despite knowing how hopeless the future was. Even though his ability is different, he understands how lonely it is to fight when you can see what's coming. He entrusted everything to her in the first timeline, and she carried that will forward to reach this moment. He tells her he's grateful and that he wants to live up to that trust. Sayuki takes it in, touched, then suddenly her expression darkens and she lets out a small chuckle. When asked what's wrong, she brushes it off, saying it just feels weird being called by her full name. She reaches out and asks him to just call her Sayuki. He agrees. They clasp hands, hyping themselves up about grabbing the future together, blushing anyway. Right on cue, Isha drops in from nowhere, hanging like a cat and scaring the living shit out of Sayuki. She apologizes for killing the mood even though she totally did. Sayuki insists this isn't the kind of romantic vibe Isha is imagining. Isha shrugs it off and says she's memorized the cathedral layout and patrol routes. Everything's ready. The plan is locked in. Our protagonist will restrain Claudia. Sayuki and Isha will destroy the device during the opening. The three of them fist bump, declaring they're winning this no matter what. The day of the audience arrives. Guards open the doors and our protagonist steps into the cathedral. He checks in with Sayuki and Isha. They're good. Thanks to the intel Sayuki gathered, they're moving smoothly toward the top floor. Even Isha's long-range magic comes in clutch, way more useful than expected. They're almost at the audience chamber. Finally, our protagonist stands inside the cathedral. Priest Ajido greets him and leads the way. As he walks forward, he sees countless priests lining the space. At the center stands Claudia. The priests surrounding her have their faces cloaked. In the next moment, Claudia turns, locking her gaze directly onto our protagonist. We see our protagonist thinking, and his resolve is locked in. He's not wasting the opportunity that Sayuki created by pushing through 4 timelines of despair. Not a chance. After suffering through 4 separate loops of absolute hopelessness, he's finally here and he's not about to fumble the bag. At last, he stands face to face with Claudia, and damn, she is sexy. But in that same instant, something shifts. Claudia notices something, a flicker. An elite priest quickly calls out to Lady Claudia, checking on her, concerned. She dismisses it as nothing. Meanwhile, our protagonist smiles from the shadows. He knew it. The perception jamming spell he's using right now is doing its job. It makes him look like a completely different person, for now at least. Claudia will eventually see through it, but it'll take time, and time is all he needs. In the future, Sayuki witnessed he used this spell on Claudia twice. Both times, it took her about 5 minutes to fully break through it. And the activation condition for the spell he's about to use requires a certain amount of time to pass after visually locking onto the target, so every second counts. He kneels before Claudia, playing the role perfectly, head bowed in submission while calculating 10 steps ahead. He just needs to activate the new spell before she realizes who he really is. Elsewhere, Sayuki is hiding in a corner, confirming the presence of the guards. As expected, security on the top floor hasn't been reduced. Even she isn't authorized to go beyond this point, which means one thing: they'll have to take those soldiers down. That means combat. Right on cue, 2 guards approach the ones stationed on this floor. It's time to change shifts. Exactly what Sayuki was waiting for. The station guards acknowledge the switch. And then boom. In a flash, 1 guard is sent crashing into the wall, knocked out cold before he even processes what hit him. The others instantly tense up. This was Sayuki's plan all along. Attack during the shift change. She doesn't hesitate. 1 soldier demands to know who she is, but Sayuki doesn't give him the luxury of time. She delivers a punch like Muhammad Ali in his prime, smashing another soldier into the wall with precision. She's engulfed in a golden aura, glowing like a divine executioner. 1 guard realizes they can't handle this and panics, shouting to call Lady Claudia immediately. But before he can act, Isha appears out of nowhere and chops both guards cleanly at the neck. As she lands, she makes it clear. This isn't happening. Every guard on the floor is now knocked out cold. Isha acknowledges that Sayuki's intel really paid off. It went perfectly. Sayuki confirms it. Now all that's left is for the protagonist, Koichiro, to seal Claudia and bring down the barrier protecting the device. Back in the cathedral, our protagonist remains kneeling before Claudia when a telepathic message from Sayuki reaches him. They've reached the barrier in front of the device room. He processes it instantly. Got it. An elite priest begins performing some sort of ritual on him. The first condition is cleared. Now it's his turn. In his mind, he imagines himself playing chess. According to Sayuki, the audience always starts with a ceremonial address from the 6th-layer priest, but that's just a decoy. Claudia's real objective at this stage is something else entirely. 1 elite priest, Sinis Lester, a 7th-layer priest, is measuring his total mana. This isn't a meet and greet. Claudia's goal is to harvest magic power from believers with exceptional potential. If he doesn't meet their standards, they'll cut this whole thing short immediately. But when the 7th-layer priest senses the mana within him, he's completely shocked. He can't believe it. The amount of mana is insane. He's never seen a believer like him before. He telepathically urges Claudia that they must absolutely secure him, exactly as predicted. In his mental chessboard, another piece falls into place. The second condition is cleared too. All that's left is satisfying the activation condition for the spell he prepared for Claudia. And then Claudia suddenly chuckles. The next moment, she bursts out laughing. The elite priests grow worried. But Claudia descends the staircase with effortless grace, her curves swaying with quiet authority. She finally understands the sense of unease she felt. He's still alive. Koichiro. The room erupts in panic. That name shouldn't even be possible. Misato Koichiro. Impossible. Everyone is confused. Our protagonist realizes it didn't take her as long to recognize him as he expected. His identity has been disclosed. Claudia steps closer and grabs his chin, forcing his face upward. She can see it clearly now. With that ridiculous amount of mana, she can tell exactly what kind of spell he's using. She admits she's impressed. She truly thought he died completely from the hypnosis she cast on Engulf. Apparently there's more going on here, but that can't wait. As long as she kills him here, it's over. Her army of elite priests stands before her. Sayuki realizes our protagonist has been caught. Claudia orders it plainly. This man must be eliminated. The elite priests reach into their garments and pull out syringes filled with red liquid. They're about to inject themselves, following Claudia's command to make sure he's erased for good. It's the same drug Ryuoxi invented, the enhancement drugs. Claudia believes that with this many enhanced soldiers, the protagonist won't stand a chance. But in the next second, he moves. Using his magic, he creates a swirling vortex of power and completely destroys the syringes before the priests can inject themselves. Claudia is dumbfounded. Everything is going exactly as planned. Finally, the moment arrives. He conjures the mysterious spell Sayuki told him about. Magic condenses in his hands, compressing into something dense and volatile. Then a wave of purple energy explodes outward. The elite priests are struck by it, and so is Claudia. We see our boy and Claudia being transported into an entirely different dimension, a sealed-off space carved out by his own spell. He explains through narration that this place is completely cut off from the outside world. Nothing from beyond can interfere. No external mana can be drawn in. It's an isolated cage in the purest sense. Out here, there are no reinforcements, no backup plans, just confinement. In other words, Claudia is trapped, locked inside a box with him. Claudia immediately questions the nature of the space, trying to grasp what he's attempting by creating something so absolute. The protagonist makes it clear. He intends to destroy the mana amplification device she has been relying on and stop the manifestation of the Calamity Beast. By sealing her inside this dimension, the barrier protecting the device should collapse as well. That's the plan. Claudia panics internally. He knows about the mana amplification device. He even knows about the Calamity Beast. She wonders if he tracked it down using void magic. But more importantly, she realizes his true intention isn't just exposure. It's containment. Koichiro's real objective is to keep her trapped here. Still, Claudia points out the obvious flaw. If she's trapped in this space, then he is too. How exactly does he plan on destroying the device? The protagonist smiles. She finally pieced it together. She realizes he has a partner helping him. That would explain how he learned about the device. He must have entrusted its destruction to that accomplice. He confirms it without hesitation. They have been moving in the shadows to stop the manifestation of the Calamity Beast. There's no point hiding their objective anymore. Claudia will remain sealed here until the device is destroyed. Simple. As Claudia reflects, she remembers she had always been able to monitor Sayuki closely as her attendant, yet Sayuki has been nowhere to be seen these past few days. On top of that, Claudia had carefully staged events so either Engulf or Koichiro would die. There was never supposed to be a scenario where both survived, unless someone interfered with her hypnosis spell at the site of their battle. And only one name comes to her mind, Sayuki. She identifies Sayuki as the protagonist's accomplice and expresses her disappointment. She had such high expectations. If Sayuki's time attribute power had fully awakened, she would have made a wonderfully useful puppet. Now she's useless. It feels to Claudia like someone stole the harvest right before she could reap it. Hearing Sayuki described as a discarded puppet makes the protagonist's expression harden instantly. Claudia brushes it off. No matter, she'll just kill him and escape. A radiant blade materializes in her hand, glowing with concentrated light as she assumes a battle stance, declaring she'll finish him with this sword. The protagonist recalls the sword's true function. Claudia had been gathering mana through it, siphoning power from talented believers who sought her audience. Now it clicks. She intends to drain his mana and shatter the barrier from within. Killing him is her ticket out. She lunges. The protagonist's goal isn't to defeat her, it's to keep her sealed, but she moves fast, ridiculously fast. Her blade slices through the air, yet he dodges effortlessly. According to Sayuki's foresight, even killing Claudia would still trigger the manifestation of the Calamity Beast. So right now, under no circumstances can Claudia die. He has to survive her while also keeping her alive. High-stakes babysitting, basically. As she continues attacking relentlessly, he weaves through every strike. His role is clear. Prevent her attacks from succeeding until Sayuki and Isha destroy the device. He mocks her, telling her dodging her attacks is easy. Claudia is visibly pissed, so she escalates. With a snap, she summons a crossbow and fires. The bolt whistles through the air mere inches from piercing him, but he evades it just in time. He recognizes it instantly. A crossbow bolt imbued with hypnosis. The same spell used on Engulf, and she doesn't stop. She fires relentlessly, turning the space into a storm of mind control projectiles. If even one grazes him, it's game over. He admits internally that hypnosis-infused arrows are annoying as hell, but all he has to do is keep dodging. If she thinks she can hit him, she's welcome to try. Then Claudia reveals something else. She has more than just Sayuki as a capable puppet. There is one person she informed about the device's existence. The scene transitions. Isha stands before a massive structure, the mana amplification device. It looms over them, full of power. Sayuki knows that destroying this machine is the key to preventing the Calamity Beast's manifestation. She rushes forward to strike it down. A voice echoes through the chamber, shutting that idea down instantly. Priest Agido steps forward. Anyone who enters this area is to be eliminated. Those are Lady Claudia's orders. Agido confronts Sayuki, questioning why Claudia's own attendant would betray her like this, his tone edged with threat. Sayuki refuses to answer, especially not to someone blindly loyal to that bitch. Internally, Sayuki confirms what she foresaw. Agido Norman is Claudia's true right-hand man. If the device is to be destroyed, he has to be taken down first. Agido claims it's a shame, but perhaps it's worth celebrating. They can finally settle who truly deserves to stand by Lady Claudia's side. Sayuki couldn't care less about that petty competition. Agido insists that even without rivalry, he has his reasons. He reveals his past. As a child, he was abused horribly by his parents. The one who saved him was Lady Claudia. To him, she was an angel. Isha cuts through the sentiment, pointing out the harsh truth. Claudia was merely gathering children with rare abilities. She wasn't trying to save him. Agido refuses to accept that narrative. Even so, she was his light. She taught him that power is necessary to survive in this world. From the moment she saved him, he swore loyalty to her. He wanted to stand as close to her as possible and support her. But she kept Sayuki by her side instead, all because of her special time attribute. That's why Sayuki was always in his way. And now he thanks the gods for this opportunity. Isha questions whether he understands what he's saying. Claudia intends to dominate the world using the Calamity Beast. Agido cuts her off. What's wrong with that? The realization of her ideals is where true salvation lies. Bro sounds like a full-blown lunatic. Sayuki shuts down the debate. Either way, they have to take him down. They will not let him stand in their way. Not ever. Sayuki realizes something is off about Agido Norman. This guy is nothing like a normal priest. His position overseeing the 5th layer of the 1st Division is total camouflage, a clean little cover story hiding the truth. In reality, Agido is Claudia's right-hand man, personally trusted by her to guard the device because his combat strength is absolutely insane. And Sayuki knows that fact better than anyone. In the previous timeline, before she regressed, this exact man killed her, straight up ended her life. But this time she refuses to lose, not again. Suddenly, Agido speaks, calmly declaring that Lady Claudia is a god and he is the executioner chosen by that god to carry out her divine will. Then he casually states that he will eliminate all of them and complete his mission, just pure fanatic energy. Sayuki immediately calls out to Isha, and Isha is already locked in. Her voice burns with rage as she reveals the truth. Claudia was the one who destroyed her village 10 years ago. Because of that, there is absolutely no way in hell she is losing to some lunatic who worships a woman like that as a god. Agido pauses when he hears that 10 years ago, He realizes what that means, so Isha is one of the survivors from that village. Isha, furious, snaps back asking what of it and warns him not to think he can get away with pitying her now. But Agido's response is chilling. He calmly explains that he isn't pitying them. If anything, what they experience should be called luck. Hearing that absolutely stuns both girls. Then Agido smiles and starts preaching like a completely unhinged zealot, saying that God's decisions are always correct, no matter the situation. If Lady Claudia decided to wipe out their village, then that was divine guidance. And if they had the chance to witness God's guidance up close, then that should be considered nothing but good fortune. At that point, Isha is done listening to this bullshit. She snaps and tells him to shut the hell up, calling him a warped fanatic. Then she pulls out a dagger, fury blazing in her eyes, swearing she will never forgive him for mocking her past. The battle is about to start. Agido responds by summoning his sword, claiming this is merely a difference in perspective and that he was simply preaching the teachings exactly as Lady Claudia proclaims. Maybe, he says, this world truly does need to be purified once and for all. As he says those words, he points his blade directly at Sayuki. Sayuki stares back and acknowledges the truth. Agido Norman has been blindly devoted to Claudia for a long time. But if that devotion turned him into this kind of monster, then there is absolutely no way they will lose. Agido immediately swings his sword and tells them to go ahead and try, though he confidently states it is impossible. Then he activates his mana, and in the next instant he literally disappears. Isha is shocked, realizing he vanished exactly like Sayuki warned them earlier. It is teleportation magic called Stealth Mirage, a technique Agido uses to launch surprise attacks from blind spots. And right on cue, Agido appears behind both girls. Hidden in stealth mode, Agido thinks to himself that Sayuki possesses a rare temporal attribute. However, that power is currently sealed, meaning she should not be able to use it, which means there should be no way for her to block what is about to happen. He dashes forward and thrusts his blade straight towards Sayuki, but then something weird happens. Sayuki dodges. Agido freezes in confusion. That attack came from a perfect blind spot. He has never used Stealth Mirage in front of Sayuki before, so how the hell did she counter it? Agido starts launching a rapid series of sword thrusts trying to overwhelm her. But every single strike misses. Sayuki dodges them all like she has already seen the attacks coming. Then she suddenly appears behind Agido and reveals the reason. It is because she uses time magic. Agido swings again while muttering in disbelief, asking if she has truly learned to wield the legendary attribute once held by the great sinner Koichiro. As he speaks, he launches another attack toward her. Sayuki effortlessly evades while thinking to herself that the thing she inherited from Koichiro in the future world was not just the ability to regress. The other power she learned was time vision, a spell that allows her to read 1 second into the future. She admits she cannot see as far ahead as Koichiro once could, but even so this magic is ridiculously overpowered in combat because she can literally view what happens 1 second before it happens. Meanwhile, Isha suddenly speaks telepathically to Sayuki. She used a long-range communication spell so they can coordinate their movements in real time. Sayuki instantly confirms she understands. Meanwhile, Ajido remains hidden inside Stealth Mirage while analyzing the situation. He remembers hearing that Koichiro, who also used time magic, possessed foresight abilities. If Sayuki inherited something similar, that changes everything. At that exact moment, Sayuki warns Isha that Ajido is attacking from the left. Thanks to the warning, Isha narrowly dodges the incoming strike. Ajido becomes visibly irritated. Now Isha is reading him too. Are they sharing information somehow? Sayuki smirks internally. They might not win in pure combat strength, but by combining foresight with long-range communication magic, she can share her predictions with Isha in real time. At first she worried that separating from Koichiro would weaken them, but now she realizes something important. There are things they can do precisely because it is just the two of them. Sayuki activates time vision again and warns Isha that Ajido is about to retreat backward. Isha instantly follows the command, dodging another attack before launching her own wind magic attack, declaring that she will not let him escape. Ajido is seriously pissed now. He realizes they are predicting even where he will dodge. He raises his blade to defend against Isha's wind magic, but the force of the attack sends him flying backward. He crashes violently into a wall. As the smoke clears, Ajido starts laughing. Then he throws his sword aside. He admits that this must be the temporal magic Lady Claudia desired so badly. Now he understands why she kept Sayuki close. But that also proves why Sayuki is nothing more than an obstacle that must be removed. Then Ajido reveals the red ring on his finger from before. Sayuki immediately recognizes it, the ring Claudia gave him. Ajido explains that the ring unlocks his latent abilities. He was meant to serve at God's side to become the one closest to God. All he has to do is eliminate everyone else. As he says that, his hand begins to mutate. Flesh twists and expands, forming grotesque muscle structure. Sayuki and Isha watch in shock as Ajido's body continues transforming. Within seconds, he fully morphs into a monstrous creature. The massive figure towers above them, staring down like they are nothing more than ants. Ajido proclaims that if he eliminates everyone else, then God, meaning Claudia, will only look at him. His hands twist into massive claws, and without any warning he smashes his arm straight into the wall. Debris explodes outward, flying towards Sayuki and Isha. In this monstrous form, he praises the power he has gained, claiming it truly is as incredible as Claudia herself. Then he roars that these pitiful fools who dare defy God will be crushed by this power. Facing the monster, Sayuki calmly asks Isha if she is ready. Isha immediately answers that of course she is. And with the battlefield shaking around them, Sayuki declares that the real fight begins now. Sayuki immediately realizes the ring Ajido received from Claudia has turned him into a straight-up monster, and right here the real fight begins. In his grotesque transformed state, Ajido calmly declares that only a little longer remains until Lady Claudia creates the new world. He wants to witness that paradise with his own eyes. Anyone who dares oppose her will be crushed by righteous judgment. That is his mission, especially Sayuki. She once stood within Claudia's inner circle and still betrayed her. Because of that, he refuses to let her live. He personally raises his monstrous arm, preparing to pass judgment himself, and then the arm comes crashing down toward both Sayuki and Isha. Isha instantly realizes the shockwave alone carries insane destructive force. If that attack hits them head-on, they are completely screwed. Stumbling back, she immediately activates her wind magic again. But now that Ajido's body has grown so massive, he is an even bigger threat. Still, she fires back anyway, unleashing a barrage of wind attacks in rapid succession. Yet Ajido simply tanks the assault head-on. Then in a moment that makes Isha's brain short-circuit, he literally crushes the spell with his bare hands. The guy just manhandles magic like it is nothing. The next second, he smashes apart a nearby pillar, grabs the massive chunk of stone like it is a baseball bat, and swings it straight at Sayuki and Isha, sending both of them flying across the battlefield. Standing there like an absolute boss monster, Ajido boasts that this is the power Lady Claudia granted him, strength and steel-like durability forged by her blessing. Power can evolve to this level in her hands. Even temporal magic cannot defeat someone who has been blessed by a god. Meanwhile, Sayuki and Isha are both clearly injured. Sayuki manages to avoid a fatal blow using her time vision, but the strength the ring gives Ajido is completely insane. His durability is also a massive pain to deal with. Even Isha's wind magic barely scratched him. Despite the situation looking rough, Sayuki glances at Isha and gives a small nod. They still have a way to win because of what Misato told them. Ajido notices they are still standing and honestly cannot understand it. He wonders why they are fighting this hard. Sayuki makes it clear that the reason is obvious: they are here to stop Claudia. Ajido only smiles, saying that is exactly what he cannot understand. Why reject Lady Claudia when she is a god? Sayuki immediately shuts that down. Claudia is not a god, she has hurt countless people and will continue hurting even more. And the position she holds now was obtained by betraying Koichiro. Calling someone like that a god is ridiculous. Hearing that, Ajido figures out the real reason Sayuki is obsessed with stopping Claudia is Masato Koichiro, but to him that means nothing. It was just one guy dying. That statement instantly pisses Sayuki off. Ajido continues ranting anyway, claiming Sayuki and Isha, the girl whose village was wiped out, are no different. They are both chained to useless memories of the past. Instead, they should look toward the future Claudia is creating. That future is everything. If people must become sacrifices for it, they should feel proud. And if they refuse to accept that truth, that is fine too. Either way, they will die. Sayuki fires back that for someone constantly preaching about the future, his worldview sounds incredibly shallow. Ajido pauses in confusion. Then Sayuki calls him out directly. Ajido Norman never bothers to see anyone besides Claudia. The past people carry and the future they struggle toward are never light burdens. They have tasted despair, and because of that despair, they keep clawing forward trying to break through. They will not lose to someone who blindly obeys Claudia's will like a mindless follower. At that point, Ajido has heard enough. Furious, he calls them bratty little girls and declares their despair completely worthless. He will personally shut those annoying mouths. He slams his foot into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. As the battle erupts, Sayuki signals Isha to throw it. Isha immediately tosses her dagger towards Sayuki. Catching it midair, Sayuki steps forward to face Ajido directly. Ajido laughs when he sees the weapon, mocking it as a cheap trick that will never take him down. Then he charges forward while swinging the massive pillar at terrifying speed. But thanks to her time vision, Sayuki already predicted the attack. By the time the pillar swings through the air, she is already above Ajido. In one swift motion, she drives the dagger straight into his back. Ajido screams in pain but immediately scoffs at the attack, insisting a dagger like that cannot bring him down. He unleashes a surge of power, forcing Sayuki to retreat, but suddenly something completely unexpected happens. Ajido's monstrous body begins fading away. He cannot believe it. His body is reverting. Looking back at Sayuki, he suspects she used time magic. She confirms it. The technique is called reverse fate. It manipulates causality and drags the target back into a previous state. As she explains it, golden energy begins radiating around her and her pupils glow bright gold. Ajido finally realizes what she did. She dragged him back to the point before he ever put on the ring. Now furious, Ajido thinks he can still win if he escapes using Stealth Mirage. But right then, a voice cuts in saying there is no way in hell he is winning. It is Isha. Using her wind magic, she blasts Ajido straight into the air and out of position. Ajido curses, realizing they planned this entire strategy far in advance. Isha simply reminds him of what they already said: they are not losing to someone like him. In the next instant, Sayuki appears right in front of Ajido and punches the absolute hell out of him. The impact launches him across the area and straight into a wall. When the dust settles, Ajido is completely unconscious. Sayuki stands over the defeated enemy and makes one final point. Someone who has only ever looked at Claudia does not get to lecture them about their past or their future. As the scene shifts away from the battlefield, the perspective moves to the separate dimension where Claudia suddenly senses something strange. The feeling is unmistakable, yet she struggles to accept it. It should be impossible. But then the protagonist calmly informs her that Sayuki and Isha succeeded. Her precious mana amplification device has been destroyed. And now, there is no reason to hold back anymore. We see that Claudia is, annoyed and angry, and she straight up says no way, as her mana amplification device was destroyed. Our protagonist immediately reads her reaction and calls it out, saying your reaction tells me that you really thought it was untouchable. And well, he guesses that makes sense since she hit its location, stacked barrier after barrier, and even had Ajido guarding it as extra insurance, while betting everything on summoning the Calamity Beast. But now it looks like Sayuki and Isha had more resolve than she ever did. Claudia lashes out, pissed, saying, "Damn, don't you dare lump me with the likes of them," insisting her ideals are noble, and comparing her to those pawns is an insult. But our protagonist fires right back, saying that's exactly it. She has always been like that, never seeing people as people, erasing anyone in her way and using anyone useful as disposable pawns, even going as far as trying to turn him into Ingolf's enemy by burning his hometown, building a city just to gather worship. And wiping out Isha village for that alone, trampling over countless lives, and still being ready to sacrifice more for her stupid ambition. And now that the device is gone, he can finally kill her. As he says that, a blue aura starts covering our boy, his presence turning heavy as hell, and with a threatening voice he tells her to prepare herself, Claudia, but she just gets more annoyed, calling him as insufferable as ever, and mocking his righteous little justice act as truly pathetic, admitting that for 20 years she has always hated that part of him. Then she fires multiple projectiles from her crossbow, sending them straight at him. But our protagonist, being the protagonist, just slips through them like it's nothing, effortlessly dodging every single shot while Claudia is already thinking ahead, realizing he won't recklessly come closer because of her mana-absorbing daggers, and taunting him by saying he thinks destroying the device puts him on top. but that device can be restored with her power. And if she kills him and escapes this space he trapped her in, that future becomes reality. And while she's at it, she'll dispose of the traitor Sayuki too. She keeps thinking through the situation, locking in on the fact that his winning condition is killing her. But she won't let that happen, all while he keeps dodging everything she throws like it's light work, and Claudia grins like a maniac, already convinced she has set the perfect trap to bring him down, while our protagonist reads her play and realizes she is trying to keep him away, stopping him from getting close. But in the very next moment, Claudia suddenly finds herself in a pinch, as if the entire space itself is staring her down, and out of nowhere, a massive hand appears and grabs her, making her sweat as she panics, wondering what the hell just happened, only for it to be our protagonist, who coldly asks if she really thinks she can beat him in a head-on fight, and he grins like a devil, radiating pure menace. The hand releases, but Claudia is still sweating under the pressure, quickly realizing that in a direct fight she doesn't stand a chance, so she decides she has to lure him no matter what, immediately firing another barrage of projectiles from her crossbow, forcing him to keep dodging as always, but this time something changes as he steps right into a magic circle, and Claudia instantly goes, "Got you," as the circle activates. It becomes clear she deliberately set the magic circle as a trap, luring him into it, and now he's standing in the middle of a binding magic circle, realizing what it is, just as countless chains shoot up and wrap around his body, locking him in place completely, and Claudia smirks, calling him out for letting his guard down, and asking if he really thought she was firing arrows at random when it was all just set up for this spell. Licking her dagger like a psycho, she declares that now it's time to kill him, and in the next second she dashes forward and pierces him with her blade, then starts stabbing him again and again and again, completely unhinged, laughing while screaming "die" as blood gushes out like a flowing river. And like a full-on maniac, she claims this makes her victory, before driving the blade straight into his heart. But something feels off, and in the very next second, blood starts coming out of Claudia's own mouth, shocking her as she realizes what just happened. Because she didn't stab our protagonist at all, she stabbed herself straight through the chest. From behind her, our protagonist appears completely unharmed, revealing that it's complete hypnosis, the very spell she used, and he just recreated it. Though his version works a little differently, with the condition being making her submit mentally, leaving Claudia wounded and in total shock as it clicks in her head that back then, when he attacked, she had already mentally submitted. In the next moment, she collapses, her mind going blank, as our protagonist stands over her, looking down at her body and calling her pathetic for being killed by the very spell she created. The space blurs out, and suddenly he's back inside the cathedral where elite priests lie scattered and Claudia's corpse rests in her own pool of blood. And as he looks at her lifeless body, he calls it a fitting end. Just then, Isha and Sayuki come running toward him, calling out his name, only to stop as they see Claudia's dead body. And Sayuki smiles softly, asking if it's over, and our protagonist, with a big-hearted smile, confirms that yeah, they've finally won. And in the next moment, tears start falling from Sayuki's eyes as the three of them stand there, finally achieving the victory they all wanted. But right then, a voice suddenly echoes out, congratulating them, and it's coming from a butterfly, instantly putting our protagonist on alert as he recognizes it, and realizing this is the same person who led the betrayal 20 years ago, and the voice reveals itself to be Nathaniel. Nathaniel casually sips wine through the butterfly, saying he has been monitoring the cathedral the whole time, and reacting to Claudia's death by calling her a useless woman before snapping his fingers and deciding to make use of the mana left in her corpse. And in the next moment, a red energy engulfs her dead body, as he explains it won't reach the power he originally planned, but it will be more than enough to kill them. Something begins to manifest, and our protagonist immediately realizes what is forming in front of him, the very thing he had been cautious of all along, the Calamity Beast, ancient Dragoneel, as Nathaniel coldly tells them to struggle to their heart's content, leaving our protagonist now facing the full horror of the Calamity Beast. Sayuki says there is no way, and Isha questions if that thing in front of them is the Calamity Beast, while our protagonist thinks back to Claudia and now Nathaniel stepping in. They see the Calamity Beast, surrounded by a red miasma as it spreads its wings, shoots off the roof, and immediately starts wreaking havoc, leaving our protagonist like shit as he wonders how it just jumped into the sky. The Calamity Beast begins gathering some kind of energy in its hands, and the atmosphere turns red and bloody, before in the next second it directs an energy ball downward, slamming into the cathedral with a massive impact. Our party shields themselves from the falling debris while our protagonist stares in horror, and in the very next moment the whole city is on fire as the believers panic, questioning what the hell that monster even is. Nathaniel, using the butterfly as a medium, casually explains that this is the Calamity Beast, and that it can unleash this much power even without its true form. But even the butterfly can't hold under that level of power and starts disappearing, as he adds that it's a shame he won't get to hear their dying screams, claiming the tower will turn to dust any second and telling them to struggle all they want and make it ugly. Our protagonist immediately shifts focus, thinking forget Nathaniel, they have to stop that dragon first, and activates his void magic to conjure multiple ice spikes, directing them straight at the Calamity Beast dragon. The ice spikes hit, and Sayuki and Isha think it's working, but our protagonist quickly realizes that his magic was just erased, understanding that the miasma around the beast is acting like armor and that half-built spells won't break through it. In the next second, the Calamity Beast prepares its second attack, gathering the same energy again and aiming it toward the city as believers run for their lives. And Isha points out that it's not even looking at them, while our protagonist questions if it's just destroying everything at random. He realizes this won't stop with the tower, and that at this rate the whole island is going to be wiped out. And in horror, Sayuki questions if they're really heading toward the same ending again and again, thinking they could take back their future after defeating Claudia, yet it's still not enough as she breaks down, wondering what she's supposed to do. A hand lands on her shoulder, as our protagonist tells her to calm down, reassuring her that he won't let this turn into that future, and that there's not a chance, but Sayuki still questions how. Turning to Isha, he asks for a favor, telling her to launch him into the air with her wind magic. And although she's taken aback, he explains that if he attacks from point-blank range, he should be able to break through the miasma acting like armor and force the dragon to focus on him, drawing its attention away from the city. Sayuki opposes the idea, warning that he'll be in danger, but he insists he'll be fine, and that if the three of them combine their strength they can surpass this, and Isha nods, the motivation hitting right when it's needed. As the dragon continues destroying the city, Isha prepares her wind magic, launching our protagonist into the air as he speeds toward the Calamity Beast at insane velocity. Mid-flight, he conjures his mage power, combining wind and earth magic to form fusion magic, and slams the attack into the dragon, which takes the hit. And while it's not enough to deal serious damage, it's enough to grab its attention. At the same time, Sayuki activates her time vision, predicting the Calamity Beast's next move and warning our protagonist that an attack is coming from the upper left, and Isha, already in sync, pulls him using her wind magic, letting him dodge the strike cleanly. Our protagonist realizes that with Sayuki's time vision, he can read its monstrous movements, and as he stares down the dragon, he calls it out, saying it finally decided to look his way, prompting a furious roar from the Calamity Beast. Now fully targeting him, the dragon launches another attack, but our protagonist, engulfed in Isha's wind magic, dodges again, and with Sayuki warning that a beam is coming next, the moment it fires, he narrowly evades it. Thinking fast, he decides he can dodge the attacks and tries to lure it somewhere without people to keep them safe, but suddenly Sayuki warns him to look ahead, and he sees an injured man right in front of him. Our protagonist realizes this is bad because at this rate that follower will get killed, especially now that the dragon is locked onto him. And as the beast gathers another energy ball to unleash, he understands there's no option left, and that to save the man, he has to take the hit himself. Sayuki calls it insane, but he doesn't have a choice, and just as the attack is about to land, a mana armor suddenly appears, protecting both our protagonist and the believer. He looks up in shock, and it turns out to be none other than his friend Engulf, who shows up like an absolute bro, saying he came to back him up, brother. Sayuki and Isha's faces brighten as Engulf finally arrives. The tension shifts instantly as his presence alone carries that big bro aura, mana armor fully covering his body like he's built for war. Our boy acknowledges him, clearly relieved he showed up when it mattered. The protagonist reflects that the possibility of a Calamity Beast appearing was never zero, so he had Engulf waiting near the island as a backup. Turns out that call was clutch. Engulf confirms he brought everyone along just as instructed and immediately takes charge, telling them to leave the evacuation of the believers to his group. Academy students and their associates jump in, clearing debris and helping civilians escape the destruction left behind by the dragon. In the middle of the chaos, Mateo is seen dragging an unconscious citizen to safety. He doesn't fully understand what's going on, but he knows his master is fighting somewhere, and that's enough for him to lock in and keep moving. From a distance, he shouts toward the protagonist, declaring he'll handle things here. The protagonist notices him and acknowledges his presence, but there's no time to dwell on it. The dragon is still active, still on a leash, and still a massive problem. Engulf identifies the creature as a Calamity Beast and questions whether the plan failed. The protagonist immediately dismisses that idea, explaining that defeating Claudia means the plan actually succeeded. That only confuses Engulf more until the protagonist drops the real situation. Nathaniel summoned the beast using the magic that remained in Claudia. Engulf processes it quickly and concludes that Nathaniel is the one they ultimately need to deal with. But right now, none of that matters. The immediate problem is the monster in front of them. The protagonist makes it clear they're taking it down first. Engulf agrees without hesitation as the dragon charges again. Its attack comes in hard, but both of them react instantly, jumping high to avoid the strike and landing on a nearby building's ceiling. Engulf acknowledges the insane destructive power of the beast. If this keeps going, the entire tower is getting wiped. They need to push back now. Still, he notes how tough the creature is, recalling how his earlier attack barely did anything. The protagonist tells him not to worry and reminds him that he already knows this power. In the next moment, he summons his blazing sword. Seeing the weapon triggers a memory for Ingolf. It's the same sword used against him before, no doubt about it. The protagonist immediately moves, telling Ingolf to create an opening. Ingolf agrees and steps in as the dragon attacks again. He blocks the strike head-on, holding the line just long enough. That's all the protagonist needs. With full force, he drives forward and slashes the dragon with the blazing sword, finally breaking through its armor. Ingolf notices the damage, but the protagonist doesn't slow down. He goes again, leaping and striking with another powerful slash. From a distance, Sayuki and Isha watch the fight unfold. Isha starts to realize that they actually have a chance, and Sayuki confirms it. They can defeat the Calamity Beast. As the protagonist continues his one-on-one clash with the dragon, Sayuki feels something shift. For the first time, she believes this hopeless future can actually be changed. That hope gets interrupted instantly. Blue lightning suddenly surrounds the dragon and it surges outward, forcing the protagonist back. He quickly notices something worse. The wounds he inflicted are healing on their own. Ingolf is stunned, questioning how something like that could even have regeneration. The protagonist connects it to the first time the beast appeared and suspects it's absorbing energy from the lightning. Before they can fully react, Sayuki uses her time vision to warn them. The dragon is about to fire that beam again. The attack comes fast and hits hard. Ingolf steps in front, trying to defend against it, but the sheer power and massive range of the blast overwhelm everything. The impact leaves behind a huge crater. Under the rubble, Sayuki is trapped. She realizes this beast isn't like the previous calamity beast she knew. Her knowledge from the future isn't helping anymore. If this continues, they're all going to get wiped out again. She refuses to accept that outcome. Then the protagonist's voice cuts through. He clears away the debris and reaches her, telling her they can still fight and to get up. He reminds her that her future self didn't give up either, and that's exactly why she's here now. He extends his hand toward her. Sayuki looks up at him, overwhelmed, tears forming as she accepts his words. She steadies herself but still questions how they're supposed to fight something that can heal like that. The protagonist already has the answer. There is a way. They just need to combine her time attribute magic with his void magic. That's the key. Ingolf lies unconscious after taking a devastating hit from the dragon. Moments later, his eyes snap open and the first thing he sees is the protagonist standing right in front of him. The realization hits fast. He's alive. The protagonist acknowledges Ingolf for holding the line and tells him to stay put, making it clear that he and Sayuki are about to take the monster down. Isha immediately calls it out as insane, her attention shifting towards Sayuki, while Ingolf, still recovering, starts running through the situation in his head. He questions what the protagonist could possibly do here. The monster regenerates instantly no matter how much damage it takes. Trying to fight something like that feels borderline impossible. Even so, the protagonist stands face to face with the Calamity Beast dragon. No hesitation in his movement as he calls out to Sayuki, and both of them prepare to engage. At the same time, the dragon begins charging that same blue energy sphere again, the pressure building as its power surges. The strain is visible on everyone present. Through the smoke, the protagonist suddenly launches himself into the air using wind magic. The dragon notices, but it's already too late. With his blazing sword, he lands another clean slash across the beast. Isha thinks it's over, but Ingolf immediately shuts that down in his mind, knowing the regeneration should kick in any second. Right then, the protagonist calls out that this is their chance. Sayuki is already locked in. In the brief exchange leading up to this moment, she had questioned how they could even seal the dragon's regeneration using time magic. The protagonist had explained that it was possible. She doubted herself, saying she didn't have that kind of magic, but he corrected her. She does. He reveals the truth. He had sealed her power in the past to stop her from losing control when she was young. Now he plans to use void magic to break that seal. Sayuki doesn't even fully process what he's saying before he continues, explaining that undoing it will allow her to use a specific time spell again. He reassures her that she can handle it now. As he places his hand on her head, the unsealing begins. Sayuki accepts it, trusting him completely. In the present, the seal breaks. Her thoughts align. If he believes in her, then she can believe in herself too. A massive golden aura erupts from her body, shooting upward with insane intensity, splitting through the sky. Even Ingolf is stunned by the sheer amount of mana. Sayuki recalls his guidance. Control is the key to time magic. Focus and clearly visualize the phenomenon you want to create. Back in the present, she concentrates with everything she has and activates her time attribute magic. She makes it clear in her mind that this won't end the same way again. The spell activates time freeze. Multiple glowing, clock-like engravings appear and the flow of time around the dragon comes to a halt. Ingolf quickly notices what's happening. The regeneration has stopped. He realizes she didn't just freeze the dragon, she froze the regeneration itself. Sayuki signals the protagonist. He's already ready, gripping his blazing sword as he charges in to finish it. In the next instant, he unleashes a barrage of killing strikes, attacking relentlessly. With the regeneration halted, every hit lands properly, and for the first time the dragon actually feels the damage. It roars in pain as the attacks continue. Ingolf recognizes it's working and Isha backs that up knowing they've got this. But the fight isn't done yet. The protagonist delivers a massive final slash expecting it to end there. Instead, when he looks back, the dragon is still alive. The situation flips instantly. The dragon counterattacks, forcing the protagonist to defend with his blazing sword. He realizes it's gotten faster. Now wounded, the dragon becomes even more aggressive and dangerous than before. Ingolf observes the pattern. Some monsters get stronger the more they're cornered, and it looks like this calamity beast is exactly that kind. The protagonist doesn't back down. He launches himself forward again, pushing harder, striking the dragon repeatedly as it roars. He keeps going without stopping, his speed increasing with every movement. Meanwhile, Sayuki is struggling to maintain the time freeze, holding it together by sheer will. The protagonist knows they're close just a little more. At that moment, Ingolf calls out to Isha, asking if she still has enough strength to launch him. She questions him, considering his condition, but he doesn't care. They're out there fighting and he refuses to just lie there, doing nothing. Isha agrees and prepares to send him flying. The protagonist continues fighting, clearly taking a toll, when suddenly Sayuki notices something terrifying. The dragon starts charging that same blue energy sphere again, this time directly in front of the protagonist. At that distance, if it fires, he's done, zero chance of survival. Right then, Isha uses her wind magic and launches Ingolf straight toward the dragon. At the last possible second, Ingolf crashes in and punches the hell out of it, barely saving the protagonist. Ingolf immediately calls out for him to finish it. The protagonist clenches his teeth, channeling everything, anger, strength, everything left into a single attack. He swings his sword in one full arc, delivering a decisive slash that cuts straight through the dragon. The impact is insane. The entire area gets split along the path of the strike like a clean division carved through everything in its way. In the next moment, the dragon's head separates and goes flying. It's over. They actually did it. After witnessing the worst possible future over and over again, each one breaking her mentally, this time is different. The protagonist approaches her, acknowledging her effort. Koichiro walked up to Sayuki and praised her for her efforts, telling her she had done a great job. As she looked at him, a flood of emotions ran through her mind. After countless struggles, she had finally reached a future where he was still alive. She thanked him and Koichiro responded with a bright smile. Victory was finally theirs. Deep down, Sayuki reflected that because he had been there, she had been able to seize this future with her own hands. Sometime later, the students of Lansing University were busy escorting injured civilians from floor 7 onto helicopters. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Sayuki lay unconscious on a bed, while Koichiro sat beside her, watching over her. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was his face. Koichiro told her she had finally woken up. He explained that she had completely exhausted her mana and collapsed after they defeated the Calamity Beast, so they had brought her there to rest. Understanding the situation, Sayuki quietly accepted what had happened. He then filled her in on the aftermath. Ingolf had temporarily taken command and was handling the situation. Even so, the believers were still deeply shaken by everything that had occurred. After a brief pause, Koichiro sincerely thanked Sayuki. He acknowledged that the only reason they had survived until the very end was because she had rewound events again and again. For that, he offered his heartfelt gratitude. Sayuki admitted that she had simply been desperate. She clenched the bedsheet as she confessed that she could not accept a future where he was gone. In response, Koichiro embraced her and thanked her once more. From outside the window, Ingolf and Isha silently witnessed the scene. The story then shifted to the ruined cathedral. Sayuki guided Koichiro to a particular room and informed him that this was the place. Looking around, he realized it was Claudia's private room. Sayuki explained that even before she had regressed, this was a location she had never been able to enter. At that moment, Ingolf arrived. He remarked that Claudia was finally dead. Part of him had wanted her to at least apologize at the ruins of the homeland she had burned to ashes, but he quickly dismissed the thought. In the end, he believed she never would have changed anyway. More importantly, Koichiro stated that they needed to track down Nathaniel. Ingolf agreed, pointing out that Claudia had obviously been connected to him. Isha wondered if that meant there might be clues in the room that could reveal Nathaniel's whereabouts. Turning to her, Sayuki asked if she was sure she wanted to get involved. Isha admitted that she had already learned far too much to back out now. Since she was already neck-deep in the situation, she figured she might as well see it through to the end. If there was any way she could help, she was willing to do it. Koichiro appreciated the offer. He suggested they first assess the situation properly. Up until now, his battles had mainly been against the Pentagram Saints, but Nathaniel was an entirely different matter. This conflict had evolved into something much bigger than simple revenge. Isha questioned what he meant by that. Sayuki explained that Nathaniel was the one responsible for unleashing the Calamity Beast and causing catastrophic destruction. That alone made him a threat to the entire world. Isha admitted that she could not argue with that logic. Even so, she found it crazy that the Pentagram Saints, who were supposed to be heroes, turned out to be a bunch of scumbags. In her opinion, the only decent one among them was Old Man Ingolf. Naturally, Ingolf immediately reacted to being called an old man. Still, he accepted it as a compliment. Ignoring the banter, Koichiro returned to the main issue. Nathaniel could not be allowed to roam free. As Tsuyuki had already pointed out, if he could summon something like the Calamity Beast and unleash it upon the world, then the danger he posed was beyond obvious. As Koichiro imagined Nathaniel potentially gaining control over the entire world, he decided they should split up and search the room. Before anyone could move, however, a voice suddenly echoed through the chamber. There was no need for that. The voice instantly caught everyone off guard because it belonged to Nathaniel himself. A glass orb appeared before them, displaying Nathaniel sitting calmly on the other side. He casually greeted Koichiro before explaining that searching the room was pointless. Anything that could have led back to him had already been destroyed. More importantly, he wanted to congratulate them first. They had succeeded in defeating the Calamity Beast. Koichiro was not having any of it. He demanded to know what the hell Nathaniel had been thinking when he summoned such a monster. He also revealed that he already knew Nathaniel had been responsible for his death 20 years ago. With that in mind, he demanded answers. What was Nathaniel's goal and why was he doing all of this? Nathaniel answered without hesitation. His goal was simple. He intended to seize the world with his own hands. Hearing that, Koichiro realized Nathaniel was openly talking about taking control of the entire world. Nathaniel then brushed the topic aside, claiming that was not actually what he wanted to discuss. Instead, he presented a proposal. He asked if they would be interested in joining him. Nathaniel admitted that defeating the Calamity Beast, even in its incomplete state, was an impressive accomplishment. In fact, he considered them far more capable than Claudia had ever been. He singled out Koichiro in particular, noting that he had acquired some remarkable power since returning to this world. Wearing a fox-like smile, Nathaniel suggested they let bygones be bygones and work together. Koichiro immediately shot the idea down. There was no chance in hell he would ever team up with a twisted fuck like Nathaniel. He declared that they hated people who discarded others for their own selfish gain more than anything else in the world. Nathaniel simply accepted the rejection with a shrug. It was a shame, but not entirely unexpected. Ingolf then stepped forward and voiced his agreement. He made it clear that he would never forgive Nathaniel for deceiving all of them for so long. Nathaniel merely grinned at the accusation. He then asked what exactly they planned to do about it. With a threatening look, Koichiro answered that the plan was obvious. They would track Nathaniel down and beat the hell out of him, no matter how many hits it took. Nathaniel welcomed the challenge and stated that he looked forward to it. Moments later, the connection was severed. The image vanished, leaving only the reflection of the group inside the glass orb. Nathaniel was gone and the room was left in complete disarray. Koichiro stared ahead and swore that he would find him. The scene then shifted to a helicopter carrying the group away from the cathedral. Inside, Ingolf admitted that they had failed to discover any useful lids. At this rate, he had no idea how they were supposed to track Nathaniel down. He further explained that even as one of the pentagram saints, he had never been able to get particularly close to Nathaniel. Looking back, Nathaniel had probably been especially cautious around him. Hearing that, Koichiro revealed that he actually had a pretty good idea. Ingolf questioned what he meant. Koichiro pointed out that the pentagram saints did not consist of only Ingolf. The story then transitioned to the headmaster's office at Takigo Adventure Training Academy. For the first time in a long while, Iwako was in an unbelievably good mood. He happily danced around the office while drinking a glass of wine. The reason was simple. He had just received news that Koichiro was dead. Just thinking about Koichiro being gone made him feel refreshed. According to what he had heard, Ingolf had taken him down. Better yet, he no longer had to worry about the spell attached to his heart. As far as he was concerned, Koichiro had gotten exactly what he deserved. With his giant rabbit teeth on full display, Iwako celebrated his newfound freedom. Then a voice suddenly rang out behind him, asking if he had something to say about him. The moment Iwako heard that voice, every trace of happiness vanished from his face. He slowly turned around and froze. Standing right there in front of him was Koichiro himself. The sight was so shocking that Iwako's soul practically left his body. Koichiro casually greeted him and remarked that it had been a while. Still completely stunned, Iwako demanded to know what he was doing there. According to everything he had heard, Ingolf was supposed to have killed him. Koichiro casually walked closer and realized that Iwako had apparently been left out of the loop. Deciding it did not really matter, he suggested they have a nice little chat. As he said that, a sly smile spread across his face, while Iwako realized his worst nightmare had just walked through the door. Iwako trembled nervously as he prepared tea for Koichiro. In the background, Koichiro sat quietly, completely at ease. Looking at him, Iwako could hardly process what he was seeing. He couldn't believe Koichiro was still alive. The realization nearly brought him to tears as a miserable thought crossed his mind. Was there really no such thing as peace for him? Just then, Koichiro smiled and asked if the tea was ready yet. After that, the two sat down and talked, with Koichiro explaining everything that had happened. The more Iwako listened, the more shocked he became. He couldn't believe Claudia had tried to summon the Calamity Beast. Koichiro confirmed it was true. Although Claudia had failed to complete the summoning herself, Nathaniel interfered, causing the Calamity Beast to appear anyway. According to Koichiro, they had barely managed to bring the monster down. Iwako was stunned. The Calamity Beast was the very monster they had sealed away 20 years ago. The thought that Claudia and Nathaniel had tried to revive such a creature was insane. That beast possessed enough power to destroy the entire world. Koichiro calmly confirmed that everything he was saying was true. If even one thing had gone slightly wrong, the world likely would have been wiped out. Even after hearing that, Iwako still couldn't fully accept it. He had heard rumors about an incident at the tower, but summoning the Calamity Beast, that sounded completely absurd. Were they seriously trying to take over the world? Koichiro answered without hesitation. From what he had seen, Claudia viewed all the believers she gathered as nothing more than prey. As for Nathaniel, there was a good chance he would try the same kind of stunt again. That was exactly why Koichiro had come looking for Iwako. He wanted to know if Iwako had any clue where Nathaniel was hiding. Iwako thought for a moment, then a doubt surfaced in his mind. How could he even be sure Koichiro was telling the truth? At that exact moment, another figure appeared in the room and told him to trust it. The newcomer was none other than Ingolf himself. Ingolf immediately backed up Koichiro's story, insisting that everything he said was true. The sight of Ingolf left Iwako shocked all over again. It had been a long time since they had met. As he looked at the two standing together, pieces began falling into place. If Koichiro was alive, then Ingolf must have been involved somehow as well, but none of this made sense. Koichiro was supposed to be Ingolf's sworn enemy, the man responsible for burning down his homeland, so why the hell were they working together now? Ingolf revealed the truth. The real culprit behind the destruction of his homeland 20 years ago was Claudia, that bitch. Hearing that revelation, Iwako's mind nearly froze. Koichiro continued explaining. There was a very high chance Nathaniel had been working alongside Claudia behind the scenes all along. It was also a confirmed fact that Nathaniel had been the one who summoned the Calamity Beast. As Iwako processed everything, it finally started making sense. If Claudia and Nathaniel had been plotting that far ahead from the beginning, then Ingolf's decision to side with Koichiro was completely understandable. Ingolf had always been rigid and stubborn to a fault, but that was exactly why Iwako trusted him. He wasn't the kind of man who would lie about something this serious. Koichiro then asked him one last time if he knew where Nathaniel might be. Nathaniel had openly declared his intention to take over the world. All Koichiro wanted was to stop him. Unfortunately, Iwako shook his head. He honestly had no idea. Nathaniel had never revealed his whereabouts, not even to his fellow pentagram saints. Nathaniel always operated with two faces. Ever since the events of 20 years ago, the public had viewed him as a hero. Behind closed doors, however, he maintained connections with world leaders across the globe. He was essentially a political fixer pulling strings from the shadows. He almost never appeared in public, and as far as Iwako knew, nobody truly knew where he was. Privately, Iwako thought it would be dangerous to get involved any further. There was also no reason to tell them about that particular piece of information he was keeping hidden. If they wanted to stop Nathaniel, they could do whatever they wanted. Suddenly, Koichiro received a call from Sayuki. The moment he answered, it was obvious she was panicking. The news was bad. Nathaniel had just made a public announcement. Immediately sensing trouble, Koichiro grabbed a remote and turned on the television. On the screen appeared Nathaniel himself, delivering an urgent broadcast to the entire world. Nathaniel calmly asked everyone to remain calm and listen carefully. Then he dropped a bombshell. According to him, the man responsible for the catastrophe 20 years ago during the SSS-ranked dungeon disaster, Misato Koichiro, had been confirmed alive. Nathaniel acknowledged that the idea of someone returning from the dead sounded unbelievable. However, he pointed out that only a few days earlier, St. Claudia had been murdered. Around the world, ordinary civilians watched the broadcast in complete shock. Claudia was dead. Could it be that the person responsible was Nathaniel? Immediately answered the question himself. He claimed that the one who murdered Saintess Claudia was none other than the revived Misato Koichiro. As Koichiro watched the broadcast, his anger steadily rose. Nathaniel was spreading complete bullshit about him on a global scale. Nathaniel continued his announcement. He claimed that Koichiro was currently moving around under another person's identity. Then he revealed that identity to the world. Watching the broadcast, both Asahi and Mateo couldn't believe their eyes. Nathaniel exposed Koichiro's current vessel, publicly announcing that Misato Koichiro was inhabiting the body of a student named Asai Koisuk. Nathaniel went even further. He claimed he had already contacted world leaders and that an international warrant for Koichiro would be issued. He also promised his full cooperation in hunting him down. According to Nathaniel, now was the time for the entire world to unite and eliminate the great sinner. Iwako could hardly believe what he was seeing. Nathaniel had gone this far just to destroy Koichiro. Ingolf looked toward Koichiro, but Koichiro already understood the situation. They couldn't stay there any longer. Apologizing for the trouble, he informed Iwako that they would be leaving. Before going, however, Koichiro revealed one final truth. The story about placing a spell on Iwako's heart had been a lie from the beginning. Iwako completely blanked out. He couldn't believe there had never been any spell controlling his heart at all. As Koichiro said goodbye to their rabbit-toothed companion and prepared to leave, Iwako found himself strangely relieved. At least now, he was finally free. Still, he couldn't help cursing Koichiro for pulling that soft-hearted crap right at the end. Afterward, Iwako remembered Koichiro's final words. They only wanted to stop Nathaniel, that's all. The more he thought about it, the more conflicted he became. Eventually, he started laughing to himself while seriously reconsidering whether he should help Koichiro after all. A few moments later, just as Koichiro and Ingolf were about to depart, Iwako suddenly came running after them. He handed Koichiro a document. Curious, Koichiro examined it. The document was something Nathaniel had sent to Iwako long ago regarding an academy he planned to establish. More importantly, it contained an address. Iwako admitted it might lead them to something useful. Koichiro accepted the document and remarked that this kind of behavior wasn't like Iwako at all. Iwako had his own reasons. If Nathaniel actually succeeded in taking over the world, who knew what would happen to his castle? There was no way he was going to sit back and let someone steal it from him. The scene then shifted. As they traveled, Sayuki questioned whether the sender's address was even real. Koichiro doubted it. Someone as cautious as Nathaniel would never leave behind such an obvious clue. However, Koichiro possessed void attribute magic, allowing him to analyze things more accurately than any scientific method. By examining the material of the paper and the particles attached to it, he could trace its true origin. Using his void attribute magic on the document, Koichiro carefully analyzed every detail. Then his expression changed. Why this place? Ingolf immediately noticed and asked whether he had found something. Koichiro confirmed that he had. He now knew exactly where they needed to go next. According to him, it was time to return to the place where everything had begun. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire team was left stunned. Nathaniel makes a worldwide announcement again, grabbing everyone's attention. He reveals that Koichiro, who was recently placed on an international wanted list, has been confirmed to be working behind the scenes with one of the pentagram saints in Gulf. He urges the public to report any of the fugitives to local authorities if they are spotted. The news sends shockwaves through the public. People can't believe that even Lord Ingolf is allegedly involved with Koichiro. While watching the broadcast through a screen, Nathaniel calmly states that he should now wait and see how the fugitives move in response to this situation. An unsettling smile spreads across Nathaniel's face as he says it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to North America where Koichiro and his party have finally arrived. Koichiro explains that this is where they picked up Nathaniel's trail and suggests proceeding on foot to avoid raising suspicion. Sayuki agrees and the group begins moving forward. What they don't realize is that, from a great distance away, a sniper already has them in his sights. The soldier carefully aims at the group before reporting through his walkie-talkie that he has visually confirmed the fugitives and command his fellow soldiers to capture them. The order is immediately acknowledged. A moment later, multiple armed soldiers rush in from all directions, surrounding the group with rifles aimed directly at them. They order everyone not to move and to raise their hands. Sayuki immediately realizes it's an ambush. Koichiro, however, has zero interest in wasting time. He decides they can't afford to get stalled in a place like this. In the next instant, he activates his void magic. A massive surge of mana erupts from his body and the surrounding soldiers are blasted away purely by the overwhelming force of his magical energy. Every soldier is sent flying and lands flat on their asses. The soldiers are completely stunned. They can't believe that so many men were wiped out almost instantly. None of them expected Koichiro to be such an absolute monster. At that moment, they finally realize the figure standing before them is far from an ordinary human. Sayuki comments that they somehow managed to push the soldiers back. Ingolf points out that even U.S. Special Forces are now hunting them. Koichiro immediately wonders whether this is Nathaniel's doing. Is Nathaniel trying to eliminate them, or is he simply testing the waters? Either way, the security around their destination will probably be even tighter. Koichiro doesn't care. No amount of security will be enough to stop them from reaching Nathaniel. With their goal clear, the party continues marching forward. After traveling for some time, a city finally comes into view. The place appears largely deserted and is clearly in poor condition. However, standing in the center is an enormous structure that immediately stands out as something important. Sayuki points out that this is the location they traced from the letter. The atmosphere is incredibly tense. As Koichiro looks around, he reflects on how he used void magic to track Nathaniel's location and managed to narrow it down to this exact place, a military city in North America. But that isn't the only reason this place matters to him. Ingolf admits that he never expected their destination to be here. The reason soon becomes clear. 20 years ago, this was the location where the first SSS-ranked dungeon appeared. In other words, this is where Misato Koichiro died. The memories come flooding back. Koichiro recalls the horrific events that took place here, the helplessness he felt, and the tragedy that unfolded. His expression darkens as he clenches his fist. Noticing his reaction, Sayuki calls out to him with concern. Before the moment can linger, Ingolf points out that this is also the place where they launched their operation 20 years ago. The story then shifts into the past. The Pentagram Saints are gathered within the city. Nathaniel and Koichiro stand side by side as Nathaniel points toward the gate to the SSS-ranked dungeon and confirms that it matches the intelligence they received. Koichiro notices Nathaniel's interest in the gate and asks about it. Nathaniel brushes it off, claiming it is nothing important and insisting that they focus on sealing the gate instead. He gives Koichiro a friendly smile. Koichiro smiles back and agrees. But in the present, Koichiro now understands the truth. It was all a lie. Nathaniel had betrayed him and imprisoned him inside the gate. Looking back, Koichiro realizes Nathaniel was already trying to kill him even back then. Nathaniel had also seemed strangely obsessed with the gates, for reasons Koichiro couldn't understand at the time. His eyes moved toward the massive structure now standing where the gate should have existed 20 years ago. Is it really a coincidence that such a facility was built in that exact location? No, there is definitely something hidden here. Ingolf admits that this place contains nothing but regrets for someone like him, someone who betrayed Koichiro in the past. Koichiro says he understands that now. Even so, he has returned to this place once again, although he is currently borrowing Asai's body. Still, now isn't the time to get sentimental. There is still someone they need to beat the hell out of, Nathaniel. Ingolf agrees immediately. At that moment, Isha chimes in from behind, telling Ingolf not to get all gloomy because it doesn't suit serious guys like him. Her sarcasm catches Ingolf off guard. Koichiro quickly refocuses everyone on. Their objective is Nathaniel. Nathaniel declared that he intends to take control of the world, and with him summoning those calamity beasts, there is absolutely no way they can allow that to happen. This isn't just about Koichiro's revenge anymore. Nathaniel has become an enemy that must be taken down. Koichiro asks everyone to lend him their strength. Sayuki immediately responds that he doesn't need to ask. Isha is on board as well. Ingolf states that they are going to stop Nathaniel's schemes. Hearing that, Koichiro feels relieved. For a moment, he remembers his former party members, the people who treated him cruelly and secretly plotted behind his back. Compared to them, the people standing beside him now are completely different. These companions trust him, and he can trust them in return. They have become incredibly close. Realizing this, Koichiro smiles. After making their preparations, the group moves out once more. Some time later, they stop and hide, after spotting numerous soldiers stationed outside a massive facility. Sayuki asks Koichiro what the place is. Koichiro identifies it as the city's central facility. Ingolf notes that it is a gigantic military installation, built directly where the gate once stood, making the whole thing extremely suspicious. Koichiro recalls that Nathaniel had been investigating something related to the gate in the past. When all the clues are lined up together, everything fits far too perfectly. He gets a really bad feeling about it. Nathaniel is definitely inside that facility. The party rises to their feet. With determination in his eyes, Koichiro gives the order. It's time to break into the facility. The facility was heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed all around the perimeter. Then in an instant, 2 guards protecting the entrance were struck with precise chops to the neck. The one responsible was none other than Isha, who knocked both guards out cold. Just then, another soldier panicked and tried to make a report through his radio. Before he could get a word out, a shock surged through his forehead. Electricity coursed through his body and he was instantly electrocuted. The attack came from Koichiro. Seeing this, Ingolf recognized the spell as a lightning-type void magic and noted how useful it was. Koichiro had seen the technique before during their battle against the Calamity Beast. With the guards neutralized, the party prepared to enter the facility and begin their infiltration. As they moved deeper inside, they hid to assess the soldiers' positions. The interior was also packed with guards, making it clear that security was extremely tight. The group began discussing a plan, while Sayuki pointed out just how heavily protected the place was. Koichiro immediately became suspicious of the unusually strict security. Meanwhile, Isha studied a blueprint map they had taken from the soldiers and identified a door that led to the entrance. Koichiro explained that the facility used to be the site where an SSS-ranked dungeon had been sealed. If a dungeon gate still existed, it was probably underground. Ingolf wasn't pleased and demanded to know the plan. Koichiro answered simply. They had already come this far and there had to be some connection between Nathaniel and the gate. Before investigating further, they needed to draw the soldiers' attention. Turning toward Isha, Koichiro asked if she could take down a nearby light source. Isha agreed immediately. She gathered wind magic in her hand and launched a wind blade. The spell sliced through the cord holding the light source, causing the bulb to crash onto the floor. The sound immediately caught the attention of the nearby soldiers. As they became distracted, Koichiro moved. With a cold, menacing look in his eyes, he appeared behind them and struck with ruthless efficiency. One after another, the soldiers were taken down and knocked unconscious. One soldier spotted Koichiro and shouted his name while raising his gun. Unfortunately for him, Koichiro was way too fast. He zipped past the soldier in an instant, appeared right in front of him and drove a brutal punch into his stomach. The soldier collapsed unconscious while Koichiro stood victorious over the defeated guards. Looking at the unconscious bodies, he figured the distraction should be enough. Then everything changed. A massive crack suddenly spread across a nearby wall. Moments later, the wall was completely destroyed. Sayuki immediately warned Koichiro. In the next second, a blast of red energy shot toward him. Koichiro dodged the attack and slid backward. Standing before him was an enormous machine. The newcomer was introduced as the magic machine soldier Telteros. The gigantic robot stared down at Koichiro while everyone processed its sudden appearance. Elsewhere, Nathaniel watched the entire scene through a monitor while relaxing on a sofa. Clearly enjoying every second of the struggle, he realized Koichiro had managed to track them down. However, he was confident that Telteros was no ordinary machine and wondered whether Koichiro could truly break through it. Back at the facility, the party was stunned by the appearance of the massive mechanical soldier. Isha could only stare at it in disbelief, wondering what the thing even was. Koichiro turned to Ingolf and asked if modern militaries possessed weapons like this. Ingolf immediately denied it. Autonomous weapons of that size shouldn't even be possible with current technology. That answer gave Koichiro an idea. At the center of Telteros' chest was a glowing red stone. Realizing the likely source of its power, Koichiro concluded that the machine must have been influenced by the stone. Isha wondered if it could be a magic stone taken from a dungeon monster. Sayuki rejected the idea, pointing out that she had never seen one that large. Koichiro stared at the impossible machine and began to understand the scale of Nathaniel's power. If this was what Nathaniel currently wielded, things were far more serious than expected. Regardless, Koichiro decided there was only one thing to do: they needed to destroy it. The group charged forward. Sayuki activated her time vision and immediately predicted Telteros' next move. She warned everyone to get back. A moment later, the giant robot swung its arm like a blade and tore through the ground. Thanks to Sayuki's warning, both Koichiro and Ingolf avoided being hit. The destructive power left them genuinely shocked. On the other side, Isha launched multiple wind blades in rapid succession while calling the machine a piece of shit. The attacks pierced into Telteros repeatedly, then Ingolf joined the fight. With mana armor activated, he roared and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches against the giant machine. Every strike landed hard and he poured tremendous force into the assault. But then his expression changed. Telteros had taken absolutely zero damage. Ingolf couldn't believe it. His attacks were enhanced by mana armor, yet the machine remained completely unharmed. It was even tougher than the Calamity Beast. Before he could understand why, Telteros swung its arm again and sent Ingolf flying. Watching this, Koichiro stepped forward. If the enemy was a machine, then he had an idea. Blue electrical energy erupted from his hand as he activated void magic. He struck Telteros with the lightning attack and the machine immediately began short-circuiting. Isha and Sayuki watched hopefully, wondering if it had worked. But then the massive red magic stone embedded in Telteros' chest reacted. A powerful red wave exploded outward and slammed into the party. Ingolf quickly realized the source. The counterattack was being generated by the magic stone itself. He couldn't believe it could retaliate so easily. Still, Koichiro wasn't about to fall. Summoning his sword, he acknowledged that lightning had achieved almost nothing. If that approach wouldn't work, then he would need a different one. He turned towards Sayuki and instructed her to use that spell. Sayuki immediately understood and nodded with determination. Koichiro charged forward once again while Sayuki reflected on how things had changed. Thanks to Koichiro breaking the seal, she was finally able to use time attribute magic. Moments later, she cast Accelerate on him. The effect was immediate. Koichiro's speed skyrocketed. He moved past Telteros while effortlessly dodging every attack. In a flash, he appeared above the giant machine. With his blazing sword in hand, he launched his final assault. Driving the blade directly into the enormous red magic stone embedded in Telteros' chest, Koichiro activated void magic through the weapon. The result was decisive. Telteros was finally defeated. Koichiro stood atop the ruined machine as the battle came to an end. Sayuki ran over, worried about him, but Koichiro confirmed they had succeeded. Ingolf couldn't help but think about the implications. The fact that Nathaniel had managed to build a weapon like Telteros was terrifying. Koichiro agreed. If this machine represented only a fraction of Nathaniel's power, then they were facing a very serious problem. Now fully aware of his enemy's capabilities, Koichiro's mood became noticeably more serious. Meanwhile, Nathaniel continued watching everything unfold. With his arms folded, he admitted that Koichiro had lived up to expectations by destroying Telteros. Then his attention shifted elsewhere. Beside him stood a massive glass tube containing a floating body. Nathaniel stared at it and decided it was time to prepare a proper welcome. Inside the enormous glass chamber floated none other than the body of Koichiro from his previous life.